Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Yesterday we were blessed with some very surprising news, and I'm sure pretty much all of you have seen it by now, but I want to talk about it because it's just a wholesome, positive story I'd like to share. It's like they say, a smile a day keeps the devil away. So let's get together and keep that greasy little bastard trapped in hell a little bit longer. Prepare for some ear-to-ear grinning with this one. I'm going to inject nostalgia directly into your veins with a single word. I'm going to transport you 20 years into the past when you were still eating crayons and suckling your mother's breasts for nutrients. Smosh. Smosh is one of the oldest and most successful channels in the history of the YouTube platform. If YouTube was a foreign planet, then Smosh would be the primordial ooze from which all life began to evolve from. They were one of the first channels, really, to become like a content creation house online, as well as one of the first channels to make a career out of content creation online, specifically on YouTube. The whole idea of making a living through producing free-to-watch videos online was such a laughable concept. People shit on that idea more than the girls in Two Girls, One Cup shit on each other. It was something no one believed in, it was so outlandish, and for the time, no one thought could ever work. The closest thing there was to monetizing self-produced home videos was winning America's Funniest Home Videos with fucking Tom Bergeron's quirky ass making jokes about you. That was really it. Past that, the whole idea of making money through home videos just, it didn't exist. But then a little something magical called YouTube rolls around and Smosh gets on the platform in 2005 and immediately gets a ton of steam. They get viral videos. They become the #1 most subscribed channel on the platform and stay there for a very long time. They were a staple of the YouTube community and one of the first to actually monetize their content and paved the way for other very successful channels as well. Most notably Ray William Johnson, who I believe was like the first YouTuber to make $1 million just from like his content. And it really is, in a large part, thanks to Smosh kind of blazing the trail. So that concludes the lore dump I wanted to do just to bring you up to speed with what Smosh is and really how important it was to the YouTube ecosystem. And that brings us to today's topic. Smosh as a brand, as a channel, has not been in control of the actual founders for well over a decade now. The founders, Ian and Anthony, sold it back in 2011. And for the first time since 2011, they are now the owners of Smosh. This is a very rare thing to see. Usually when you sell your brand, your baby that you created, it's almost impossible to get it back. Take, for example, FaZe. FaZe founders have been very publicly outspoken about how little control they have over FaZe now, and there's really not a whole lot they can do to get it back. Their hands are tied and they're getting fucking slapped around internally. It is really no longer theirs. They don't have power there. When you sell your brand or you lose control of what you built, it's very, very, very rare that you get it back. At least not without paying fucking oodles upon oodles of doubloons, like well more than you ever thought would be possible. So to see them actually be able to buy Smosh back is extremely good, but also extremely shocking. I think they got extremely lucky that the people they bought it from, Rhett and Link, are also YouTubers. So they understand the space and most likely wanted to do what was best for the creators here because they themselves are creators. So it's just a really set of fortunate circumstances that allowed them to buy the brand back. And it's very exciting for a lot of fans of Smosh and just exciting in general to see the people that actually created something finally getting control of it back. Because, again, that doesn't happen super often. Now, if you didn't follow any of these big headlines from back in 2011 or like 2017 with Smosh and all of these big moves internally, then you probably don't understand how they lost control. You know, it's not like it was a hostile takeover. It's not like it was a Pokemon card that they misplaced. They just lost it. Like one day they woke up and all of a sudden Smosh is no longer their brand. So I'm just going to briefly explain the timeline of how Smosh got out of the hands of the founders Ian and Anthony. Well, Smosh has changed hands a couple times over the last decade or so with who actually owns it. Because in 2011, Ian and Anthony, the founders of Smosh, sold it to Defy Media because they wanted to continue to build the Smosh brand, do bigger and better content, and just keep producing, very expensive stuff that they couldn't reasonably do themselves. So they sold Smosh in order to finance that. Now, for a lot of people, hearing that is always cause for concern because we've seen shit like that in the past, and it never usually ends up well. When you get into bed with a money vampires in Silicon Valley, you get your blood sucked like a tube of fucking Go-Gurt, and it's not pretty. But in Smosh's case, it actually did elevate their content. They were able to produce more, they had other channels, they were producing at a very high rate, and it seemed to be going well because Defy Media was footing the bill, all the way up until Defy Media ceased to exist and got buried 6 feet in the ground. They fucking went tits up quickly and collapsed, which means they were no longer going to be piggy banking the Smosh brand. This, of course, would be a very big headache and a huge problem for Smosh if they no longer had the financial backing of something like a Defy Media because, again, it wasn't something they could reasonably finance themselves, especially now with all the new jobs that Smosh had taken on and all of the new content they were producing. So they threw up the bat signal and a hero answered, and that hero was Rhett and Link. Rhett and Link came in and bought Smosh and footed the bill for Smosh in order to keep producing the content. So that's where Smosh has been for the last half a decade under the Rhett and Link umbrella, and also for the last 6 years, Anthony hasn't been home. In 2017, Anthony announced that he'd be leaving Smosh, citing that the content really wasn't tickling him creatively anymore. He wasn't super passionate about the direction Smosh was going. He felt that sketches were the backbone of Smosh, and he didn't really have the time, nor did Ian, to really produce sketches. Thus, it kind of lost its way, so he wanted to do his own thing on his own elsewhere to pursue his own creative adventures, so that's what he's been doing for the last 6 years. And yesterday, from out of nowhere, it was announced that Ian and Anthony, the band, is back together, and they just bought Smosh. So for the first time in over a decade, they've got Smosh back, and they will be doing more sketch comedy that they were known for back in the day. So I'm extremely curious to see how all of this goes and how Smosh pursues content creation going forward without the backing of huge brands and organizations like Defy Media and Rhett and Link. So very exciting stuff, honestly. Like I said, this isn't something you see often. Now, there's another thing I want to briefly talk about because it's something I've mentioned before that I think is just always very interesting. Smosh has been here since 2005, like I mentioned. All of the other channels from that era, like that 2005, 2006 era, aren't really around anymore. They've either moved on or stopped a very long time ago. Smosh is one of the few channels that really stuck with it, and it's played out very well for them. But this is something that I always find kind of sad. When you are too early to something that you can't actually live off it, right? I talk about this in regards to professional gaming a lot, because when I was growing up, professional gamers like Walshy and Halo 2 and all of that, they existed, but they couldn't make a living off of it. They weren't making the money then that they are today. They were too early to it. They set the table for everyone, but couldn't eat from it. They paved the way, but couldn't actually walk it. And I always find that super fucking sad. To be, inarguably, doing good content, good things, or be at the top level of gaming, like in esports, but just being there a little too early where the money's not there yet and the monetization model's not there yet, so you can't actually live off it, and eventually you have to give up that dream because it's not there yet. You were just ahead of your time. Smosh is a very unusual exception to that, where they were too early. There was no way to monetize their content. It wasn't even something people envisioned for the time. But they just stuck with it for so long out of passion that it eventually, they got there. They eventually were able to make a career out of it, whereas the other big channels from their era, like What the Buck Show is usually the one I always talk about, they were forced to kind of stop because it was an expensive thing to keep doing for getting no money in return. What the Buck Show was a massive channel for its day. That channel was one of the top 5 most sub channels for the longest time, for quite a few years in the early days of YouTube. But by the time there really was monetization and you could actually make some money from YouTube, What the Buck Show had already kind of stopped producing content. And I just find that always very sad. And that's not the only channel. There's plenty of other examples, but that's usually the one I go to because they stayed at like the top 5 most subbed category for a while, but just there wasn't money to be made there yet. So eventually stopped. Whereas Smosh just kept going, and now it's a powerhouse. I know this whole rant and tangent isn't directly related to the topic of the video with Smosh being bought back, but it's something I want to mention because I just do always find it very sad to look back on those massive channels for their day and see that they stopped producing content because they couldn't make a living off it, thus they couldn't keep producing the content. Because it was just too early. Like, it just wasn't there yet. Whereas if those channels existed today, they'd be making an absolute fucking killing. So it's just always sad to see, like, people that were doing incredible stuff, but just doing it ahead of their time. So yeah, I just wanted to at least briefly mention that, even though it's not directly applicable to what we're talking about here. But yeah, anyway, I think this is overall, like, really cool stuff. Like I said, I'm excited to see the direction Smosh goes now. I want to see what they start making now that it's back in the hands of the 2 people who started it. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Everyone knows about Fyre Festival, one of the most catastrophic events that never happened. A giant scam, and creator Billy McFarland went to jail for it, and he still owes victims of it millions of dollars. Fyre Festival was hyped up to be one of the biggest music festivals ever created. It made outrageous claims about, like, the headliners that were performing, bringing in the biggest music artists of all time. Basically, any artist with a pulse that ever cracked the Billboard Top 100 was slated to perform at Fyre Festival. Hey, we've also got a necromancer on staff, and he just revived Elvis Presley, who just committed to performing at Fyre Fest. Get your tickets today, you don't want to miss it. All of the biggest musical stars are going. It's also the most luxurious event ever held. We also turned off gravity so you can float around. Like, it's got everything you could ever want. Get your tickets to Fyre Festival. But then when it was time for the event to happen, it didn't. All of the excited guests were greeted with nothing but a tent and some cheese sandwiches that I think Billy McFarland himself whipped up in his kitchen. Just 2 pieces of Wonder Bread and like a slab of government cheese. Like, that's all it was. It was a huge scam. Everyone lost their ass on it, and it sent Billy McFarland to jail for being a fraudster. But he's been released from jail. And you know what he's doing? Fyre Festival again. He even tried to do a Crypto Island NFT scavenger hunt, but now he's just going back to calling it Fyre Festival too. Fyre Festival organizer and fraudster Billy McFarland announced a ticket drop on Monday for a sequel festival. After teasing the follow-up festival early this year, 100 pre-sale tickets went up for grabs on August 21st for $4.99 apiece. Tickets will continue to increase incrementally, with the last round selling for $7,999 each. For $1,500 or less, you could get 4 VIP tickets to Coachella with accommodations and a ready-to-go Lake El Dorado tent. If anyone buys tickets to this, you deserve to lose your money. You absolutely deserve to get scammed. Legitimately. You 100% deserve it. Those 100 tickets have sold out, according to an email from organizers and McFarland's social media, despite the event having no lineup of artist, exact date, or location. So he literally sold them nothing. He actually sold them nothing. All 100 people that bought this should be investigated. Like, that's criminal levels of stupidity and recklessness. It's been the absolute wildest journey to get here, McFarland said while wearing a white bathrobe, wireless headphones. It all really started during the 7-month stint in solitary confinement. It looks like he learned so much, too. He continued that during his incarceration at Federal Correctional Institution Elkton in Lisbon, Ohio, he wrote a 50-page plan to parlay interest and demand into Fyre into new projects. There was a mention of a new Fyre documentary and a Fyre Broadway music festival. Now there's Fyre Festival 2 slated for the end of 2024, with pop-ups and events across the world.
What's up, guys? This is a big day, because as of right now, Fyre Festival 2 tickets are officially on sale.
Yeah!
It's been
Woo!
the absolute wildest journey to get here, and it really all started during the 7th-month stint in solitary confinement. I wrote out...
Hey, Billy, I'm not your PR guy. I'm not on the board here. Why would you mention solitary confinement? Hey, guys, Fyre Festival 2 is coming out. By the way, I am a convicted criminal. I spent 7 months in solitary confinement. But that's when I went on my spiritual journey and I really found myself. So I'm doing it again.
From around the world together to make the impossible happen, but how I would find the best partners in the world to allow me to be me while executing Fyre's vision to the highest level. You
just shouldn't be you. Like, that's the big problem, is you. You. are the problem. This doesn't inspire confidence, Billy.
Companies to sign a deal to produce Fire Festival, the Broadway musical.
I still think that's such a great idea. He's actually selling nothing now. He's selling imagination. Like, he's selling the idea of things, which is so fucking cool. And people are buying it.
Is coming back to the Caribbean. We are targeting Fire Festival 2 for the end of next year, and in the meantime, we'll be doing pop-ups and events across the world. Guys, this is your chance to get in.
Let's go.
Everything I've been working towards. Let's fucking go.
My man. Who wouldn't want to go? Billy, let me take a peek here. For only $7,999, I can go to a completely make-believe event.
As I'm sure you've heard by now, the tickets sold out really, really fast. And this is definitely going to frustrate a lot of you, but we now have 6,900 people on the wait list for Fire Festival 2. I have gotten emails.
Do you think this guy's ever told the truth about anything in his life?
You're not.
I don't think he's even capable of being honest. Like, he was made in a lab to only tell lies.
However, today we are dropping Fire Festival merch. Here's one of our old hats. And I am picking 5 people who buy merch this week and comping you each 2 tickets to Fire Festival 2. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the hate. Together, you're creating the absolute perfect storm, and I can't wait to give the rest of you a front row seat as I fly right through it. 72 hours.
Is there anyone less honest than Billy McFarland, I wonder? So he made a single hat. I think there's a 0% chance there's merch to buy, and if there is, if you buy it, it should be like some kind of litmus test that immediately identifies you as a potential, like, criminally stupid threat to society. Billy dropping killer deals of $600 a ticket for Fart Festival. Show some goddamn respect. It's $7,999 per ticket. Don't you dare make him sound like a cheapskate. Fire Festival 2 pre-sale the Caribbean December 6, 2024 at 12 p.m. Where's the merch? Ah, here we go. $40 hat, $60 shirt, and... Okay, here. This is looking amazing, actually. Sorry to have not placed my faith in Billy McFarland and his team. And by team, I mean Billy McFarland and his 6 other alter egos. So he's got great options here. The $40 festival hat. This badass shirt. Beautiful hoodie. Hold on just a minute, sports fans. We've got a deal on our hands. $10 says he bought all of his own tickets and will scalp them. No. He didn't buy his own tickets. Are you out of your mind? You think Billy McFarland has ever spent $1 in his life? No. He is literally just lying. They don't have tickets. They don't have anything. There is nothing. He is making shit up. That's all it is. It's imagination. It's SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. That's Billy McFarland's brain. That's his whole life. It's all make-believe. There is nothing real about this. Or him. Did you hear God might be real? Yeah, and his name's Billy McFarland. This guy is making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling nothing. Actually nothing. He has legitimately made so much money selling nothing. Isn't that one guy that made the festival where the only food was some random-ass sandwiches? Yeah, among many other things, yes. Fire Festival is still to date probably the most disastrous event ever attempted. Hypothetically, if it was legit, would you buy a ticket? Man, no. Shit, no, I still wouldn't. Absolutely not. I still think DashCon and Tana Mojo's events tie for worst event. I don't know, man. At least with TanaCon, I can't even think of a single positive. At least with DashCon, some people had fun. The ones that were like ejaculating into the pool. That's DashCon, right? Or the ball pit. The ones that were coming in the ball pit. Fire Festival, no one had fun. It was just a scam top to bottom. I decided to look up who's actually buying these tickets and why, and it's pretty much what I expected. It's a lot of people doing it for the meme, and also a lot of people that for some reason are so delusional they think there's a chance that it might happen, and that's worth spending this crazy amount of money on it. But here, this is a couple that proudly is talking about how they spent nearly $550 each to be among the first buyers of Fire Festival 2. And they said, if anything, it'll just be a really cool vacation. Our main concern is that we don't know if big headliners will be willing to, take the risk to be in something so controversial. We're going to stay optimistic, but we're going to expect that there may be some cheese sandwiches. Why? You know what else would be a really cool vacation? Taking a really cool vacation that doesn't cost thousands of dollars that you give to a scammer who's just taking advantage of your stupidity. Like, I know you've seen the footage of the last Fire Festival. What about that screamed really cool vacation? You went to just the middle of nothing and had a tent and a cheese sandwich. What's cool about that? I guess just the bragging right to say that you went to the Fire Festival sequel and still got nothing. So maybe you get like 5 extra likes on your Instagram post whining about it. It's your fault and it's a stupid thought process. No one is going to be headlining Fire Festival 2. I'll tell you right now. There's nothing to be optimistic about. It is not happening. Billy McFarland is a scammer. He is legitimately, evolutionarily designed to just lie, make shit up, and exploit stupid people for money. That's it. There's no chance that this happens this time around. And it's not like while he's been in prison, he's somehow learned how to throw the Fire Festival 2 properly. It's not like he got better connections while in the slammer. So it's going to be even less possible than it was the first time around. Silly Billy still owes $26 million to victims of his first scam and has no actual plan of paying that back. This is a desperate attempt to get a very quick infusion of cash in another imaginary festival to repay the first batch of suckers that bought into it. And let's not forget, this is already the second time since being released from jail that he's cooked up a fucking festival. He tried to do Pirate last time. I made a whole video on that. He tried to do an NFT scavenger hunt island vacation called Pirate, which he has now apparently wiped his ass with. So he's already canceled one of his imaginary events after trying to get money from it, and now he's doing it again with Fire Festival 2, but this time around, for some reason, people like this couple are spending money on it. It's pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic. He's also still considered a fugitive in the Bahamas. Like, no one is going to work with this guy. Absolutely nobody. So how could there even be a single thing to be optimistic about with Fire Festival 2? What you have done is just help a desperate scammer try and repay victims of his scam from the past. At that point, just donate to his GoFundMe, I guess. Why buy his Fire Festival 2 make-believe tickets? Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. So yeah, I just had to talk about this. That's about it. See ya.
1,000 years ago, humankind ruled the earth. Even in their failings, they prospered across the planet. But that would all change in the blink of an eye. We called it the Calamity. Those who persevered beyond the impact never truly survived. The mutations made them something more than human. It drove them mad. Those closest to the Calamity were transformed completely. Known as plagues, their overwhelming power leaves all helpless as they seek to dominate our world. The worst of them were born where nothing had the right to survive. Terrifying beings known to us as the Great Plagues. 8 in total spread themselves across the planet, each ruling their own territory. Without mercy, they shaped our world. And yet there was one that not a soul dare speak of. Born at the very center of the impact. A plague far different than all the others. He bore the strongest curse of them all. An insatiable hunger to devour the other 8. The Plague Seeker.
The word influencer is without a doubt one of the worst terms we've ever widely adopted. It is just such a yucky term, but there's a way of making it even worse if you put the word mom in front of it. Mom influencer, upon just hearing that, induces nausea. It's like a real brown note. For those that don't know, the brown note is a legendary myth in music. It's basically a forbidden jutsu, but for sound. Fundamentally, it boils down to a frequency that, when exposed to a person, causes them to void their bowels, causes fecal incontinence. So you shit your pants when you hear the brown note and you have no control over it. The term mom influencer does something similar, but instead of just pooping your britches, you get sick. I think there's nothing wrong with mothers making internet content on, parenthood or educational content on what it's like to be a mom. That's all great, that's wholesome. But then there's a step too far into lunacy where you cross into the dark side of the force here. And that's mom influencers that use their children like props for them in their videos for their own online fame and clout. I feel like those kind of parents don't care about their children at all. They're just living vicariously through them in order to fulfill something in their life that they were unable to do on their own. So now they use their children for that online, brownie point shit and attention. And that's what we're talking about today, with one mom influencer in particular. Her name's Katie, and a couple years ago she made a viral video about how her children were nearly kidnapped outside of a Michael's. And boy howdy, would you believe it, it turns out it was a load of baloney. She made it all up for internet clout. But this also came at the expense of two actual people here that she accused of being the ones to try and kidnap her kids, and she did report it to the police. So not only did she fabricate the story, she nearly had two innocent people fucked for life for this. So it is downright evil and degenerate. And now, it's a few years later, she has been convicted for lying about this. Her sentencing is upcoming, but it's very nice to see justice finally being served. It's a little upsetting it's taken so long, but you know what, we're here. Now let's get you caught up on the story because it's a wild one.
This morning, a popular social media influencer who falsely accused a couple of trying to kidnap her children, now convicted of lying about the whole ordeal.
Monday of this week, my children were the targets of attempted kidnap.
This is the face of a fib. She's not being truthful. She now owes a quarter into the lie jar, and that jar's gonna be filled to the brim after this case, cause she's a fucking liar. So, Katie went on Instagram, made this story accusing two random people in a Michael's store she was at of trying to kidnap her kids outside of Michael's.
And I want to share that story with you in an effort to raise awareness as to what signs to look for.
The whole idea behind all of this is so silly. Hey guys, my kids were almost kidnapped. Now let me tell you what I learned about this experience. Make sure to slap that like button for more kidnapping avoidance tutorials, and stay tuned next week where I throw my kids into a coal mine and we see what happens to their lungs so I can give you educational content on how to avoid children in coal mines. Like, what do you mean signs to look out for in the case here of the kidnapping outside of Michael's? What? Giant trench coat? If there's a couple with a huge trench coat and they're stuffing kids inside of there, big red flag. And watch out for the stork coming through and grabbing your kids with their big fucking talons. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now, of course, there could be real advice you could give to somebody on, like, signs to look out for creepy people that might be up to no good. Like, hey, maybe if these people are stalking you throughout Michael's and following you to your car, then maybe you should alert people around you, that kind of thing. Or just making people aware, like, there's nothing wrong with involving outsiders if you feel like you're in a situation that could be potentially dangerous. That's all fine advice. But it's not the advice she's aiming to give here. She even says that, parents are too preoccupied with making sure their kids are masked up that they no longer look at them, so it just leaves an opportunity for a stranger to come in and fucking steal the stroller out from under their nose or something. Like, at least alludes to that. Keep in mind, this was a few years ago during the height of the pandemic, so masks were a huge talking point. So she makes, like, the point she's making about, like, signs to look out for are basically just, like, open your eyes. She's basically just telling people to be a parent. It's ridiculous. It's the story she tells here offers no good insight on things to be aware of unless you're an absolute fucking oblivious idiot to everything around you. Like, these are all things people would absolutely notice and be uncomfortable with the same way she is in the video. Of course, it's all made up at the end of the day, but still, like, the whole purpose behind it and the message she tried to get across makes no sense. It's so laughable. Found the full video. It's like 15 minutes long. and it is one of the most descriptive things I've ever listened to for a completely make-believe story. She talks about this story like she's in a creative writing course and giving a presentation in front of the class for a piece of fiction that she wrote. It's outrageous the amount of detail she goes into, like when she's getting to the climax of everything where the stroller was almost snatched and her children abducted. She's talking about like they took 2 steps forward, but then 3 steps back. They did the hokey pokey and they turned themselves around. You know, I saw the fear wash over me. I could feel it. My pupils were dilating as this absolute menace, this villain, was approaching me with ill intent and malicious aura surrounding them, like a bat out of hell. It's outrageous. It is all completely fucking fanfic make-believe.
Falsely claiming that strangers tried to kidnap her 2 young children on December 7th, 2020, outside the Petaluma, California Michaels store. The Sonoma County DA's office says the videos were posted about a week after Sorensen reported the supposed kidnapping attempt to police.
So what's wild is she didn't just make this story up for the sake of Instagram views and likes. She did report this incident to the police, who pretty quickly were able to dismiss it as a bunch of fucking hoo-ha. They immediately really realized that the events she was describing on Instagram were completely different than the events that she had described to the authorities. It was wildly different. And after talking to the couple in the clip you saw there, that photo of the couple, after talking with them, they realized that there's no evidence at all. There's no witnesses. There's nothing to corroborate anything that Katie was ever saying. Which is weird because in Katie's story on Instagram, she even talks about like some fucking vigilante, a hero that was there to come and help her out and save the day, really. So it's weird that there wouldn't be any witnesses to confirm any of this happened. So all of it is just so scummy and baffling that she would do something like this for the sake of internet clout. Because she didn't just go home and make this video. She did report this to the police. Why? Why go that step forward? I guess in case people would call her out on it, she'd be able to pull up a police report or something, but she should have known that they would have gotten to the bottom of this and realized that it was all a lie. And reporting a false crime is a crime. You can't do that. You can't just knowingly make some shit up and then report it to authorities and then potentially ruin the lives of the people that you are falsely accusing. That's just downright evil.
In the video, Sorensen described a number of details about the alleged incident that hadn't been disclosed to police. The accused couple, Sadie and Eddie Martinez, say they actually recognized themselves in this photo and came forward to deny Sorensen's claims.
She wanted a stronger following. She was looking for, content for her fame and her income. And at our expense.
I think they're absolutely correct. I think the main motivator behind all of this was just that internet attention. A little fucking clout goblin was born on this day, and it did work for however brief a time. Katie did receive a lot of love, got a lot of new followers on Instagram, had a huge outpouring of just well wishes from the community for such a traumatic experience and her bravery for sharing it and all of that. And she did build a big following from all of this at their expense, but her house of cards has now come crumbling down clearly, and there were already signs that this was very fishy even a few years ago where authorities were like, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo, this isn't real, there's something goofy afoot here. So this has been a long time in the oven here cooking, and now we've reached the point where she doesn't have that following anymore. She lost some of her most avid supporters, clearly, because you can't really support someone that does something like this. So now the only thing she has is potentially 6 months in the slammer for this.
Sorensen's attorney maintains his client did not lie to police.
She misperceived and misunderstood a series of random events which were occurring around her and made a honest report to the police on December 7th.
That man looks fearful for his life right there. I don't know what's going on, if he's some kind of like prototype android that's having a hard time expressing emotion, or if Katie's threatening him with some kind of wild accusations and he's feeling the pressure. That man was robotic. But basically the defense is, Katie was too fucking stupid to understand what was happening, so she ended up just making a report that is completely not grounded in reality at all. And we're very sorry that she's so dumb. So they're just playing the she's an absolute idiot card, which I guess is becoming a very popular defense. There's a difference between being stupid and being dangerously stupid. If you're the kind of person that's so fucking dumb that you start making false reports and accusing innocent people of heinous crimes, that's still not excusable. You can't just write it off as, they're just a quirky weirdo that's dumb. You can't do that. They still need to face punishment for that. So even if the guy here is correct in that she just misperceived everything, she still needs to be punished for falsely accusing this couple of things that just didn't happen.
Her attorney adding that it was when Sorensen reviewed the evidence that she realized she was wrong.
I don't think she had any understanding of how this would spread and the impact it would cause.
But some legal experts say this verdict is about accountability.
This is a woman who lied for clicks at the expense of a couple in California who wrongly accused them of a very serious crime.
I agree. Katie does need to be held accountable for what she's done here. I personally think this wasn't just some like, oops-a-daisy, I'm so dumb moment, I misunderstood everything that happened and made up an entire story around it, silly me. I really think this was a calculated content play where she knew a video like this would garner a lot of support. Because, obviously, who doesn't want to rally behind a mother who went through a traumatic experience but came out okay and is using that as an opportunity to try and educate people in her community to be better prepared for scary things like that in the future. She probably knew that this video would go Insano style on views and engagement, so she went for it. And man, what a terrible idea it was. I don't buy the whole narrative that she's just a bumbling fucking idiot who just misunderstood everything. I think that's a load of hogwash. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this story because it's a weird one. That's about it. So, yeah. When you think of YouTuber-made movies, you no doubt think of extremely high-quality productions that stand the test of time, like Logan Paul's Airplane Mode, or the classics like Fine Bros F the Prom, and I absolutely need to mention the masterpiece Fred trilogy. Fred 1, 2, and 3 is the only cinematic marvel that can even potentially rival the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That's always a debate more heated than bone-in versus boneless wings. Which is better, the Fred trilogy or Lord of the Rings? Now I'm gonna go ahead and drop the sarcasm for a moment. Everyone knows YouTuber movies are absolutely fucking horrendous, downright criminal, basically a violation of the Geneva Convention being subject to a YouTuber movie. But what if I told you that two YouTubers just did the unthinkable, the impossible? They defied our very understanding of science as we know it. They delivered. They made a really good movie. Would you even believe me? You're probably thinking that I'm a lunatic that's taking crazy pills right now, even suggesting that a YouTube group could make a good film. But it's the truth. Danny and Michael Filippo of the very popular channel Raka Raka just made a horror film called Talk to Me, and it's actually good. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with their work. They have a ton of huge videos, absolute bangers, like the whole Ronald McDonald saga. And one thing that they've been known for is extremely over-the-top violence and, like, really good action sequences, especially for being a YouTube channel. Their action goes hard. And I'm happy to say all of that talent that they've demonstrated over the many years they've been on YouTube translated to the big screen beautifully. It was really cool to see what they were able to do with a bigger budget. So I really wanted to do just a pseudo moist meter here on the film. Most of you know I love horror movies. Not because I think it's a strong genre with a lot of really good movies in it. In fact, quite the opposite. I love horror movies because there's almost never a single good thing about them. It is just a bunch of fucking schlock that is pumped through the worst ideas ever. I love horror movies because most of the time they are fun bad. There is a never-ending supply of trash being added to the horror dumpster, and all of it makes me giggle and spit up like a little baby and clap my hands because it's so fun bad. I can count every good horror movie I've ever seen on one hand. My left hand, I can count every single high-quality horror film I've ever watched. Until now. I'm happy to say Talk to Me now enters that very exclusive list, meaning I need two hands now in order to convey how many good horror movies I've ever seen in my life. So let's get into it. Now, the narrative revolves around this creepy ceramic hand and a group of kids who keep throwing parties using this hand as like a wacky event type deal. So what you do is you light a candle, opening the door as they call it, and then someone grabs the hand, and while they're grabbing the hand, they say, "Talk to me." And then once they do that, they can communicate with people from the other side, trapped in a limbo. Basically, they can communicate with dead people. And they go a step forward where they invite the dead people into their body to communicate with everybody else and give everyone a bit of a spook and a scare. But they only go for about 90 seconds, and then they just take their hand, or someone else in the party takes their hand and separates it from the ceramic one, and that breaks the connection. They blow out the candle, and the visitor is kicked out of the house. Fundamentally, that's how it works. So that's the whole concept. You grab the hand, you invite them into your body, and they start working you like a fucking puppet. Like that guy out of the first Men in Black movie, the little alien in the guy's head pulling all the levers and says Orion's belt. That's fundamentally what happens in this film with the spirits. So eventually, this concept expands where they keep throwing these parties because they really like communicating with the dead. It becomes intoxicating to them. They really love having their fucking bodies piloted like a Gundam. And that leads to a lot of problems where now the spirit doesn't want to leave, and the spirit's pretty aggressive because one of the core things they establish that if you go longer than 90 seconds, the spirit gets a little rowdy and doesn't really want to get kicked out anymore. And what they really want to do is kill the host, because if they can kill the host, they get to keep them. So it then becomes a battle of them versus the spirit realm. And it's really well done. Now, conceptually, I don't think it's the most unique thing ever. I haven't exactly seen like the whole hand concept done or anything, but there's something very similar in a movie called Flatliners, where they get addicted to basically killing themselves and bringing themselves back to life, so they stay dead for like a really short period of time, so they can see into the afterlife for a little while. And then eventually that leads to the afterlife coming, out from the after and just into the life now. And that's very similar to how this movie works as well with the spirits. So I think conceptually it's not like the wildest thing. They're not trying to reinvent the horror movie wheel. They're just doing it better than most horror movies that have come before them. Hereditary is an example of what I think is probably the best modern horror movie ever made. And Hereditary completely changed how I perceived horror movies. It went for a very unnerving, tension-building approach that never really lets off the creepiness until the very end. I still think the last 10 minutes of Hereditary is tragic with the direction that it goes, but everything up until then I think is just unlike any other horror movie I've ever seen. I don't feel that way about Talk to Me, but everything I see here is the best version of normal horror movie approaches. They take what most horror movies fail to do and succeed. It also really helps that the acting in here is very good. Horror is known for really campy, shitty, phoned-in acting, basically where good acting goes to die, but not this movie. I was really surprised with how well everyone played their roles. All of the characters were very well done, especially the lead. The main character here I thought did an extraordinary job. She was also great at doing something that I feel most horror movie actors and actresses are bad at, which is being creepy when you need to be. So like when the ghosts are inside of her body, she's able to be creepy without it being cringe, where most of the time a lot of actors aren't able to do that. It just falls flat and gets into goofy territory where you're watching the actor or actress try and be like unnerving, but they just can't do it well. She nails it. She's able to be like sad and vulnerable and happy and outgoing and charismatic, and then also flip the switch to be like really like scary when she needs to be. It like absolutely crushed it. Really everybody in the film did. So what I think is the most impressive thing about this film, and what I really didn't expect, especially given how violent and gory Raka Raka's work is on YouTube, is that they didn't just go for like gross out gore to shock you and scare you. There is gore here, of course, don't misunderstand me, but it's actually used in a really great context where it doesn't feel like it's just yucky for the sake of being yucky, like, oh, look at all those blood and guts. It always makes sense in this film to the point where like it's actually used effectively as opposed to just like a cop-out like, gore, be frightened. It's really well done. Like it's not just guts everywhere all the time. It's used sporadically. When it's used, it's very well placed and very well framed with the narrative context that it's given. And I just thought they nailed that because their main approach to horror isn't just gore. And I'm happy to say it's not just jump scares. I think there's only like maybe 1 or 2 jump scares in here at all, which is a very, very normal thing for horror movies to fall into, is just, you know, fall back on a jump scare because people are gonna, you know, throw popcorn up in the air and they get startled and they'll say like, damn, that was so scary because it made loud noises so many times, which is just a very lame thing. I actually don't mind horror movie jump scares, full disclosure, because they're lame. Like, I think they are a fun, bad element to horror films that usually make me laugh, but I think if you're gonna use jump scares as your primary horror tool, you're pretty trash at making a scary movie. And I'm happy to say they don't. Talk to Me does not rely on jump scares. It does what all horror movies should focus on: anxiety, unnerving you, building tension, being creepy, but not overtly where it's trying hard to show you creepy things like blood and gore and whatever. Like, it's very good about subtly building up all of this tension, all of this anxiety, and letting things really linger. Like, I thought quite a few times in the beginning this was leading to a jump scare in order to break the tension, but it never does. It just keeps it going, which is great. Now, I will say they do, however, have a couple of, you know, ghostly spirits in here that are very clearly supposed to be, like, creepy looking, and I think those don't look amazing. I don't think they look bad, don't get me wrong, but there's, like, a really silly scene involving one of them crawling around on the floor and then sucking some toes, and I was like, damn, that was not scary. That was just really goofy. This fucking ghost bride toad demon crawls around on the floor and then just starts sucking on one of the character's tootsies. Like, it made me laugh, but I don't know if that was the intention of the scene, because the context of that scene is not like ha-ha moment. It's like scream time. Like, shit's popping off. So that, I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding and it is supposed to be like a silly scene, but that's just one of those moments where I was like, I think this didn't land the way it was supposed to. It's very rare in this film, but there are a couple of instances like that. But I don't think that it is like overall detrimental to the overall product, because I think for the most part, everything they do here, everything they set out to do rather, they nailed. They fucking hit a home run here. And they actually just did a pretty good job of just being disturbing. I was really invested in the film. So I think it's a banger. I'd give it probably like a comfortable 80, maybe even like an 85% on the moist meter. So yeah, they did the impossible. This was their directorial debut, and they're YouTubers, and they're doing a horror film. They had so many things working against them, and yet they overcame the odds and delivered a banger. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. No shot. Amnesia the Bunker speedrun in 137. No, what? There's no way the game's this short. Amnesia does have some cool speed tech, like the previous ones, so I'm curious what they found for this to make it so short. This is a full game, right?
Logging into the...
Okay, I'm speedrunning it. That's perfect. I don't think there's any shot I break the world record, but getting a sub 2 minute is my goal. I'll go for sub 2 minute. As an Amnesia fan, I'm excited to see someone play this on stream. Brother, I got bad news for you. You're gonna see about 2 minutes of the game. I'm speedrunning. But you can get excited for that. The regrab glitch from Soma and Amnesia speedruns are back, which means we can use props to both fly through the air and clip. Regrab. Do I like spam regrab or... Yeah. Okay, I see. And then it was come around here. And then drop down right here. Yep, nailed it. Bang! Whoa! No, wrong. Wait, it's right. It's just my load time is much better than his, I guess. Fucking gamer mode! I wonder if the angle of the box matters. Nope, doesn't seem to. Alright, looking pretty good. All the neurons in my noodle are firing now. Well, you know, hey, is what it is sometimes. Okay, now it's the shovel. Oh, a damage boost too. Probably not gonna get that. It's like they wanted you to... Maybe this is like the canon way, like the actual way of completing this is using this. They put the shovel there for a reason. It also doesn't seem like he's dropping it. It seems like he's just straight up prop surfing. We got a big problem. Oh my god. Please, no! I've come so far. Don't do this to me.
Over the wall on my channel. That you can
Okay, so I get it. You lock it with the grab regrab.
Double click it, jump once, and then start sprinting and moving the mouse up a little bit.
Okay, so it's like a witch on her broom. Okay, that's... See, now I understand. Where's my shovel? There's no way he destroyed my shovel, right? Man, he is not really committed to this chase at all. Oh! I knew you didn't destroy them all! Let me out. Let me the fuck out. Alright. Welcome to the wizarding oh my god, no. No! It's stuck! Fuck! Why? My Nimbus 3000, please, no! How did this happen? Shit. Oh, you know what it is? The shovel might be the only thing long enough. Because now I'm flying straight to heaven, but I'm gonna fall the second I try and sprint with it. But I'm going for it! Never mind, I'm nuts. Look at that audible! No shovel, no problem. Easy game. I'm out. Bang. The absolute speedrunning king takes his throne yet again. Let's go. Alright, alright. If I hit this wall clip first try, I'm going for world record. Okay, that's when I buckle down and I start sweating. You won't get a peep out of me. It'll be full focus. That was clean. I'm already looking dangerous on this route. Hang on to your hats, sailors. Oh, baby. Oh, and a good wiggle too? Damage boost inbound? Nope. Didn't get that, but that's alright. Check out this broom. Shovel broom time. Oh god, I missed it. Oh god, don't come this way, don't come this way. I'm trying to fly! No, no! Son of a bitch! I'm not letting you take this shovel from me. I can still make it. God, the prop surfing is a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Do I not hold it? There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go! There we go, baby! I'm going! Hey, we take those. Sub 3 on my first timed run, we take those. Bang. Little Wingardium Leviosa. Alright. Time to run it. Oh my god, I'm getting so clean. That is disgusting how clean I'm getting already. And I'm new. I'm new here. Oh, shit. It shows. Big wiggle, big wiggle, big wiggle. Come on. Oh, no, don't do me like this, thank you. Good wiggle, we'll take it. I can still get PB. I can still PB. I just need big shovel damage boost. Not quite. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Tell your friends. Woo! Now imagine I didn't suck a fat asshole in the beginning of that run. We would have been looking at a sub 2 on my 3rd attempt. 3 runs deep, only 2 completed timed runs. Went from a, what was it, 243 already down to a 212? Oh my god. I'm a fucking speedrunning weapon. I'm like the Manhattan Project, but instead of creating the nuclear bomb, they created the best goddamn speedrunner gaming's ever seen. Lord. Let's go, let's go, let's go! I'm feeling real confident on this one. I don't know, I've got that world record butterflies in my tummy right now. They're calling out to me. Actual chance. Actual fucking chance. Oh! Oh, perfect wiggle! Perfect wiggle! World record pace, please! Hip! Oh, that's where it dies. Oh well. PB! PB! No! It's turning! Take it slow. Just take it slow. Take it slow. It's you and me, baby. It's you and me. It's you and me. What are you doing? No, 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 God, no, no. No, this. Yeah, that was the problem. I was just standing too far back. But now I've identified the issue. So now, I can take it. I can reach out and take it. Sub 2 minutes is mine. I got a little I got a little lost in there, but we're fine. That was a bit of a time loss. I'll keep it real. But we can recover. We can recover these. Buckle down. Good wiggle, good wiggle, good wiggle. We take those. Boost off the slope. Right foot, don't forget it. Boost! Nope. It's alright. Keep your head in the game. Remember what coach told you. Remember what coach told you. Don't forget his wise words. Remember what he said. He said, it's your time, Charles. He said, it's your time. You get in there, and you take that world record. You son of a bitch. You make me sick. Oh, God, why? Please. No, sub 2. It's slipping. It's slipping. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. I was created in a fucking lab. Sub 2 in less than 10 tries. Let's get it. I really nursed the shovel flying. I didn't want to chance anything. So we had the training wheels on. Next time, fully unchained. Here it comes. I'm feeling real nice. Fingies warmed up. Muscle memory locked and loaded. This might even just be straight up world record. I just can't be a pussy when it comes to the shovel flying. I walked pretty much the whole way there, and I can't afford to do that. Not in the big leagues like this. Not in this Thunderdome. So that's the last time you'll see that. Now it's full throttle. Mm-hmm. It's like clockwork. An absolute machine. I was born for one purpose, and that was to get world records. In game... Oh, I'm stuck! Need a big wiggle. Need a big wiggle. Oh, we're at... Oh, boy. Not a big wiggle. I didn't get it. I can still save time with a good shovel. Damn it. And I keep getting that stun animation there. Not even worth finishing. Okay, that's alright. It's gotta be a perfect run, so I'm cutting as many corners as I can here to shave some milliseconds off. It's a game of inches. So I'm not upset about losing a run to that. I tried to do a crazy little strat there and it didn't pan out. It happens. You can't sweat the small stuff. Okay. Kinda gushing grannied that one. I played it very slow, but that's alright. Perfect fucking wiggle. Holy shit. If I hit this ramp, we might have a little something special on our hands. Alright, it's not that special. We might have a PB on our hands. It's a fucking PB, baby. Comfortable sub 2 minutes. If I had hit that ramp right there, the boost... Oh. If I had hit that boost, actually would have been nuts. No, that was full sprint with the shovel. That was pushing her to her limits there. Trust me, I wasn't granny shifting. I was double clutching like I should. Fucking lucky I didn't blow the welds off the intake. There we go. That's very clean. That's very, very clean. That's like actual world record pace. If I get insta-wiggle, we go hog wild. Insta-wiggle, time to go hog wild. Boost, give it to me. I think we're a little behind world record pace though. Don't think I got it, so no shot on world record. Come on, man. What are you doing? Why are you so slow? Ugh. Wasn't gonna be world record anyway, but a little sad finale there. Damn. Everything else was looking good, too. Damn. What a shame. The shovel was a little slow. Sub 150, it is what it is. I'm not proud of that, though. Professor Utonio made me out of, like, all of the gamer genes combined into one amazing concoction. Like, that's nothing. I'm capable of so much more. It is disgusting how good I've got at the intro. This time I did start the timer pretty close to the right spot, so I am actually just crazy ahead. That's pretty spicy. Not the best wiggle, but it's also just not bad. And the boost! Wait a minute! Hold your horses, sports fans. Oh no. A bit of a slow shovel. I'm just missing it! Oh, that was actually so close. If I had hit shovel first try, that would have been a competitive world record run. Oh, that was so fucking close. Oh, son of a bitch! I dialed into the gamer's twilight zone there for a moment. I was in the upside down. Did my eyes roll in the back of my skull during that one? I was in a trance. Flow state. And then I fucked it up on shovel. If I had hit shovel first try, I might have had like a 142-ish. Very good run, though. That was a very good run. A little sloppy wiggle, sloppy shovel, but they weren't too bad. Hey, welcome back to another happy news segment, amazing news. We're basically the frown elimination force here to assassinate your bad mood with positive stuff. I'm joined, of course, by Matt, bubbly as ever.
Yep, great to be here, Chuck. I was just telling him before the show, while looking through the news, there was so much negativity that I'm happy to have a segment where we can bring you smiles and laughter and have your, as Aaron would say, mouth grinning ear to ear.
Amen, Matt. The first story is one that's actually kind of controversial, but not really. It's about a man named Brian Johnson. He's a tech multi-millionaire. He sold one of his companies a while back for like 800 million, just absolute oodles of doubloons. And since then, he's dedicated his life and all of his money to trying to find the cure to aging. So he recently went through a multi-generational blood transmission, or tri-generational blood swapping treatment. So basically taking his teenage son's plasma, taking his plasma, and then getting his dad as well, and they just kept swapping blood back and forth. And he's got a whole team of doctors with him that are constantly monitoring him. He calls himself the most monitored man on the planet. His research is super interesting, albeit a little divisive, because he's a bit of an oddball. He's a wacky kind of guy. He's got some interesting theories.
He's quirky.
He's very quirky.
He's a quirky guy.
But overall, I think it's a net positive thing that he's spending, I think, over $2 million a year researching anti-aging methods, as well as all kinds of cutting-edge science and treatments, just to see what works. He's trying to pursue the fountain of youth.
Yeah, weird parts, but I agree. He's doing good as long as he shares the research.
Yeah, and he's got a company that apparently posts everything that he learns and discovers for free for people to access.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So that's pretty cool if that's true.
Yep.
He could be lying, though.
He could.
I don't know him personally.
All of this could be a lie. I don't know the doctors.
He could be like an actual fucking vampire.
Yeah, I do think he looks like a vampire. That's what I was saying. Yeah. A humane society in Kansas set out with a goal to raise $2,000 for things like vaccinations, food, and microchipping for their animals, and they did it in a very unique way. They took a note from everybody selling feet pics and making millions of dollars online, and they promised for every $100 donated, they would post feet pics or toe bean pics of their animals, like their cats, dogs, and a few other exotic animals. This crushed their initial goal of $2,000. They raised $8,000 by the end of it, and we got pictures of falcon feet, cat feet, dog paws, penguin feet, everything you could want is there, and the internet's losing their minds over it. So overall, it was a huge success, and they ended up raising more than they ever set out to.
Yeah, it sounds super adorable. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, and take a look at a few of the pictures of the feet that you could buy.
Oh, they're still selling it? It wasn't like a one-time
I don't
thing?
know, that you could have bought. Look at the feet. There you go.
Now it's time to drag you kicking and screaming into the future. A cyclist named Gert van Oskum suffered an accident 12 years ago that left him paralyzed, but thanks to advancements in modern medical technology, he's been able to start to walk again thanks to the brain-spine interface, the BSI, which has remained stable for a year, allowing Gert-Jan Oscom to stand, walk, climb stairs, and traverse complex terrains, according to a study published Wednesday in the journal Nature. In the latest study, the research team restored communication between Oscom's brain and spinal cord with a digital bridge. Oscom participated in 40 sessions of neural rehabilitation throughout the study, and he said he's now able to walk at least 100 meters or more at once, depending on the day. Now, according to one of the researchers at the Institute, they said, "We've captured the thoughts of Gert-Jan Oscom and translated these thoughts into a stimulation of the spinal cord to reestablish voluntary movements." That's fucking awesome.
What it sounded like when I was reading through it is literally like that digital bridge. It's like they've got one part in the brain and one part in the spine talking to each other and like controlling its movements.
Well, Chase said it best. It really does sound like what Doc Ock made in Spider-Man 2.
But yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy tech, and it does say that the next step is to miniaturize the hardware so that it can be more functional like throughout the day. But that's crazy results.
Yeah, it's huge.
And I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, congratulations to the research team out there, and that's awesome for Gert-Jan Oscom as well. It's amazing. Here's a story to make you go, aw. Platypus population was thought to have been vanquished due to a chemical spill, but they've now been relocated to the Royal National Park in Sydney. It's been about 50 years since they thought they had left, disappeared, but now they're home, baby. They're bringing it back.
And I'm glad they are.
We're all glad they are.
So yeah, now you can watch this little video of them being released back into the water of their Sydney Royal National Park.
Welcome home, little guy.
That's actually adorable.
Yeah, it's super cute.
I love the video. It was just him scurrying and he disappeared forever. Oh.
Look how excited he is.
I would be too if I was stuck in a waterway for 60 years.
50 years.
50 years. I don't know that I've ever seen a platypus before.
I've only seen it in cartoons.
Yeah, I've seen Perry. So summer's here. I've been feeling the heat. How about you?
Oh, yeah.
It's been rough, but you know one thing you're not going to have to worry about anymore? Shark attacks. A sophisticated app has used artificial intelligence to help forecast shark attacks and where they're going to happen with an 89% accuracy rating. All right, so the risk of a shark attack is 1 in every 3.7 million swimmers, which I will say is even better news than this app being made. You basically have nothing to worry about. So you have zero reason to be scared of shark attacks. And this app is going to help you have even less of a reason. And on top of that, the project is crowdfunded and sending portions of profits, I think it's 5% of profits, to ocean cleanup efforts. But yeah, I really do think the biggest takeaway from this story, that's a great use of AI amidst all the bad horror stories coming out.
I do wonder if that's like shark attack deaths or just general shark attacks.
Doesn't that seem really low?
Because that does seem shockingly low. I know it's rare to get attacked by a shark, but I mean...
But no, I would still say that is wonderful news.
That they're not common.
Yeah, very uncommon. Great work with the AI. Finally, somebody's using it for something other than like porn and stealing artwork.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I think sharks are more afraid of you than you are of them.
I'd have to agree with that.
Or that could be alligators, one of the two.
Do we?
We're going off book
I'm
here.
ready.
We're going rogue. I watched a video about a man who got his arm ripped off by an alligator after peeing into a lake behind a bar a couple days ago. And there just happened to be like a couple of good Samaritans around there that administered like a tourniquet. One of them just had like a rubber tourniquet that he like pulled out of his magic bag of tricks. So he was able to like stop the bleeding, which obviously saved his life. Medical professionals came, saved him. And then they interviewed him the following day. He's like, yeah, I don't remember anything, but you know, I lost an arm, but I still got my life, which is cool.
The image popping in my head, because I'm assuming the way you explained it, it's like bar, lake behind the bar, so he's peeing. An alligator snuck up on him.
Yeah, no, like it was,
and took off his arm.
That was Sam Fisher of that pond for sure. He said like he lost his balance and fell in, and then the next thing he knew, he was waking up in that hospital bed.
Okay, so maybe he fell in, and that's when he
that must have been.
It didn't like Pink Panther up to him and
no,
pop
I don't
it right
think so.
off.
But the good news is that he's been very high spirits. The right people were there in order to tourniquet him and save him. So yeah, that's good news. We have another great news segment for you. Burger King just released a Spider-Man burger, and other good news, a lot of Burger Kings recently shut down. So that's something to celebrate.
A lot of them.
A lot of Burger
that
Kings.
is, I mean, think of the hearts of the human population. They're all getting healthier. And what's this? We go live now to our field reporter, Aaron, who's live on the scene.
Putting his life on the line?
Yeah, gosh.
Hey Patriots, I'm here at Burger King. I'm trying out the all-new Spider-Verse Whopper that I've heard so much about. I know typically for these sorts of things, you just fucking get them how they come, however they want it. I was not gonna let Burger King do that to me. The last thing I was gonna do is put a Burger King vegetable in my body. This is more of a wake than it is like a food review. It's like a funeral procession for the palate more than anything. I just finished a nice workout and I'm sitting here in my fucking blistering hot car. There's nothing here on this planet I would have wanted to put less in my body than this bad boy right here. This shit tastes like actual dog ass. It doesn't even want to stay in the bun. It's hatching like escape. If I hold it like this, it's hatching escape plants as we speak. As far as Burger King goes, that wasn't the worst. It's still a bad burger. It's still I didn't want it in my body. My body doesn't like it. But overall, pretty fucking good burg for Burger King. I find it hard to fathom that Sony Pictures couldn't have found a better restaurant for this.
Well, no surprise from Burger King on the quality of that burger there. I'm just happy to hear it's not the worst thing they've ever made, or we would have needed a coffin for Aaron.
Yeah, and that's a sweaty guy, let me tell you.
That is a hot, he's taking the hot car challenge.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, welcome to Chelsea's Cute Creature Corner.
This is Thadine.
Hey.
Oh, she's mic'd up, you're fine.
Oh, she's like made out of chrome.
Yeah, so this is Thadine. She is a rosy boa, which is one of the two boas that are native to the U.S., the other one being the rubber boa, and both of those boas are found in the western part of the U.S. and Baja California, Mexico.
Nice.
She is considered a coastal boa because of her, or rosy boa because of her modeling, but usually you can kind of see they have 3 lines that run down their body, and that's how you can tell what they are.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about snakes. All I know is that those little bastards convinced Eve to eat that apple in the Garden of Eden and lost their legs for it.
Well, this is not the same kind of snake. She is a boa, so she's a constrictor. A cool fact about boas too is that they don't lay eggs. They have live births. These particular snakes birth 2 to 10 snakes, and their gestation period is about 4 months. Thadine in particular apparently is very slow. Slower than normal. They are one of the slower snakes. She's 10 years old, but she's also a little bit slow in the head, I've heard. Takes her a minute to kind of find her rats in her cage.
You and me both, Thadine.
She looks nice.
But yeah, would you like to hold her? She might try and like play with your hair a little bit.
No, she can. I'll give her.
They don't bite.
I'll give her one of these.
Just don't boop her snoot.
Yeah,
there you go. So they don't bite. Yeah, super docile. Usually the only reason why they would bite is because they think that you're food, which is one of the reasons why you wash your hands before you hold them, and also just to make sure you don't give them any diseases. You want to hold her?
Somebody's got to hold.
You can feel how strong she is. She's super, super slow moving.
I'm not worried about getting yuckied out or anything. I don't want to hurt her.
And she'll probably kind of go through your hand a little bit. She likes to move forward.
Wait, stay with me, Chelsea. Stay with me.
You got to support her head here.
She'll
support her own head. Yeah. So that is pretty cool. They are boa constrictors, so they constrict, which actually kills by blood pressure and not suffocation, like a lot of people think.
Oh, that's cool.
Any chance you'd put my hat on me that you made for me?
Oh yeah.
We've been planning this segment for a while.
Yeah, look at that. That's some good news.
Oh, wow.
Maybe she thinks you're his mommy.
And the good thing is she did just poop 2 days ago, so she won't poop on you. That's kind of the only thing you'd have to worry about.
Does she only shit like once a week?
They poop after they eat, and they eat every 3 to 4 weeks once they're adults. Sometimes they'll eat a little bit more. She's a cool, very friendly beginner pet. They are a little bit difficult to find, but you can find them online. Just make sure if you do get animals, you're getting them from reputable breeders and not taking them from the wild. We don't need to do that. Yeah, but you can feel how strong she is.
Thaddean, what do you have to say about this?
She might try to bite that, actually.
Yep,
She might think the way her tongue is going, she probably thought that was food. They're not, like I said, these aren't particularly the smartest snakes, and apparently Thaddean is really not smart at all when it comes to her speech.
Thanks for stopping into the studio, Nadine. Thaddean. Jesus, that's crazy.
This is why we can't have critters in here.
She's got a weird name. She's got one of those like French names.
Yeah, that one's a hard one to pronounce. I don't.
Well, that about almost concludes our stories for today, but just want to wish some very happy birthdays to some special butterflies out there.
Good friends of ours.
Mike Myers.
Yep. Happy birthday. Keep on keeping on.
The Love Guru.
Yep. The one and only. What else did you
Wayne's
do?
World.
Wayne's World.
Austin Powers.
That's the one.
Shrek.
Wow. Wow. Not that one. And then, of course, the other one and only Roman Reigns, who I'll call you back later on making the move to the MWL. Sorry, we've been a little busy, but we're excited to have you.
Lots of paperwork, but he'll be here in the studio one day.
Yeah, please don't sue us, Vince. It was a joke. So, yeah, that's great news. Good news, everybody.
That's all the good news for this week.
Yep. Everything else is bad, so we'll see you in a couple weeks.
I'm sure you're all aware of this, but you only have one chance to make a good first impression. And if you fumble it, a bad first impression can haunt you for life. And, golly, I'm ashamed to say it, sports fans, but I just blew it when it comes to a very important first impression. Yesterday I posted this video announcing that I'm no longer exclusively streaming on Twitch, which is a bigger change than the time IHOP announced they'd be rebranding to IHOB, the International House of Burgers, instead of pancakes. This was a jaw-dropping change that shook the very foundation of our society as we know it. I announced in that video that I'd be trying YouTube streaming. I wanted to give that a whirl, take it for a trip around the block to see how it feels. And I even announced in that video that I'd be streaming that evening, about an hour after the video went live, just to dip my toes in the water and get my land legs about me to figure out how YouTube streaming works, because it's been so long, you know? It's not like riding a bike. You don't always remember. In fact, I totally fucking forgot how complicated running a YouTube live stream is, because it's very suboptimal in its design right now. Complicated, I don't think is the right word to describe it, because it's not like I had to go in here and code this son of a bitch myself or anything. I wasn't furiously banging away on my keyboard like an angry Neanderthal trying to get it to start. It's just the actual streaming dashboard I think is kind of messy, and a lot of the features that I know it has were pretty hard to locate. I had to go on like a goddamn treasure hunt to find it, like I was tracking down the One Piece. And for some reason, I got locked in like an actual war with the platform itself for a moment, where I would make changes to settings and then they'd immediately get flipped back to what they were previously. I had to change my stream title like 5 times, because every time I changed it, I would save and then it'd instantly go back to what my last stream was called 6 years ago. It's like, no. The title you had 6 years ago is so much better than this one, so we're keeping it and we don't care what you say. So I was stuck in a game of slap ass with YouTube streaming for a moment, just trying to get everything in working order to go live. And when I finally did, I ended up both forgetting a lot of things and messing a lot of things up, which led to a pretty sour first impression for people that have never tuned into one of my streams. So I just kind of want to do like a full debriefing here on everything that went wrong with my first YouTube live stream in 6 years. And rest assured, I have evolved. I've learned from this experience, so the next YouTube live streams will be fucking perfect. Absolute bangers with no flaws whatsoever. To prove it, tomorrow I'm going live Wednesday at 9 p.m. EST, and it's going to be the best goddamn stream this platform's ever seen. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I will promise you there won't be any more silly mistakes like the stream I did last night. Right away, it was made immediately clear to anyone that tuned into my stream that something was awry, because the stream was a little odd looking. Yeah, I know a lot of people came in there and probably questioned themselves like, damn, do I need to visit an optometrist to get my eyes checked? Why does this kind of look like asshole? Well, don't worry, I'll put your mind at ease. The reason that it didn't look amazing and pretty pixelated is because, like an absolute goober, I made the biggest rookie mistake possible. I accidentally locked my stream to a 720p max, meaning you couldn't even access high definition. I didn't even have 1080 turned on as an option. I took viewers on a journey through time to what videos used to look like back in fucking 2010, where everything just looked foggy and yucky. Which is, it's such an amateur mistake. I don't even know how I just forgot to turn on 1080. Like, Jesus Christ, it's 2023, that should just be on by default for dumb idiots like me that just forget it. But it's not fair of me to go around pointing fingers when it was me who drank the dummy juice and just forgot to turn on HD as an option. And it's not a change that I can make during the stream. I'd have to restart everything in order to put it to 1080, so at that point I'd already made my bed, so it was time to lie in it, and chat was not super happy with the quality of the video, understandably. So that was immediately the first thing that went wrong right off rip. It's something that I immediately dropped the ball on. But what's crazier is that's not even the first thing that went wrong. In fact, the very idea of the live stream did not go according to plan. So, I thought it'd be fun for the first YouTube live stream to do a short speedrun that looked really hype and really fun. And I chose Jedi Survivor because it's a 25-minute speedrun. I fucking love speedrunning. I get super pumped about it. And they're always great streams when I do them, and I've done them on Twitch for many years. So I thought this would be a great target for just some light YouTube stream content in the late evening. So, that was the plan. I thought it would be a pretty low-key stream because, I mean, Jesus Christ, I started at 10:15 p.m. EST on a Monday night. And I'm pretty sure notifications didn't get sent out because you're only allowed a certain amount within a 24-hour time period, and I had already exceeded that. So I really thought it'd just be people trickling in just to check it out, and this whole stream for me was just testing everything, making sure I've got it all under control and handled, get my bearings about it before doing a bigger live stream later in the week. But it ended up being one of my bigger streams I've ever done. I was pleasantly surprised by how many people were excited to come tune in. Oh, and also, I forgot YouTube live streams have thumbnails. That's not something Twitch has. Usually it's just an auto-generated preview on a stream. YouTube allows you to do thumbnails, which I totally forgot about, which means that my thumbnail was a black screen. A lot of people came in and said, awesome thumbnail. It's just a black screen. And then it was a eureka moment where the light bulb flipped in my head and I realized, holy shit, I forgot that there's supposed to be a thumbnail. According to what chat was saying, I guess some people were just getting like the void and others were just getting a picture of Professor Sad. This guy, this goofball character I made in Dark Souls like 8-9 years ago. That's kind of hype if people were getting Professor Sad thumbnails out of nowhere like a jump scare, but apparently not everyone was. There was a lot of people that were just actually getting a black screen because I had forgotten to put a thumbnail. And I guess for some people, YouTube auto-generated a Professor Sad one, which is a little weird, or maybe that's something I had set like 6 years ago, or I don't really know. But regardless, things were out of whack right away. And like I said, I was pleasantly surprised to see so many people tune in to the stream. But then I got extremely embarrassed because that means a lot more people than I anticipated came in and started pointing and laughing at the clown that set the stream to 720p. They could immediately see my incompetence and I was ashamed. I had to try and reassure everyone that this doesn't usually happen. You know, I'm sure you've heard that excuse before, but this never happens. It just doesn't happen. Please just take my word for it. It was an honest mistake, a very rare one. And what's crazy is we're only just getting started on the cacophony of disasters. The very idea of the stream, like I said, was to speedrun Jedi Survivor, which is a 25-minute speedrun. I anticipated it'd be like a 2.5 to 3 hour stream because I'm good at speedrunning, not to toot my own horn, but I consider myself the intergalactic warlord gaming champion of speedruns. And when a game is usually like a 20 to 25 minute speedrun, it usually means that it'll take me like 2.5 to 3 hours to learn it and complete a run. That was not the case with Jedi Survivor. It ended up being one of the most difficult speedruns I've ever learned in my life. So the stream did not go 2.5 to 3 hours. It went 5 hours and 42 minutes, all the way till the ripe early evening hours, or early morning hours of 4:15 a.m. It took me 5 hours and 42 minutes to complete a single fucking run of Jedi Survivor. It was brutal. I think the content was great. Like, the speedrun itself was super hype, but I dreadfully underestimated how hard the run was, and dreadfully overestimated how good I am at speedrunning. Now, I hope you've still got your seatbelts fastened here, because hold on tight, the ride's only just beginning. Another thing I had totally forgotten about were chat mods. There was only like 2 mods from 6 years ago that were there, keeping law and order, keeping the streets safe here in the Charles YouTube chat. Now, by no means do I rule my stream chats with an iron fist or anything. Mods are basically there to get rid of spammers or bots or anything like that. So, unfortunately, I totally forgot that we were on the internet, and there's always going to be edgy weirdo losers that are going to spam some heinous shit, as well as bots doing that. So, needed mods to sweep up the trash there, and didn't have them. Which means the only other solution I could cook up was put the stream chat into slow mode, which would then make it easier to get rid of like bots and shit. And I didn't realize in slow mode you can actually set the time to be under a minute. So slow mode works by making sure users can only send 1 message per however many seconds that you dictate. I thought it was 1 by default without any wiggle room. For some reason, it didn't even register with me that I could just change it from 60 seconds down to something more reasonable like 10 seconds, and that would have absolutely still solved the problem. So I ended up keeping, for the entire 5.5 hours, the chat on slow mode, meaning people could only send 1 message every 60 seconds, which is obviously a horrible chatting experience. But I don't know what was going on. I was actually being blasted by some kind of solar flare stupid beam because I was finding the worst solutions to problems and forgetting the most basic shit. I guess I was just so nervous and so surprised by how many people turned up that I was just wobbling. Like, I don't know. I was treading water on like how I'm supposed to even handle the stream. It was like the first time I've ever streamed in my fucking life, I guess. Another thing that happened is in order to read chat, I tried popping it out, but it wasn't looking that good. So I tried a different way of reading the chat, which is really primitive. I just zoomed in my upper monitor here to the chat and the chat alone. But what I didn't realize is when I did that, I couldn't see the super chats or anyone joining as a channel member above the stream anymore. So I could only catch them if they were in the chat. And if anyone's ever watched my Twitch streams, you know I say thank you to every single person who subs or does bits or anything like that. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, like the least you can do is say thank you for someone's generosity. So I've always done that. And last night, I didn't really do that at all. Not because I was purposely ignoring people, but because since I zoomed in so much on that chat, I could literally only see it when it popped up scrolling through the stream chat and nowhere else. So I missed like fucking everything. So I want to give a legitimately sincere apology to everyone who was showing generosity that I just didn't even see. That's entirely my fault. Looking at the stream analytics, there was so much fucking generosity. I'm blown away. So a huge thank you for all of that, and a huge I'm sorry for not saying thank you in the moment. I just legitimately didn't see it. Overall, though, I'd say my first YouTube live stream experiment here would be about mid on the tier list. There were just so many easily fixable mistakes that I will absolutely fix going forward. And I just think it was a good learning experience. I think the content was still great. I think it was still a heater of a stream. The speedrun went hard, although there were a couple times where I'd end up banging my head against the same wall trying to get the trick to work for like an hour on certain tricks. But when I finally pull it off, I mean, is there any better feeling in the world? Spending an hour just miserably grinding a glitch until you finally get it to work? I mean, that's like winning the Super Bowl. Everyone gets excited for that. I still think the stream, like the content went well. It's just everything on the technical side did not. And also, reading the chat was still just as much fun here as it has been on Twitch. If you've never tuned into my streams, I'm always talking with and engaging with the people in chat. And I had just as much fun doing that on YouTube as I have on Twitch for the last 5 years. So overall, I had fun. There's a lot to improve that I will improve. And I just kind of wanted to go over all of it. That's really about it. So, yeah. Yesterday I read an extremely sad story, which was accompanied by an extremely disturbing video that's unlocked a brand new fear within me that I didn't know I had so strongly. It's like an Xbox achievement I never wanted to unlock. Now that's nothing new, that's not some unique, quirky thing that only I experienced. It's very common for people to read something or see something that gives them the heebie-jeebies, and it becomes some kind of fear or phobia that they'll carry from that point forward. Sometimes it's really goofy things like a silly horror movie. Like maybe you saw the Winnie the Pooh horror film and that scene where the disgusting Winnie the Pooh costume starts drooling after seeing a pair of titties, and now maybe you're fearful of pervert Winnie the Pooh being your sleep paralysis demon or something, right? Like, there's just plenty of things where you'll learn something, read something, and it becomes like this new fear. That's what happened to me yesterday. And it's about a story that I'm sure a lot of you have read about or seen the video of by now, with the 18-year-old who was on a cruise ship with his friends, and someone dared him to jump off the cruise ship, and he did. This happened a few days ago, and he still hasn't been found, and obviously most likely will not be found alive. Since reading about and watching the story, I've just thought about it a lot, so I kind of just wanted to talk about this situation because it's fucking heartbreaking. Like, my heart goes out to the family here for this loss because it's so fucking sad. The video is just beyond scary. It is fucking terrifying. He's swimming around. They've threw one of the life rings out there, but it's quite a ways away from him. And you can actually see something like breach the surface of the water, and it looks like a shark. Like, it actually looks like a shark in front of him, and he's looking at something and swimming away from it. He's swimming away from the life ring. And that's, I think, and what a lot of people speculate is because it looked like a shark. Now, from what I've read, it's not uncommon for sharks to circle cruise ships just kind of collecting scraps, which I, of course, had no idea of. They sound like fucking seagulls out there, I guess. So it very well could have been a shark, but it's too blurry and it's too dark in the night to actually see for sure if it's a shark. But there was something there. And he started swimming away from the life ring, and within like 2 seconds, just vanishes into the open water in the middle of the night. The video is just haunting as well. There's some callous asshole who, as the 18-year-old kid is vanishing into the open water, he just says, bye-bye. Like, that is downright evil. Keep in mind, this was off of a dare, which is crazy to think about. It's unironically what your parents used to say growing up, you know, don't follow the crowd. If your friends jump off a cliff, would you jump off a cliff? You know, that kind of garbage. But then it actually happened here. Of course, I imagine whoever dared him to jump off the ship didn't expect him to actually do it, but he did, which means that person is now partly responsible for Cameron's death. The kid's name was Cameron, and they haven't found his body yet, and they probably never will. They called off the search because they hadn't been making any progress on it, so they'll probably never find the body, and I don't think there's any chance that he'll be found alive at any point or anything like that. So this is very much a situation where that dare killed him. Such a diabolical dare, too. Even if it was meant as a joke. I dare you to jump off the cruise ship, basically saying, I dare you to commit suicide. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's so weird. You know, double dog dare you to throw your life away. Haha. It's so gross. It's a tragic situation, and the video is so fucking disturbing to see. I, of course, have always had a bit of a fear of open water, like swimming out in open water. I think every human being in the world has that kind of fear, like, built in. That's like default factory settings for human beings. But I've never really considered the possibility of a cruise ship leading to a situation like this. I've never been on a cruise before. It's not because I'm afraid of, like, boats or anything like that. It's mainly just because I don't think I would enjoy being on a cruise. But I never really stopped to process the potential danger of falling in. Like, I guess in my stupid little caveman brain, I always thought to myself, like, ooh, Charlie fall in, Charlie swim back to boat, or life ring go to Charlie and Charlie get back on boat. And honestly, I blame Yu-Gi-Oh! When Weevil throws in Yugi's Exodia pieces and Joey dives in off the boat and has no problem getting back. That must have planted the stupidity deep in my brain. But I just never really processed the potential danger of an overboard. And according to what I've read, overboards on cruise ships are very, very often fatal, especially in the middle of the night. It's extremely difficult to find someone who's gone overboard because of the current that the cruise ship creates. Usually yanks people under, pushing them very far away very quickly, and it just makes it very difficult to locate, even during the day. Let alone at night. It is so fucking rare. There's been a reported 212 overboards from 2009 to 2019, so they're not super common. I guess there's a lot of protocol in place to prevent something like that happening, but it does happen occasionally. And of the 212 overboards, 48 of those were rescued alive, so 28%. That's not a very high survival rate at all. So I just never realized just how dangerous it would be to fall off of a cruise ship. And I feel like Another thing that contributes to it is people just have this perception that cruise ships move excruciatingly slow, but that's just not the reality of it. They're simply massive. Like, they are huge, so it looks like they're going slower than they are. But in the water out there, it'd be very hard to keep up with the cruise ship unless you're an Olympic caliber swimmer. It's kind of like a kaiju fight, right? Like Godzilla fighting King Ghidorah, it looks like they're kind of moving slow with a tail whip and shit, but they're just so big, that tail's probably moving at goddamn the speed of sound. It's just because it's so big, it looks slow. So, like, falling in or jumping in off of a cruise ship has to be one of the worst things that can happen, like, in general. And I haven't even mentioned the hypothermia because of how cold the water would be in the middle of the night and in the middle of the open water like that. It is probably just the worst possible situation to find yourself in. It's heartbreaking. It's a super tragic story, and unironically, it has unlocked a massive new fear within me, like just picturing that whole series of events out there and then seeing that video. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about this story a little bit, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Did you see they removed the waifu? Wait, what? Like from the game? Oh yeah, waifu's gone. Why was it taken out? It was a stolen asset and they got copyright claimed, I guess. I know it's hard to believe that the high quality assets in this game weren't homemade, but it's the truth. Rest in peace, she got vaporized. DMCA strikes again. Unbelievable. So where does this send? Oh, I see. They kept everything else. Man, that's such a... Whoa. That's such a shame. Right when I finally master perfect waifu, they take her out. That's the Illuminati for you. Bastards. I've never seen them do that. It's so beautiful. Even with like 20,000 hours in this game, I still see new things. The gift that keeps on giving. That's the beauty of Only Up. Steal as many assets as you can, haphazardly throw them into a pot, and you've got brilliance. World record doesn't use the elevator. Yeah, I know. But... what the fuck? But it doesn't matter to me, because it only saves like 3 seconds and I'm not going for a world record. What? How did this already happen? Already a crash. Can't catch a break. Well, at least it happened at the beginning of the run. She's being real stubborn. Oh, wow. The name of this game in the task manager is Third Person BP Game Template. Goes to show you how much effort was put into this fucking thing. Cool. You ever go for the world record if it was the right game and had the passion? Sure. I've had world records in other games before. Not for long. They usually get beaten, but I have had world records before. It's cool. But I don't care that much about it. I just care about the speedrun itself being fun. I don't really care about trading world records back and forth all that much. They didn't take out waifu because they wanted to. It was a stolen asset, and whoever owned the asset made a big stink about it.
You first have to make a jump,
which is totally within their right to do.
What the future holds.
This is going to be a shock. This game isn't exactly the most well-made thing there is. Alright, let's see how my windmill's feeling today. This usually either goes great or a complete fucking disaster. There's never any in between. I never just have like a mediocre windmill. There we go, actually good windmill. Whoa! Whoa! Great windmill. Why did that launch me backwards? What is happening? Wait, what is happening? Why did that launch me backwards? What is going on? What a crazy night. I haven't seen that happen in actual eons. I really don't feel like resetting the whole thing. I'd like to finish a run just to get some more reps in with the new shit, but I feel like it's not worth. Since this is already a pretty fucked run, I want to try world record billboard real quick. Though I've never once hit it, I'm just curious if I can get it here. It won't matter regardless, this is an absolute dog shit run, but I want to try it. There we go. Whoa, whoa, wait, what was that? Man just hit like a fucking... What are you doing? He hit a crazy little, like, moonwalk. What is he doing? What are you doing? Brother! Brother! Stop! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh, too far. He didn't slow down nearly enough. That time he slowed down so fucking much! Jesus! Christ! Alright, let's see how she goes. Still got it, but I'm not gonna get very far here. Oh my god, I might not make that. That was close. I'm gonna keep it on 30. I'm curious what effect that'll have on the dragon. Oh, actually, I just did a dragon at 30, didn't I? On the last one. Alright, we'll run it. We'll keep dragon at 30, I'm curious. Maybe it makes it even easier. I don't think it'll matter, but that's still very frustrating that that did that.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
Wait, what? How did I just fall? Wait, what? Man, I can feel another shit coming on too. Wow. I ate like 2 burritos right before hopping on stream, and those puppies are not going down without a fight. No, me having to take a shit has nothing to do with the run being sloppy. I'm able to block out all human emotion and requirements when speedrunning. What in the world is happening? Oh my god. What was that? I didn't make it up the whole train cart?
My father worked here as a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil.
This is so sloppy.
And hoped that one day
oh
he
my!
would come back from
And the
work.
pipe? And the pipe?
He drank a lot and often beat
Heavens
my mother and me,
Betsy!
but that's in the past.
What in the world? No, I'll never get like a 19-minute run. I'll never get a sub 20. For a sub 20, I'd have to hit all of like the expert level shit, which isn't happening. I still fucking struggle on windmill sometimes. Like right now, this is a terrible windmill. Oh my god, I can't catch a break. Whatever. I actually should have just believed in myself. I would have at least still made it up there. That self-doubt will get you every time. I'm just going to do safe billboard. Even though in the last run I did hit, like optimal billboard, I'm still just going to do safe one. No reason to take any chances here. I'm just going for a sub 25. I don't need any of the crazy stuff. Just need the good old American good shit. I took a US citizens test today, and I fucking crushed it like I'm a patriot. And I just need to prove it out here. The pace is alright, not great, but whatever. So be it. Again, we don't need anything great. We don't need anything crazy. Just standard good fundamentals. The fundies. We live in a post-waifu world now. That's right. It's a post-waifu world with double champagne. There is so much time to be saved. Sub 25 still very much on the table. Just gotta remember to you know what I gotta remember to do? And I wouldn't have remembered to do it unless I just thought of it. That was actually a huge save, otherwise Dragon would have been out of rotation. That would have been so upsetting. Did you know Paul Pierce shit himself in an NBA game? Did he really? Like, noticeably shit himself, or just like post-game interviews like, yeah, I fucking pooped my britches?
Seek, and you will find.
Oh, fuck! Oh, God! Oh, whoops. Put the cart before the horse. I didn't turn all the way around. I let muscle memory take over and I didn't swipe my mouse far enough. Oof, scary. Wow, what a save though. Close call. But the dirty deed still got done. This is fine. I'm not even doing fingers. I think that's a bad omen. What are you doing? Stop goofing around. Stop goofing around. Time to get serious. Nope. Okay. Okay. So be it. He broke his bones getting into it, but we're fine. Oh my god, I almost didn't make the jump to the ship. Okay, we're fine. 1750 ship is whatever. Alright, sub 25. Calibrating. Alright, locked in. If I hit everything here, we'll just barely sub 25, I think. By the very tippy top of the hair on the chinny chin. What the fuck is it? Oh no, it's just not by the hair on my chinny chin. That's what it is. Got mixed up in my old fairy tales. Alright, baby. Give me the good news. Give me the gospel. There it is. Now let's just slow it down because we're in a good spot here. Okay, now change back to 60. Okay. I just need Dragon not to be a bitch. And I think we will 24 something. I just need Dragon to not be a big ol' asshole. That old battle axe, I need him to simmer down. He got too much dip on his chip, he needs to cool the jets. Gotta hold your horses. Please be nice to me, please, please. I've come so far.
Stop drifting. Run to the finish line. Give up your hopes, and if your well-being is important to you, be your own savior while you can.
And that's the sub 25. Tell your friends. You were here. My special little campers. There she blows. You love to see that. Feels great. Not my cleanest run by a country mile, but damn it, I'm happy with it. We worked hard for her. You know, she's not the prettiest in the bunch, but she's got great personality. A sub 25's always a good feeling. Damn it. That is great. It's a gold star. That is a gold star right there, sports fans. It's about time I broke that 25-minute barrier. It's like when that guy broke the 4-minute mile. Except I am like the 1,000th person to break the 25-minute barrier, so it's not that impressive. But it feels good to me, damn it. Let's go. Sub 24 even. I skipped right through 24. I've never seen a 24 in my life, and I never will. Let's get it. Let's get it. Good shit. That's a big boy right there. A lot of meat on those bones. Well fed. Eating a nutritious meal of good speedrun times. W top 100? No way I'm top 100 off of that. No shot. Am I really? That was not a very good run, is it? Well, also, waifu just got removed today, so that saved me a lot of time. So I probably won't stay top 100 for long. I'm ranked 73? Well, when do I get a call from the president? Joe Biden gonna offer me some ice cream or something? Oh my god, when am I going out to the White House? 73? I did not think that would put me in the top 100 at all. Again, that was not a good run. Like, by all definitions, that was not a great run. Yeah, I'm gonna learn hot air balloon as well. Thanks to tier 1 Sav. I think that's what I'll focus on, is just getting the actual optimal strats. And I'll go for sub 20, fuck it. I got a taste of greatness, and I don't want just a taste. I don't want the appetizer, I want the whole enchilada, I want the main course. I'm a growing boy. I still haven't taken a shit that I had to take at the very start of that last run. I fucking sub 25'd and my body ate my feces. And that was my way of celebrating internally, I guess. Alright everybody, stand back. I've got my whining diaper on, and I'm about to have an accident. I have a huge pet peeve I've talked about a lot on this channel, and that's parents that expect the internet to raise their kids for them, and then getting outraged when the internet doesn't raise them the way they want to, or if their kid finds something that they didn't approve of, even though they were completely absent in the child's life and just leaving them unsupervised to wander the World Wide Web cyberspace by themselves. There are a few things that make me as upset as when these parents all start having this temper tantrum like, why isn't YouTube doing more to protect our children from seeing videos with bad words in it? My kid just watched something where a guy said fuck while playing Roblox. This has gotta stop. And it's like the solution is super simple, just be a fucking parent. Don't just give them an iPad and walk away and consider your job as a parent done. It's always just extremely frustrating, but today I was reading some things that really grew my pet peeve to a broader scale. It started slapping new things together on top of it like a Megazord and Power Rangers coming together. So I think overall my huge issue here is just bad parents. So there's a lot of commotion and hubbub on TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook, the usual suspects, about Guardians of the Galaxy 3 being way too violent, dark, and disturbing for the PG-13 rating, saying they pushed it too far. And it also apparently has the MCU's first fuck, which I didn't know. I mean, I knew it was in the movie. There's a scene where Chris Pratt, with his potty mouth, says some foul language, dropping the F-bomb. But I didn't know that was the first time in MCU history, so they all collectively lost their goddamn minds about it. Just all this steam coming out of their ears and making these super heated and emotional cringe TikToks about the situation, saying that it's evil and this should have been an R-rated film. It really pushed the PG-13 rating way too far. And they started issuing these PSAs and warning like, don't bring children to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It's too much for them. It's gonna scar them and traumatize them for life. It's almost like they were doing some kind of like air raid siren, like making sure all the neighborhood knew, like, hey, watch out, there's a dangerous person over there, we gotta avoid him at all costs. Like, they were going hog wild with it. And speaking of going hog wild, I recommend going hog wild with today's sponsor, Opera GX. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is the best browser in the entire world. I've said that a million times now. I made the switch from Chrome to Opera a few years ago and I've never looked back. It is just far superior. It doesn't, hog all your resources. I have my own mod in Opera GX which changes the wallpaper, and it also comes with its own custom theme and sounds, so when you hover over things like the speed dial, it'll change the sound, which you can toggle on or off if you want to, but it also has opening and closing sounds associated with it. Baby! So yeah, it's just a wild and wacky fun thing. There's a huge selection of mods for Opera GX at the Opera GX store. Plus, you can also get all of my latest uploads in the GX Corner, which is available through the dedicated link. It's also a seamless transition from your current browser to Opera GX with the quick import feature. It'll take all of your settings, your browser history, cookies, all of that, and bring it right over to Opera without any headache, and as well as extensions, because Google Chrome extensions are compatible with Opera GX, and Opera GX has its own extension store as well. So it's all just a very easy thing to switch to, and is absolutely worth making the switch because Opera GX is the far superior browsing experience. If you're interested in getting started with Opera GX for free, click the link in the description below. Now, I understand the MCU's Weenie Hut Jr. mode, and they all carry PG-13 ratings, but that's meant nothing. It's really been completely meaningless, more meaningless than the WinRAR free trial warning. So, I understand kids have been watching the MCU. In fact, most of those movies lean into that demographic, like trying to cater to actual children, the ones that are in the theater clutching their action figure in suspense, watching, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. All of these films have been suitable for, actual 6-year-olds. I get that. But they do still have a PG-13 rating, meaning that they don't recommend children under the age of 13 see them because it might be inappropriate for them. So you can't exactly be upset and shaking your fist when one does roll around that is actually probably not suitable for kids under 13, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Someone made a really great meme summing this up because it's embarrassing even talking about it this way because the movie's not that fucking intense. You're not going to go in there and leave with PTSD. I can't find the tweet, but it's the SpongeBob roller coaster meme here, and it was like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 PG-13 debate summed up. And it's obviously just poking fun at the people that are freaking out about the movie being super intense, even though in reality, it's not. Yes, it is darker, and it is a more edgier MCU movie. It does deal with heavy themes like animal abuse, which is, definitely a first for the MCU. It's the first fuck in the first ASPCA commercial, really. And it also, of course, does have a bit of gore. There's a scene where a guy gets literally vaporized, and then they show, his corpse that's still charred, and, pieces of him are falling off. And a dude's face does get mauled, his whole face gets peeled off in an animal attack. So they do show that, his bloody, disfigured face. But, aside from that, it's really, it's not something that I think anyone that's 13 and above is going to be, gasping and puking their brains out at. It didn't do anything that, pushed the PG-13 boundary. It played by all of the rules in there, it used its one fuck, and it used it pretty well, and it only had a couple of scenes where it's that's kind of dark. It wasn't anything that was, crazy over the top. All of this is just such worthless controversy over nothing. Just more things to get mad about for no fucking reason other than you're a bad parent who didn't take any level of responsibility here. It's the same energy as when a parent gets mad that they bought their kid an M-rated game and it's a little too bloody or it has some heavier themes that their child wasn't ready for. Your fault for buying them the M-rated game. Pay attention to the ratings because they are there for a reason. It's just super weird with modern parenting, and this is getting off on a bit of a tangent. I apologize for that, but it's related. This isn't just coming out of fucking nowhere here. We're not fighting ghosts or anything. It's on topic. The parents will just sit their kids down in front of the iPad, just let them use the internet, and just have them be raised that way, or give them some general entertainment franchises and have them raise their kid as well, teach them the morals, and the parents are very hands-off, but then still feel like they have the right to complain when it wasn't done the exact way they wanted to, or if something went awry and the kid, saw a video online that wasn't appropriate for them. It is, again, your fault. You did that. But now parents don't want to really raise their kids, so they're asking the government to step in and censor shit on the internet that they feel is dangerous to kids for if they see it. And it's well, why do you want the government to come do that for you? Just be a parent, make sure the kid doesn't see anything they're not supposed to. You're supposed to be there monitoring your fucking toddler. So why are you asking Big Daddy, Big Brother Eye in the Sky to come in, micromanage everything in the world in order to cater to your kid and your lack of parenting? Like, just be more present in their life in order to make sure that they're not just scrolling through TikTok mindlessly for 12 hours a day, rotting their fucking brain and ruining their attention span. I don't, like, it just makes me upset that the first thing that happens in a case, and not so much with Guardians of the Galaxy, this is more about, like, the general internet. The first thing that happens is the parents get upset, like, oh, my kid was looking for tutorials on YouTube and a bad actor popped up. So now I'm suing YouTube and demanding censorship on the platform because what if another child sees this? Well, it's like, why not just be there when your kid's on the internet so that way when you recognize that there's a video that isn't appropriate, is in the algorithm, you can make sure they don't click on it. That's the whole point of being a parent with a toddler that you are raising. You're supposed to be raising them, not having the internet do it for you. And I just don't like how the first line of defense is always to start complaining to like a higher authority to change something in order to cater to your bad parenting and lack thereof parenting. It's always so fucking frustrating. And it also happens a lot with video games with like M ratings. Like, why is this game M? It should be adults only. I bought this for my 7-year-old and it's way too bloody. What the fuck is this? This should be only adults. War crimes? Oh my god. Adults only. I beg of you. Please. Do something about the madness. I don't know, I just needed to whine now too. Now I'm crying like one of their toddlers here who just saw a Finger Family video that went off the rails. It's just something that this Guardians of the Galaxy 3 debate has once again sparked a rage inside of me with. Because I just wish parents would stop delegating that responsibility. The most important job of a parent is to raise a kid, and I wish they'd stop giving that to complete fucking strangers on the internet, or just the general expectation that everything and everyone in the world has to cater to them and the safety of their child when they don't feel like being there for them. So everything's got to be squeaky clean and sterilized with the bumpers and water wingies on it, so that way it can be completely safe in case a kid happens to see all the content. When really all of the issues get solved if the parent just does a good job parenting, or even attempts to be a parent and present. Like, I just hate that everything has the expectation that it has to be child friendly, when there is things that are just not made for kids. And in this case, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 13 is not made for actual children this time around, which I also think is a first in the MCU. This is definitely one that is more for, like, teenagers and above. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. The title's not an exaggeration. For 17 years, I've gradually chipped away at a singular goal I've had since I was in 4th grade. That's a long time. That's a really long time. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent striving for one thing. To put that in perspective, I could have been a pilot like 5 times over with that amount of experience and time dedicated to this one field. The Roman Colosseum was built in 8 years. I could have built it twice with the amount of time I put into this. And now I've finally completed it. I caught my Moby Dick. RuneScape maxing. RuneScape is a game that's existed for over 20 years now, and I started playing it back around 2005 when I was in 4th grade. And I've, of course, taken breaks while playing RuneScape throughout the last 17 years, but the beauty of that game is you never quit, you just go on hiatus. You take a little half-time breather in order to recollect your sanity. So I haven't been 17 years straight working on it, but it has been a large part of what I've played over the last 17 years, and I've finally accomplished the ultimate goal in the game that I had set for myself so long ago, which is getting every skill in RuneScape to 99, which is the highest level they can go. To break it down, RuneScape has 23 skills, each one more painful than the last when you're training them. To put it in perspective, 99 takes 13 million XP, and some skills at best will give you like 50 to 60,000 XP per hour. So to max a skill, and depending on what methods and what skill you're going for, it can take hundreds of hours just to get one skill to 99. So you can see where things start to get stinky real fast, because some of these terrible XP rates are the best you can get at optimal efficiency, meaning you're sitting there fucking staring a hole through your computer screen, full focus, full throttle, you know, fucking lat spreading, and risking carpal tunnel, because some of these skills are legitimately just carpal tunnel simulator where you're clicking endlessly in like the same 3 spots over and over again. There's also an even more extreme level to training skills called tick manipulation methods, which I'm not going to really dive into the weeds of. There's no point in pulling up the hood of this car and explaining it, but just know tick manipulation is akin to actual inhumane torture of the human body and soul. They probably wouldn't even subject prisoners in Guantanamo Bay to this level of agony, so I didn't do a whole lot of tick manipulation for my training, but it's out there, and it's a scary thing. That's a fucking boogeyman in RuneScape, if you ask me. But anyway, let me show you the footage of when I finally maxed on stream last night. Prayer potions for everyone. Let's go. 2 lamps. Oh, we're finally done. We're finally done. Oh. World. What are we in? 446. Oh, the role-playing world, too. Role-playing a goddamn champion. 17 years in the making. 17 years! Oh! 50 years from now, my grandkids are gonna look back at this stream moment and be like, yep, that was old Grandpappy. He did what everyone said was impossible. He fucking maxed in RuneScape like a month before they released a new skill, so he had to do it all over again and felt the pain all anew. But for that one brief, fleeting moment, he was on top of the world. Run it. We're maxed. We're maxed. We're fucking maxed. It's finally done. It's finally done. It's finally over. Now I can play the game. How many hours? 4,000 what? 156 days and 22 hours. How many? 4,000 something? Oh. Thanks to the resub, Olgerty. And the bits verb. Jesus Christ. What a journey. What a journey. Here, you can have the expeditious bracelets that made it all possible at the end. Thanks for the nuts. Yeah, this is probably my biggest gaming-related achievement ever. Prior to this, it was the 6 move made on XQC in the tournament. This trumps it. This is literally 17 years since 4th grade. This is my 3rd or 4th account. I don't remember. At least 3rd. I think I had one more right before RS3 rolled around, so it's been so long in the making, man. People said I wouldn't do it. People said I couldn't do it. Who's laughing now? Not me, because I probably shouldn't have done it. 4,000 hours ain't exactly nothing. It just feels so good to be done. You don't know how many nights I stayed up till 6 fucking AM just researching efficiency methods for skills I hated, even though I knew there was no new answers. Like for agility in particular, I kept looking for other means that wasn't just doing the goddamn Hallowed Sepulchre or any of the rooftop agility courses. It's just so good to be fucking done. Oh my god. And not having to be on OSRS mobile, constantly fucking AFK grinding something is so nice. Don't have to worry about that anymore thanks to the ale. It's done! Yes! Oh, and the wise old man saying congrats. I accidentally skipped his little speech. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, all of Gillenor's coming out to say congrats. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. That's so big. That's so fucking big. You might be asking yourself, what's the point in getting 99 in every skill? What do you get for it? And the answer is going to be different for everyone that you ask, because in the game, the only thing you get is a max cape, which is what you saw me purchase there at the end, which just gives you teleports and a couple of other bonuses. Like, it's a really good item, but it's not required. However, you receive something far more important when you max in RuneScape. You receive inner peace. You reach this spiritual nirvana. throughout the journey of RuneScape, I've compared the maxing of my account to that scene from Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy and his dad were going up the escalator, and Timmy says, "When do we get to the ride?" And the dad says, "This is the ride." That's RuneScape skilling in a nutshell. The skilling process is the most mind-numbing and tedious process that a human being can possibly engage in. It's about as much fun as watching a plant go through photosynthesis. Like, it is horrifically boring to train most of the skills in the game, but people do it. I do it because there's always that light at the end of the tunnel. The big number going up, and the number goes higher. And it tickles some primitive portion of the human brain that makes it so you can't stop. Like, when the beauty of maxing in RuneScape isn't so much that you feel proud of the accomplishment, it's that you feel happy that you're done. Like, it feels like a prisoner being released and getting their freedom back, and now you get to breathe in fresh air again without being encumbered with the thoughts of grinding skills in RuneScape. At least that's, I'm just speaking for myself. There's a phrase that I've used a lot and everyone's used a lot where it's about the journey and not the destination. In RuneScape, that's a load of fucking baloney. That's a whole bunch of dirty barnacles, because it is very much just about the destination, because the journey is the worst part of it. As you can probably tell, I was miserable training most of these skills for maxing my account. But this really proved as a test of endurance for myself, like my mental fortitude. If I could fully commit and bang this shit out, I would feel amazing for it, and I do. I'm very happy that I've done this and challenged myself to actually accomplish something that I've wanted for so long. And believe it or not, there are people that actually genuinely do love skilling. Like, everything I'm talking about negatively here, people talk about positively. It's different for everyone, though I really am at a loss for how anyone can find things like fucking rune crafting or mining and agility fun. Those things I feel like are just objectively evil, and the human race wasn't ready for that kind of plague. But, you know, to each their own. One thing I would like to highlight is, even though I maxed all of the skills, it doesn't mean that I completed the game or even completed skilling. I mentioned that getting 99 is 13 million XP, but there's actually a level going full fucking Insano style that's above that. Those skills max out at 99, but their XP continues. It goes all the way up to 200 million XP before you can no longer gather XP in a given skill. Meaning, in each of the 23 skills, you can get 200 million XP and still be 99. So there are some people, God's champions, that have got 200 million XP in every skill in the game. There's not many of them. There's less of them than there are fucking Avengers in Marvel. But there are some that have done it. And keep in mind, that's like a 20,000 hour journey. Across all 3 or 4 of my RuneScape accounts of the last 17 years, I've probably tickled just north of 10,000 hours. Maybe. However, this group of people that do 200 million in every skill is beyond 20,000. It's on a whole different ball field. It's crazy. And nothing but respect for the people that can actually do that. I'm not built that way, so I'm beyond satisfied with just maxing the account at 13 mil per skill. It took a lot of spit and elbow grease, but we finally muscled our way to the finish line here 17 years later. Like I said, it did take me about 10,000 hours of total playtime across all of my accounts for the last 17 years to reach there. And that's a number that probably sticks out to a lot of you, because it's said that if you spend 10,000 hours in any one thing, you'll become a master of it. And that's certainly not the case here. I guess the only thing that I've mastered across the 10,000 hours I spent grinding for this is self-control. The inability to give up. Like, I refused to throw in the towel. I just kept chipping away at it. So I guess maybe it is true. Like, I did master a skill of persistence. It doesn't feel worthless. Like, I don't feel like I wasted all of these hours doing it. I'm happy that I did. So a lot of people have been asking what's next now that I finished the fucking 4,000, 10,000 hour tutorial here of maxing the account. What am I going to do now? Am I going to quit RuneScape? And the answer is absolutely not. I plan on finally doing what I enjoy in the game, which is bossing and raids. And then there's also, of course, the Inferno. Inferno being like the hardest PVM challenge the game offers currently. Solo challenge the game offers currently. So I do want to learn the Inferno to get the Infernal Cape. So I do have more goals in the game that I will be pursuing. Plus, there is a new skill coming to the game for the first time in a long, long time. So I'm going to have to max that pretty soon in order to keep the account maxed. So that's another goal that I'll have for it. So I'm not quitting by any means. I'm just very happy to finally be done maxing the account, and just wanted to share that. That's about it. So yep.
Woo!
Oh,
Chicken Lego is hard.
Oh yeah.
It's chocolate. No, it's chocolate.
That's very good.
Hey, we're trying a bunch of goofy shit, and today we're joined by the Moist Esports Apex squad. They're from Australia, so we're going to be trying their silly little snacks here and introducing them to some fine, red-blooded, God-fearing American cuisine.
Why don't you introduce
yourselves?
yourselves?
Yeah, go down the
for
line
us.
and introduce yourselves.
I'm MT.
I'm Waltzy.
I'm Pricey.
I'm Droga.
So I think we should start with an Australian one. Which is your favorite? I think we just get to the best one immediately.
It's got to be Tim Tams.
Yeah.
Tim Tams? Which one's? It's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's show them off real quick.
Rich cream, crunchy biscuit, and luscious Tim Tam chocolate.
All right. What would be our equivalent here? I guess we have to try it first. But.
It's gonna be a quick, like, if you go from that to Vegemite, it's gonna be real bad.
Like
so
a big drop
let's
off?
save that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not expecting to like Vegemite, but these look good.
These look incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Good?
That is
Here,
good.
you guys want some?
No, I mean, we've had heaps.
I don't think we have anything up here that's like that, but those are really good.
It's kind of, it reminds me of like a Nutter Butter.
The best thing to do with them as well is you like bite each end off and you like drink milk through it. Turns into like chocolate milk.
Oh my god, they got like the life hacks for it.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ. What did you say? A Nutty Buddy's kind of the equivalent?
Yeah, give them a Nutty Buddy.
All right, try a Nutty Buddy. This is from our own Little Debbie, God rest her soul.
I haven't had those in a while, but I remember liking
I
them.
used to really
Are
like
we
these.
cheersing? Are we cheersing?
You got to.
Alright.
Take yours.
Oh, we have these. No, we don't have like these, but we have similar. Is it chops that are like this? Sort of like a chop. Yeah,
Like
if
a
we had,
chop.
if we had a
This
chop.
one's like peanut butter. This is more nutty.
Yeah,
though.
you guys love peanut butter.
Everything's
Peanut butter's
peanut
so
butter.
good.
Yeah. Peanut butter infiltrates pretty much everything in the American diet in some way.
Your pretzels, the Reese's.
You guys doing like a 1 to 10? So like, what would the Tim Tams be?
Oh yeah, we can tier list it.
Yeah, well,
I'll give the Tim Tams like an actual comfortable A.
Well, they said we got to use numbers on this.
Oh yeah, they're on like the metric scale.
Right. They
or
don't.
something.
They don't use the letters.
They don't
we
use
use,
freedom
so.
units.
Yeah. All right. So
I'd give it like an 8.
I was gonna say 7 kilometers.
Yeah, I'd say about an 8.
I mean, if I'm not eating any more of this, but I'd give it like a 3.
Great.
Yeah.
It's so brutal.
I'd say it's like a 6 or a 7.
Trash can behind you guys, so you can.
I'd give this an 8.
Put it in.
I like
Oh.
this.
Wow.
Okay, so there we go. See,
Alright,
alright.
solid
you really
6.
like it?
Thank you.
Okay, finally someone's gonna appreciate the American culture.
Okay.
So what do you? Let's get into the cheekies. Can you remind me the backstory of the cheekies?
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, he does not.
I don't think that's channel friendly coming out.
Jelly Babies meets Chocolies. Flavor deliciousness of Allen Cheekies. Delightfully chocolatey, squishable, and yummy.
Wow.
Everything is E.
Yeah,
everything is E.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about these.
It's like a chocolate gummy.
We just trust the stuff that we eat, I guess.
Do you guys like these? He's definitely naked.
Yeah, he's
for
naked.
starters. It smells bad.
It smells bad?
It smells like fake chocolate.
Ooh.
No?
no.
I think, if I'm honest, I feel like they taste better when you have like a couple of them.
No, shut
Just grab a full handful and shovel it.
I would actually puke. That is revolting.
Oh, damn, you don't like it that much?
No, I hate it.
I think it tastes like a wax candle that's made to smell like chocolate.
No.
What?
But you scooped it and eaten it.
You know what I think it is? They probably use real ingredients. In America, we don't deal with that.
Well, I will say, I think that's why I like Tim Tam so much, because you can tell it's like a real chocolate, as opposed to like Hershey's chocolate down here tastes like puke. Almost anybody I know that comes from overseas, they say it tastes like throw up.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them a 1.
This is absolutely a comfortable 1. Wow, that was...
You said I was harsh.
Yeah, that was dog shit, though. That was fucking horrible. Just give him the pork rinds, because I love the... pork rinds is about as American as it gets.
Oh, damn, I was struggling to get one of that.
Smells like a dog treat.
Oh!
It smells
Bro,
like
why do they smell like that?
It's pork. It's literally pork.
Dude. I'm not gonna lie, your food makes me nervous to eat.
Did you see what we just ate? We ate a cheeky.
No,
Kind of just tastes like nothing. Ours is better.
It's like solid dog
Ours
food.
is for sure better.
I honestly believe you because, like you said,
dog food before I ate that again.
Yeah,
I
like,
will say that pork rind was the only one available at the store.
Oh, okay.
Usually they come in a couple different kinds, but that's the only one I found.
okay.
Are we try these?
Yeah, these are fine. These are just normal pork rinds.
I'm not even gonna eat it. No, that's our food. I don't eat our food.
1 to 10.
Yeah.
We'll start with you, Carl.
Yeah, solid 1.
Oh, we're
Probably
like
like
a 4.
Probably
We're
like
trading
4.
Yeah, like, I'll be honest, I'd give it a 1 too.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1 as well.
Hey, you cannot make these. You can shit all over.
This is kind of similar, right? These
Ooh,
are
yeah.
these are
Burger
burger
rings?
rings.
So after burger rings, we'll go into Funyun rings.
Yeah. We'll trade rings back and forth.
I was excited
I really
to try
hope you
these.
like these because I love them.
That smells very good.
Ooh.
That smells delightful.
90 grams net flavored snacks. Okay.
Now we're cooking. Those are good.
Mmm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Okay.
It's like if you took a Funyun and you added everything else of a burger.
Well, it tastes nothing like a
I don't know
burger.
what that means, but yes.
Crazy how that works.
It's very Funyun-y.
It is very much
taste.
like a Funyun. It's like a barbecue Funyun. That's it. That's a 10 so far.
I,
damn.
Yeah, it's
I
easy.
really like these two. I like crunchy things, so I'm
Yeah?
gonna go
Yeah.
9.
Ooh. Okay.
So wait, the Tim Tams were an 8. Those are a 10.
Yeah.
So these look like the pork what rinds?
Yeah, everything kind of looks like a pork rind in America.
I mean that doesn't smell as bad as.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, good.
Very simple.
It's like a chicken version. Is that like chicken?
Yeah, it's nice.
It's just an onion.
It's
Yeah.
onion flavored.
Why's it?
They're a nice little treat on a hot afternoon.
I don't think I like the name, but Funyun sounds like fungus.
Yeah, fucking hell.
I'd give it like a 7.
Yeah, I'd give it a 7 as well.
Yeah.
8.5.
Where's your Teddy Grahams at? Here they are.
Tiny Teddy.
Tiny Teddies.
And its new Tiny Teddy biscuits are so full of flavour they're ready to pop.
What'd you call them? Teddy Grahams?
Teddy
Yeah,
Grahams.
we have them here. They're called Teddy Grahams.
I don't think we brought
We
any.
didn't get any. We didn't.
These look like they're going to be identical.
They are. I can already tell. Their mascot even.
Fries?
Yeah, they're exactly the same.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, I mean same.
Cheeky cleverly clutched a paintbrush and painted chalk chip spots all over herself.
Man, what I don't like is you guys don't use nearly enough artificial sweetener. That's like really bland.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude.
There's like a chocolate one and a honey one as well.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I really like those. You don't like them?
They're just kind of bland compared to Teddy Grahams.
They taste more like our animal crackers than Teddy Grahams.
Smell the chocolate.
I would give these a 5
I'd give
or
it like
6.
I'd give it like a 6. Yeah.
They're
Okay,
good.
that's not bad.
Yeah, they're fine.
That's not bad.
Let's do the Twinkies.
Save one for Charlie.
Bro, I've seen, especially how you described them before about the like the
cream-filled stuff.
apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's just made me like not want to touch them.
No, that's good
I
for
don't
you.
know, I'm going to be honest with you, that I've ever had a Twinkie in my entire life.
I haven't either. That's what I was saying.
I've had the ho-hos,
Yeah.
but never a Twinkie.
This is actually concerning how hard it is to get this off.
What are these made of?
It's not look good.
Oh, Lord.
MT, I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. Did you just
I
try
think
it?
my stomach
Is it
is
good?
gonna like not be able to process this. That's what I'm worried.
Oh,
about.
yeah,
You guys are gonna be shitting so
Yeah,
bad
like,
tonight.
I'm
It's gonna be
worried-
Crazy.
That's not good.
Not
No,
good?
go ahead.
No, sorry, what was that?
I didn't spoil it.
Oh, it smells like
It's like the worst cake you ever eaten in your
It's
life.
like-
it smells like just
It's like a cupcake out of an easy bake.
Oh, it's like a Lamington.
yeah. Oh,
But
yeah,
like way,
sort of.
no, not Lamington.
Oh, it tastes like it too.
Can you open that?
It's so sweet.
Just way sweet.
It's way too sweet.
It's just way sweeter than what we have at home.
Yeah, I think that's kind of across the board what you'll find.
The world's your oyster. How are we opening this Milo?
Usually just use a spoon.
Oh,
It
you
has
guys
to go
doing
in milk,
dry
right?
Milo?
Oh yeah, we'll do dry.
You might not like
I'll
it
be
dry.
honest. No. In Australia, we like put like 6-7 scoops in, and then like milk.
Yeah, you
then
like
usually we
you like
just
eat it
shovel
whilst
the
you drink
Milo.
it.
Okay.
You can like mix it and like make it into like a
We
chocolate.
gotta wait for a screwdriver. You put your Milo in the same thing we put paint in.
Oh.
This is concerning.
You just gotta keep it safe because it's so, you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it's like gold.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't protect any of our food like that. They're good, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm under the table consuming burger rings. So. I'm with you.
Wait, why are you eating it?
wait.
Wait, Matt, no, you're supposed to put the powder in something.
Oh.
Wait, what's Ovaltine?
Milo, what they have, but it's just like
Crushed up version.
Way better.
Good stuff.
Ovaltine is the powder.
What? I don't know.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
just-
it was already
We have-
mixed.
Your spit will.
We have it.
We'll do it.
Yeah, but
They
spit.
spit.
The same Ovaltine as them, but we have those little like
Circles.
They were just kind of turning into chocolate. It's yummy stuff. That's really good. Cool.
Yeah, if that was in like a chocolate milk and you eat it at the bottom, it's like the best part. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I really like
Don't
that.
really mix it up as much then.
No, you do, but like you also try to leave.
You
some
want
at
like
the
a
bottom.
lumpy on. I like it lumpy on the top.
Yeah,
Just
well, you can
like
eat it off
kind of
the
you
top.
kind of eat it as you drink it.
Well, that was surprisingly good.
Yeah, I'll take a little
What
more.
would you give it?
I'd give that like a comfortable 7.
I'm thinking the same. I think that's better Nesquik, honestly. Once again, it's not overly sweet like Nesquik is.
Oh, Rice Krispies, you guys haven't had that, right? Those are iconic.
I may have tried one the other day.
Sour gummies. Thanks, man.
I love these. I mean, they look like what we have, but again, I think it's just going to be so much sweeter.
Yeah, pretty good.
Definitely.
He doesn't look upset.
You look so unimpressed.
What would you give it? What would
I'd
you
give
give
it like a 7 or an 8.
I'm starting to think I'm real patriotic for Australia, and I'm starting to think like ours is just better than yours. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Well, it's alright to be wrong.
yeah, I'd say an 8.
8. I mean, I'll give it like a 6. It's like not bad.
Huh.
That's fine.
That's alright.
What else here is like really worth trying?
Let's go.
Chicken crimpy shapes.
Ooh.
They are like unbelievably good.
Chicken crimpy?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means nothing.
It
literally
literally
means
says
nothing.
flavor you can see.
On its barbecue shapes. Flavor you can see.
But it's just plain.
It's
They
actually
like
just
they
cracker.
changed the flavoring like on these like a couple of years ago. And there was like a global outcry about it.
Yeah, they had
like a whole
actually
like a
had
whole
to
of
change it back.
like a whole of Australia complained.
We literally.
Thank you.
Australia forced them to change it back.
Looks like a Ritz cracker.
It does look like a
It
Ritz
actually
cracker.
just looks like a
so
little
good.
Ritz.
Mm,
What flavor can you see here, though?
It's the chicken crimpy.
Man, that chicken crimpy is fucking... Okay, that's cooking right there.
That's-
That's pretty good.
That's almost like you took a Ritz cracker and took a ramen chicken flavor packet
Yeah,
and dumped
stirred
the
them
powder on
together.
there.
That's good.
I'm starting to see the flavor. Oh, really good.
Those are really
What the
good.
hell do we have like that?
Nothing. That's a 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
and those are shapes. So then, like, you got like the pizza ones and stuff as well, and the barbecue. So it's like,
Woo!
They made bagged pizza.
Wait, Shapes is going so hard. Easy 10 on those, though.
damn.
Wow.
Try the Cheetos. Those are kind of our crowning jewel.
This would be a 5. I can guarantee.
Wait, where do you see that? Because I'm looking at the Vegemite right now.
Right here.
Oh, that one's definitely like a 10.
Yeah, but where?
I think only Shapes does it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
You like those?
Yeah, I'd give those like a 7 or an 8.
I'd give them like a 5.
Yeah.
Alright.
5. That's a 7.
I'd say 5 as well.
I actually like those. They're actually pretty good.
Australia's snacks are kind of like actually packing, though.
Twisties cheese.
Yeah, this sounds really good.
I feel like
These will be kind of similar.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
gonna say they seem similar.
Yeah.
Wait, I like reading the
Those
slogans.
are soft though.
Life's pretty straight without twisties. Okay. you guys might be doing well on the food. Your marketing department needs a huge
Yeah,
help.
you definitely need some help.
So far, you've had like 4 foods with controversies that had to change something because of it.
Yeah.
Ours are just human rights
This
violations.
is actually just a copy and paste of Cheetos. They even copied the look, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgraceful. Have some shame.
Are you sure it's not the same company?
Oh, I actually don't like these. The more you eat, the more they're kicking in. I don't like those. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I'd give it like a 6. It's still fine.
Give them one that's gonna startle them. What do you think? Like either the honey buns or the sweet tarts, maybe.
Wait, do the honey buns, yeah.
Yeah, something that's gonna make them sick.
These ones?
Yeah, do these. I think that's Little Debbie again, so she's back for revenge.
Wait, what?
Anything
Yeah, I think
that can give you a heart attack is made by Little Debbie.
Yeah.
What little?
That's frightening.
Oh,
Oh yeah, there she is again.
Do we have to?
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Oh, like do I? I don't want to explain what that looks like, but it's just like
It
you know
looks
what I
like
mean.
shit. You're absolutely right. For a couple
Oh,
seconds,
that
warm
smells
up.
like
It smells like the straight
Glazed
sugar.
Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like way
Like
sweeter.
way more processed.
Yeah.
Wow, I forgot just how
They're like
aggressive they are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Nope.
Nah.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Straight to the
I'm good on
trash.
that one. I'm good on that one. I've never bitten into something and being like more disappointed.
I like it.
I don't mind it. Nah, that is way too
That's
sweet.
definitely like 4 servings, but it's not bad.
That's what's gonna pop out at night. Little Debbie.
Little Debbie's been waging war on the hearts of Americans for like 60 years.
I love shapes.
She knows what she does.
Look at that cooling on your fucking ceiling.
Oh, pop that open. We'll go out of order here. You gotta try that.
Those are like every elementary school kid, like grades.
Yep.
You turn 8 and you start eating those for the rest of your life.
Yeah, Chelsea's
I don't even know where they.
hard?
I never even knew where they came
Oh,
from.
they
They
are
just
so
be at
thick.
elementary school
Yep.
cafeterias. They just
I
be
didn't see
there.
that.
You're sending your kids to school with these?
Wait.
Oh, do you know what it smells like? It's like a mud cake from like Woolworths.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It smells exactly like it.
I heard mud
Mud
cake.
cake.
I can't open it.
But you guys have mud cake, right?
No.
You don't have a mud cake?
Well, we have. There's a dessert called a mud cake, but
Mud
or
pie, but it's definitely not what they're talking about.
Definitely not what you're talking about.
That's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the fakest dessert
Yeah.
you can possibly have.
Nah.
It's like a 3D printed idea of a dessert.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me.
What are these? Show
These
me.
are the caramello koala.
Oh, you should like these.
Milk chocolate with smooth flowing
Be
caramel.
very surprised.
Those look like what we get for Easter. Like
The-
the
the-
little like single.
Well,
Like
this
with-
is Cadbury.
Or Santa Claus chocolates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
He's
Yeah.
so happy.
It's adorable.
This is legitimately the thing we have for Easter. Yeah, little Cadbury eggs and shit like that.
Nope.
That's very good.
Good stuff.
Hey, thanks, Caramello Koala. All right, crush that moon pie. Tell me what you think.
I'm hoping it's like a wagon wheel because I like wagon wheels, but if it's not.
It has actually been probably close to 15 years since I've tried a moon pie. Wow, that's fucking revolting.
Oh,
That's right, I remember.
that is so bad. That's the worst thing yet.
It smells. I almost passed out. I'm not even gonna lie. That actually caught me off guard so bad.
Yeah, that is so fucking bad. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. Do we have any shapes left?
Wait, I have to try it now because I don't remember it being that bad.
No, it's very. That was.
No, you have to have a bite.
Bro,
You have
that
to have,
was-
no, you have to have a bite.
That's.
You have to. Come on.
This is a punishment.
Did they?
Yeah,
They
what
had.
did we do wrong to deserve this?
Wait, did you take first at the last land?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Chelsea, have they always tasted like that?
That's a 1.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
That's bad.
That's a
0
one.
is
Yeah.
allowed.
Wait, you
That
like
is
it?
zero.
That's a firm.
Oh my god.
No shot.
Except you're single-handedly keeping them alive. Just know that.
All right, they just did their worst. It's your turn.
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Oh yes.
It tastes better if you have like heaps in one go.
Like a whole like.
Yeah, on the straw. Okay, yeah.
You doing the straw again?
Yeah, we'll do the straw.
Is
I
it
don't
strong-
have any
is the
other
straw-
option.
Is it strong enough to actually get some?
Yeah, you actually might not be able to.
Oh,
You might
God.
just finger it. You might just like.
Oh.
Yeah, finger it.
Finger it.
Finger it is crazy.
Oh, that's not as viscous as
It's
Marmite
not. This is a
was.
lot more solid.
This is like chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate. It's chocolate.
Oh my god, that smells so bad.
So,
And what do you like? What's your favorite meal with Vegemite?
I don't eat it. He doesn't eat it.
Oh, you
I
don't
eat it.
I
Yeah,
hate it.
We have like we have Vegemite shapes.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Ew.
No, I wouldn't even go that
Vegemite,
far.
They
don't
were
ruin
mid
them.
though.
Yeah, they're not great.
Well, I'm gonna
Do it raw
Yeah, I'll do it
first,
raw
yeah.
first. It's like a lollipop. It's like.
I will say this is not as bad as the Marmite.
Yeah, this
was.
is a little bit better than
This
the
is
Marmite.
toned down.
I think it's because it's not as oily. Ooh.
It's so strong.
I bit into that
And
one.
what is the sodium in this?
It's like a salt lick, like that horses use.
I know I've told this story, at least to Danny. I don't know if I've ever told you. At Home Depot, behind the cash registers, they used to have salt licks for cows, big cubes of salt for cows to lick. And whenever my mom would check out at Home Depot till I was like 10, while she was paying, I'd go up and I'd just lick it.
That's so fun.
All the time.
That's
all
so
the fucking time. Alright, I'm done with
I would take that to the grave. I wouldn't tell anybody that.
What?
Oh, you haven't that whole thing. Go crazy.
Oh, wait, is that like a lot?
That's good. Did you not just taste it?
Well, I don't know what's
It's
what
meant to be
how much
consumed-
do you spread on toast? Because there's no way that makes it across the whole toast.
Oh no,
right?
yeah, like it
I
depends.
know it varies.
Yeah,
Like,
some people
I
like
put
a
it on
little
pretty
bit.
thick.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. Ooh, ooh.
What did you? What? Can you bring the camera over here and
Yeah.
look at his little pile?
This is the classic Charlie experience.
We have 2 trash cans, and he's just dropping his nibbly bits on the floor.
Nibbly bits.
That sounds like an Australian snack.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm in their heads.
Oh my god, that's so bad. What the fuck? Okay, I can't finish.
Yeah, wait. I've learned some over the years. I would say these shapes are fair dinkum tasty.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, that's all
not
I
bad.
know.
Have you heard like Bloody Oath?
What's that?
Bloody Oath?
Mm-mm.
So if you said fair dinkum tasty, I'd say Bloody Oath.
Like you agree?
Yeah. Same.
Wow.
It's like a code
I'm
language.
so cultured. Oh yeah. Damn,
Do
we
the-
give you a lot more.
Yeah, do the sweet tart one.
See, they don't. No, but they don't seem that bad.
Oh, these are like the kind of thing you get like at the deli.
No, I'm so
The
cool.
deli.
It's
That's
like
what you call it, like a deli.
No, like they have the same. They have the
But they
same.
have the
like,
sweet and
stuff
stuff
like
like
this.
Yeah, like a we call it like a milk bar.
Actually, I'm on these.
These are pretty
I don't like it.
You're just weird.
I don't like cherry, so.
I hate cherry as well. I'm
Yeah.
with you there.
Feel better.
9.
Oh, wow.
I'd go 7.
7.
I got 6. It's like not bad.
I feel like a 2.
What's your
It's
hate?
better than some of the other things.
Yeah, that went straight down. Are these,
Cheezels.
are these not the same thing as the twisties?
No, that was
These ones you gotta put in your fingers whilst you eat them.
Oh, there you go. There's a method.
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you like put them all on your fingers and you just like eat them all.
Can you please do all 5 fingers? And
Oh,
then
they're like what are the ones?
Bugles.
Bugles. They're like
Bugles.
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 Yeah.
Should've had it- Wait, what if your fingers are too big?
Wait, actually, here.
Yeah, well,
What?
Put them on your finger.
Put it on your little finger. Oh, there you go. Please be good. Please be good.
Those are good.
This is much more like Cheeto Puffs.
Yeah, this is very Cheeto Puffs.
They're good. I like those.
I give that like a solid 9. I'd say actually.
They're way less orange though.
Yeah.
I was gonna go 7.
We got the cream pies. We
What are
got
the
chips. We've got airheads.
What are they?
Oh, you guys don't have Airheads?
Yeah, do
Oh,
it.
those were also iconic in elementary school.
Are they sour?
No, no.
Not really.
Like warheads.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'd like to go back and change this to an 8. They get better every one you eat.
What's the best flavor?
The
white
white, yeah, the white one's
cherry.
very good.
White is mystery, so everybody loves
I
that.
used to like
I
the
wanna try
blue
the mystery
ones.
Blue
It's
is
mystery.
Watermelon.
Great. Hey, throw me
Yeah, I want a
one real
mystery
quick.
one as
I'll
well.
show you.
What does that even mean?
I'll
Mystery
show
one?
you the the
Give me
secrets of warheads when you were
You
a
gotta
kid.
slap 'em.
Yeah, you take it like this, and if you do this for long enough, your knuckles will
shrink.
really hurt, but it'll squish up into a little ball.
Yeah, like keep shrinking.
what?
Yeah,
You
just
guys
keep doing
eat
it.
them, and I'll keep going.
No,
I see what you mean by
They
your
hurt.
knuckles will start hurting.
Yeah.
Hold that hard like crap.
Oh, you
I
do
can't
it,
really
red
doing
skis?
Yeah, sort of like a red skin.
Jesus Christ,
They're
man.
a different
I like
thing.
Through
Oh
it.
yeah, let me
Yeah,
see.
you're really
Give me an
cooking it.
update. Let me see a length update.
Yep.
Nice. All right, keep going. You guys can eat. Yeah, eat them
Yeah,
whenever.
you guys, don't you worry about me.
I feel like that's a bad flavor.
Well, we don't know what. Did you eat mystery?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know what you got.
What?
Wait, so
Could've
this
been
is
anything.
Is mystery
Oh, so
just
it's any one of these?
out of here?
It has its own flavor,
The
but
rumor used to be all the leftovers from the other flavors would get like jammed together, and that was your mystery.
believe it.
It kind of tastes
Yeah.
like
I was gonna say, I
watermelon.
have no
Yeah,
idea
this
what
just
that
tastes like watermelon.
Just depends on what batch you got, you know.
Yeah.
This is incredibly like fake looking.
Yeah, that's
I'd
about
be
right.
ashamed.
That's that red dye 40 for you. Enjoy the carcinogens. Makes sense.
Oh, it tastes like a Starburst,
These kind of taste like Zappos.
but like worse.
Oh,
That's what they taste like.
They do taste like that.
It's like, oh, it tastes like this, but like actual dog shit.
No, the grape one tastes exactly like a Zappo.
No, you're doing it.
It
bad.
does. Try
I'm trying to
one.
grab one.
Bro, I'm saving a couple cherries for later. Come on, me.
all right.
Sour cream and onion lays.
No.
That's next.
They like don't sound bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just like a normal chip. Oh,
Yeah.
It's good.
They're like the sour cream and chives
What?
Smiths.
Yeah, no, those are like.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, good. Like 8. Give them an 8.
Like a 9.
Have you guys tried a cherry rocket?
A cherry rocket?
No, they're right.
Cherry ride.
Yeah, I like that flavor.
Show it to me, Charlie.
Cherry ride?
Oh, also by Cadbury.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
It's probably filled with cherry.
Oh, ew, oh, wow. Ew, 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 ew.
Like coconut?
Oh no, that's like that's like just actual.
It's like cherry flavored coconut. I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's confusing.
Oh, it's not. It's
I think they
just
get
bad.
like better the more you have them.
Oh, that's actual dog shit.
You have the whole thing.
I don't want the whole
Damn
thing.
That's up there with Vegemite.
Really?
Yeah.
Those are good.
That's that's a bunch of poop.
Luscious cherries and coconut and old gold rich dark chocolate.
Oof.
I wasn't prepared for what I was biting into. Now that I know, I don't hate it.
What is that?
It looked like a raw, like it was
Now
very.
that I have the knowledge of what this is supposed to be.
It's like if you take a sip of water and it's actually Sprite and your brain didn't know and you're like, what the fuck is this? Doesn't mean you hate Sprite. You were just shocked.
Yeah, I wasn't confused.
It looks like raw meat.
That was just bad. I'd rather lick the toilet seats clean.
Oh my god. That's insulting.
Sorry.
It's a 6 from me.
That's a 0. Well, what did I give Vegemite?
It's like gummy one?
Whatever I gave Vegemite, a little less.
The oatmeal cream pies, I think,
What?
is a good one to end on.
Oh,
That's a good one to end on.
Oh my god, Price.
That's crazy. And yes.
That's a crazy
No, yeah, don't really want that.
That is a crazy name though. I will not
Little Debbie's back.
Oh, is that actually Little Debbie?
It's Little Debbie.
Fuck. Oh, that doesn't
These look
smell
so bad.
good, bro. It's like,
Yeah, love.
It's
hope,
shiny.
Shiny.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
gross.
that's straight adipose right there, baby.
That's filthy.
I don't want to take a bite. I'm waiting for you
No,
to
it
tell me.
tastes kind of like a Twinkie. It's bad.
Oh.
It's a bit better, but it tastes
I
kind
was
of
gonna
like
say, I
it.
remember them being better than Twinkies. But I
They're
love
just
them.
less, they taste less sugary.
Yeah,
with
just
oatmeal.
less aggressive.
What does it taste like?
You reckon it tastes similar?
He said it's bad. It must be real bad.
That's a good, healthy breakfast in America.
Wait, you have these for breakfast? Oh, I was gonna say.
I would believe it.
I
dude.
did believe it.
Not that bad.
I've
Well,
seen some of your cereals are just straight up like you may as well put sugar in a
That's
bowl.
that is all of our cereals actually.
Yeah, the first time I came to America, I had like Lucky Charms, and I was just hooked on them.
Yeah,
They were so good.
Actual sugar.
You guys should have brought a bunch of.
Yeah, you have Raisin brand over there called Sultana brand. And
Yeah.
I hear it's great. What's happening? What's happening?
That's terrible.
They're all trying their best not to like spit it back up. Yeah.
I love shapes though, let me tell ya. These are really good.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, I feel like that's we got a worse trade-off. I feel like you won.
You guys had the much better food on the whole, I'd actually say. But we also just tried to give you like the most
American?
Like, well, not only
Just
most
say,
but,
like,
like
the common ones,
Yeah, like
yeah.
common ones, and even like comparable ones to what you had. So like there are better snacks out there. These are just like the most known ones, I'd say.
I feel like I'm not a fan of your like.
I'm gonna need this.
Your
like,
way of
sweets.
life, yeah.
No, like your sweets and stuff, but like some of your like I don't know, like your fast food's like kind of crazy.
Good
I don't
crazy
mind,
or bad
yeah, like
crazy?
good, like
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A
good.
goes hard.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Can't beat Chick-fil-A.
No, yeah.
Oh,
All
this
right.
was fun.
This was fun. Thanks for the snacks.
Yeah,
Hope you
thanks,
guys.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not gonna say thank you for yours, but
Yeah, I know you didn't like Little Debbie that much, but she appreciated she appreciated you trying it anyway. I'm sure.
Thanks for the shapes, really. That is good.
Little Debbie is actually like gonna be like my nightmare from
It's
now
like my
on.
sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
even
I
now.
love it.
It's not even a good picture too. Like if I showed like my kid that, I'd expect him to be scared.
Well, most people are when they see Little Debbie. That's like that is like actually heart attack stuff.
That's like my sleep paralysis demon for the next like.
All right, Charlie, wrap it up for us.
That's about it. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Transformers film. When it comes to live-action Transformers movies, you never know what to expect here. You could get a super stinker, or you could get a good film. There's no telling. It's been really up and down with the quality of the live-action films, and I didn't know where this one would rank on the tier list here, but I was somewhat hopeful because I loved Beast Wars growing up. I not only religiously watched the Beast Wars show, but I even played the games, the old PlayStation 1 games where it was like a battle arena. I loved it. I collected the action figures. I, in fact, still have them in my garage somewhere, and still remember the shame of having to ask my parents how to make the owl transform into the robot itself, because for some reason, the fucking owl Maximal had this... I don't know if it was just me being a stupid, smooth-brained, milk-drinking toddler idiot who couldn't figure it out, or if there was a legitimate malfunction with the product, but for some reason, the owl's chest would never alter, and that's where the robot's head was. So I could never actually turn it into anything more than like some kind of disgruntled owl. And it always made me mad. And I still have that somewhere in the garage. But point is, I love the Beast Wars. So I wanted this movie to be good. And I'm pleased to say that it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's great, but it's certainly not bad. I enjoyed it far more than many other Transformers live action films. And of course, I'm only talking live action. I still think the animated Transformers films bang a bit harder than most of the live action, but I do think this movie was good. So let's talk about it. Let's dive in here. As is expected with a Transformers film, there's going to be a huge emphasis on humans. And historically, that could go wrong, and has gone wrong many times for the franchise, but I will say I think they did a great job with the human storyline here. It wasn't boring, and they actually did give the humans more to do than just tedious chores, where a lot of other Transformers movies, the only thing humans were capable of were just like really low-level things to help contribute barely. Since they can't fucking fight the robots there, they're not going to get up there and start slapping a robot around. But in this film, they actually do give the humans more to do in terms of fighting. So, I'm trying not to get into spoilers, but they do have moments where the humans actually do fight, which I thought was very fun. And I think the main character, Noah, stands out and did a really great job. I think they did a great job with that character. I will say, though, that I would have liked if... It's hard to talk about it without getting into spoilers. I would have liked if at the end they didn't just throw so many plot conveniences all at once just for the sake of giving humans a little more to do. Because at the very end, they just start pulling shit out of their ass, and it's like, this really horrible thing's about to happen, but luckily there's a code that a human being can type in, so one of the humans can go type in that code and save the day, basically, if you're ready, and, you know, if you're brave enough to do so. So, I thought it got a little silly at the end with giving them these very convenient problems to solve that really only humans can, because they're small things like typing on a space keyboard, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. I am, however, a little disappointed that the Maximals don't have more screen time, because the film is called Rise of the Beasts. You would think that they were kind of the main draw here, but they're kind of sidelined in this movie. You spend most of the time with the humans and with the Autobots, and a little bit with Optimus Primal, who's the best Maximal, admittedly. But you don't see pretty much any of the other Maximals except AirRaiser, who has quite a bit to offer to the plot in the film. But you don't ever see Cheetor do anything until the very end. He also only has like maybe 2 lines in the movie. Rhinox, I'm pretty sure, doesn't say a single word. He has less lines than I did in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I don't know what happened with Rhinox. Maybe they just didn't feel like hiring someone to do voice acting, or they didn't feel like writing words for him. I have no fucking clue, but I'm pretty sure Rhinox doesn't say shit. He's just there for the final fight with the other Maximals. Like, it's just a little sad that since the film is called Rise of the Beasts, you would expect them to play a big role here, but they legitimately don't even do anything or even come into play until the very end of the film, which kind of sucks. But I will say they did a good job with the Autobots. I enjoyed watching a different kind of Optimus Prime, one who's kind of a douchebag. Like, that was interesting. I don't think they've ever made Optimus Prime just a straight up asshole in any of the films that I can recall. Well, that's not true. He kind of like murdered a guy in cold blood once. But other than that, this guy, Optimus Prime in this film was going through like an edgy phase, right? You know, he's out there listening to some post-hardcore music, and he's like, you know, it's all my fault. I've done everything wrong. And fuck the humans. They're puny and weak, and they make me sick. Like, that was kind of cool. I haven't seen that side of Optimus Prime before, and he has a whole arc that, you know, ends up pretty cool at the very end, bonding with humans eventually. I also think Pete Davidson as Mirage was a really good fit. Like, he did a good job with that character. The character of Mirage walks a fine line between being charming and being extremely annoying, and Pete Davidson fucking tap danced on that line right there, and it worked. I really think that I have no complaints about anything the Autobots did or any of the Autobots in the film. They were just all around solid. And the action was great. The action was very fun. It's always fun to watch giant robots fighting. But in this film, I think they really nailed the action. A lot of times it looks like fucking 3 soda cans colliding against each other during a Transformers fight. Here, I think they did a good job of making all of the action clear. Especially in the final climactic fight, there's a lot of really cool moments that had the audience clapping. Now, let's get into some complaints here, because besides just the lack of Maximals in the film, I've got some gripes with it. It's hard to get into without spoilers. There are so many narrative ass pulls at the end that it is laughable. I know I briefly mentioned them, but it gets absurd. Fucking random coded kill switch for humans to use in the most important moment. Empty pipes for humans to crawl through in giant robot technology that serve no purpose other than to be a tunnel for humans to sneak through. I'm trying, I know these are kind of minor spoilers. I'm trying to keep it as minor as possible, but there are so many fucking conveniences at the end of this film. I shit you not, there's even just a full-blown revival thanks to super rocks, super special rocks of Energon. Like, nothing matters because everything at the end, it's just like they have the answer to every single thing ever, including death itself. And that's another complaint. There's so many, fake out death moments for some fucking reason. So many I might be exaggerating. There's a few fake out deaths, and I think there should never really be more than one. It just takes all of the stakes away from everything. You have these turbo bad guys, super evil villains, they're fucking powered by dark matter and a bad attitude. But for some reason, they don't ever finish anyone off. Or when you think they finish someone off, they do it in a way where it's kind of ambiguous. They don't cut someone's fucking head off. They don't chop them into pieces or anything. They just blast them with an energy ray and they're like, oh, it took the spark. And it's like, okay, but I mean, what's that really mean? Because you can just get the spark back if you have a powerful enough rock. And I'm not using rock as a way of trying to hide a special item in the film. I mean it's just a normal rock, a normal human rock that just happens to be kind of powerful when it comes to Energon. Death doesn't really even exist in the film. It's just kind of silly. And I also really hate the bad guy they introduce here. Not the super bad guy, but the super bad guy's bad guy, the right hand, Scourge. He's very hands-off in his hunting. He's very powerful. They make it clear right away that he's very powerful. But when it comes to the humans, he's fucking worthless. He's like a Scooby-Doo villain. He keeps catching them and then letting them go over and over again. And he has these tiny little spiders that he sends their way, but the spiders fucking suck. They die to a stick. The spiders, the robot spiders from the big evil bad guy, die to a stick. What the fuck? Why does he keep using the spiders? Not once were they helpful. The humans were easily able to defeat them with just household objects. They got hit by a goddamn pole once, a tiny little bar once. Jesus Christ, stop using them. Just do it yourself. There are moments where the bad guy Scourge literally has one of the humans in his hands and just starts monologuing instead of just killing him. Even though he has shown that he has absolutely no mercy whatsoever. So why the fuck are you just talking at this guy monologuing? It just gets a little, overdone when it happens a couple of times here. So, just definitely wanted to mention that. I do understand it's Transformers, so it's going to have some of that cheesy, tropey kind of shit in there, and that's fine. But I think they just use that too much. Again, the main bad guy, the right hand, just keeps sending spiders after the humans, even though he himself could have easily just taken care of it almost instantly. I also think there's a massive plot hole here that I can't really get into, because it's clearly a big spoiler. But I think that the motivation for something the Maximals did, or rather didn't do, is nonsensical, and it would have completely thwarted the entire plot of the film. It would have stopped everything bad from happening before it was ever even a problem. And I've been really racking my brain on it, trying to figure out why they did or didn't do something, and I just can't come up with an answer. I don't know if maybe I missed something, but there was a very crucial MacGuffin in the film that I feel could have been handled in a very different way by the Maximals. And I'll just leave it at that. I think if you've seen the film, you're probably knowing what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm getting real deep into it. Overall, I liked the movie. I thought it was fun and enjoyable. Yes, I was disappointed there weren't more Maximals because I like Beast Wars and I really thought they were going to be front and center. We've seen so much from the Autobots already. I would have thought they were trying to shift the focus to the Maximals here because that's very different from the normal Transformers, but they don't really, and I wouldn't even say that they share the spotlight. The Maximals are kind of just supporting characters to the Autobots, and it works in the climactic fight well. I think they complement each other really well. I just really would have liked to see more, especially from characters like Cheetor and Rhinox. I mean, those are classic characters. Like, you know, show some fucking respect here. Let them do more than just have one line and 2 fight scenes, right? But overall, I thought the movie was enjoyable. Plugging Transformers Rise of the Beast into the Moist Meter, I'm just going to give it like a nice 65%. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus' trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. I didn't think it was possible to surprise me with a news story anymore. Just given the state of the world, I'm always expecting wacky things every day. I'm always on guard. You know, I read a story about megalodons not being extinct anymore. Okay, interesting, but not enough to make me even raise an eyebrow. Aliens probed my uncle. Tough luck, get in line, pal. I've read 1,000 of those stories this week. I feel like I've truly seen it all when it comes to startling headlines. You know those elite warrior characters in anime who will say shit like, I trained my body against every type of poison in the known universe. I gradually consumed all of this poison in order to build an immunity to it. That's me with goofy fucking news stories. It takes a lot to make me wobble or, you know, even get wide-eyed in astonishment. And yet tonight, I was thrown a curveball that had me feel like I just got flashbanged. Michael Orr, who's a very famous football player who even had a very popular movie made about his story called The Blind Side, is now coming forward and alleging that that whole movie is based on a complete fucking lie. It's all a bunch of hooey. It's not real. His adoptive family, the Tuohys, actually weren't his adoptive family. He recently learned that they never actually adopted him. The papers he signed that he was led to believe were adoption papers were actually a conservatorship. That is downright evil shit here. This is a wild plot twist to the entire fabric of the space-time continuum. I'll go ahead and catch everyone up to speed on Michael Orr and his story just very briefly. I'm just going to give you the most bare-bones bullet point outline here, if for anyone that hasn't seen The Blind Side. The Blind Side is a film that came out in 2009. It even stars Sandra Bullock. It was a very popular movie. It was huge for its time because the story of Michael Orr is a very interesting and a very sad one as well. Michael Orr had a pretty rough hand that he was dealt in life, and he was extremely gifted at football. A family by the name of the Tuohys, and I realize when I keep saying that it actually just sounds like Banjo-Kazooie shit. Their last name is Toohey. The main character, aside from Michael Oher in The Blind Side, is Sandra Bullock, who portrays Leanne Toohey, who is a real person. The Tooheys are a family that are very well off. I'm talking wipe your ass with a $100 bill, placemats of pure gold, and put your pinky out when you're sipping from your chalice that's filled with Voss water because you can't stand tap. They are a wealthy family, and they became very friendly and close with Michael, and lifted him out of homelessness, invited Michael into their lives, into their family, and encouraged him to play football and follow his dreams the entire way. Eventually, it culminates with the Tooheys formally adopting Michael Oher. Or at least, that's the story that was told, but according to Michael himself, the truth is more fucked up than my right-hand pinky that I dislocated and never actually fixed. It is really fucked. So, Michael is alleging that what was signed, those so-called adoption papers, were actually a conservatorship. For those that don't know what that is, a conservatorship is basically the legal right for someone to become the guardian of an adult. This is usually reserved for cases where the individual in question here is in a state that leads to a suboptimal environment for them to make their own choices, whether it's like financial or anything like that. The most notable case of this most recently was Britney Spears. It's a whole can of worms, and it always stinks like shit. When a conservatorship gets involved, it is always a very messy, very not great situation to be in. So this is very alarming to hear here, because Michael was under the impression that he was legally adopted by the Tooheys, but has recently learned as of February of this year that he's not. In fact, he's just under their conservatorship. He is literally been misled and manipulated every step of the way of his life by the Tooheys, it seems.
Instead, Oher says, the couple tricked him in 2004, less than 3 months after he turned 18, into signing a document that made Sean and Leanne Toohey his conservators, giving them full legal control over any of his contracts, but no familial relationship.
That is so deplorable, so disgusting. It makes me wish Men in Black neuralizers were real so it could just wipe this knowledge from my brain. That is so fucking twisted, but it only gets worse. Apparently, the Tooheys negotiated a deal with 20th Century Fox that left Oher without any payment for the rights to his name, likeness, and life story, while the Toohey family received a contract price of $225K and 2.5% of the film's net proceeds. The film has grossed over $300 million. A $200,000 donation was also made to the Leanne Toohey Charitable Foundation. According to the petition, Oher made no money off the film, which was released after he completed his college career and would not have affected his NCAA eligibility. This fucking film won an Oscar. It raked in over $300 million and he didn't see a single goddamn penny? Mr. Krabs wouldn't sink this low. That is fucking vile. They used him like an infinite money cheat code. It's unreal. So they sold all of his likeness, his story, everything, in order to exploit all of it, exploit him, and make money off of his life, of which I guess he didn't see anything from it. The fucking Tooheys took home the kit and caboodle of all of it. What a load of dirty barnacles. This is that kind of shit that absolutely has a spot reserved in hell for you. Like, that is unrivaled sin, like out the wazoo. And what's even sadder to think about is I can't even imagine what Michael Oher must have been feeling when he learned about the conservatorship, because that calls into question the entire motive behind the Tooheys from the very beginning. Because I do remember this as a criticism where people are saying, you know, maybe there was potential here that the Tooheys aren't good people. They were only ever trying to capitalize for their own selfish financial gain off of the back of Michael Oher's football gifts. They may not have ever actually cared about Michael and wanted to help him or anything like that. They may have, from the very beginning, saw this as an opportunity to make money off of his abilities. When I first saw The Blind Side, I thought it was a very solid film, and I, of course, did hear that theory, and I said, you guys are full of beans, no way. Because I like to believe that there's good people out there, and this was an example of people that saw someone struggling and in need and did everything they could to help that person. But now with all of this information coming out, it really does seem like the Tuohys were very much from the beginning just trying to use this as a financial opportunity to enrich themselves, which is just baffling. That is so evil. I'm going to pay very close attention to this case as it continues to develop because obviously upon learning this information, Michael Orr does not want the Tuohys as conservators anymore, which he obviously should have the right to kick them out of that position. He is very clearly someone that is perfectly capable of making their own decisions and is in no need of having conservators make all of his decisions without him ever even knowing about them. He agreed to this conservatorship, allegedly, under complete deception. How this is anything under criminal, like, I don't know. This has to be a legitimate criminal case against the Tuohys here, assuming all of it's true. There's no way you can just mislead someone into a conservatorship and then sell everything about that person and make all of that money yourself. There's no way that's legal. There's no fucking shot. But yeah, anyway, hopefully this situation has a happy ending, and hopefully Michael gets everything he's owed from this, because Jiminy Christmas, he's gonna be owed a lot from the Tuohys here. If all of the allegations are true, that's a lot that they need to make up for. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. You know that wild feeling where you take notice of something and then you start seeing it everywhere soon after? For example, you're driving around on the road and your little peepers catch a glimpse of a unique blue car and you're like, man, that's a really interesting color for a car. I don't see that very often anymore. And then you'll drive like a block up the road and then all of a sudden there's like 8 blue cars that come out of nowhere, it seems, and it's like, damn, now I'm trapped in an alternate dimension where there's only blue cars. How did this happen? I just saw one for the first time in a long time a block ago. There's actually a word for that. It's called the frequency illusion, or the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. I think that's how you pronounce it. I may have absolutely butchered it. I couldn't tell you. But basically what it is a cognitive bias where when you notice something for the first time, you start to notice it a lot thereafter. It kind of just puts that in your noodle and you become more perceptive and aware of it, and it makes it seem like all of a sudden it's more common than it is. I can still remember the first time I remember this happening to me. I was playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City and I saw a really rare vehicle that I don't think I'd ever seen before, so I did everything in my power to acquire it, and I finally do through blood, sweat, tears, elbow grease, and my little child brain was blown by how cool I felt with this new vehicle. And then as I'm driving away, there's like 8 more of those bitches driving in the opposite direction, and I was stunned. Now maybe it was a game mechanic I never even bothered to check, but I think more likely than not it was just an example of this frequency illusion. Point is, the reason I'm mentioning this, I just made a video covering that forklift ATM heist from like 2 days ago, and now all of a sudden I've been inundated with stories that are popping up about like heavy machinery robberies, and I feel like this just has to be another example of the frequency illusion, because there's no way that this is a very common crime. There is no way that there's some kind of mind plague that's infecting people's brains, making them believe that stealing excavators, forklifts, front-end loaders, garbage trucks in order to commit crimes with them is a good idea that will somehow work. Like, there's just no way that it's that common. It has to be, I'm more perceptive of it now. But to argue against myself, I don't think there ever would have been a time where my eyes would just glaze past a headline that talks about a guy stealing a front-end loader and stealing motorcycles with a fucking front-end loader. Like, I feel like I would have always been aware of that. So maybe this is just becoming like the new crime meta. Just stealing like machinery you'd find at some kind of mining operation and using that to commit crime across the city with. I don't know. But this shit is wacky. Let me go ahead and show you this front-end loader robbery and subsequent low-speed pursuit. This is actually some wild work out of GTA right now. I feel like you could have accomplished the same thing with just a brick. Like, I don't even think you needed to steal the front-end loader, to be honest. Like, it was probably a lot more difficult to find this vehicle than it would be to just find, like, a big rock. Oh, wait. I see. Now I see what the plan was. Wait, this guy's galaxy brain. This is an incredible scheme. He got the Christmas presents. I mean, he's kind of busting up the bikes on the way home here. He's not doing a great job of securing the package.
Put it down, mate. He is not stopping. He is not stopping.
I was legitimately stunned by the depth of this plan having more layers to it than just take big vehicle, crash into building, and then go in and take the goodies and call it a night. This guy pre-planned this for what I imagine must have been months. He not only found a front-end loader that was prime for the pickin', but then he also went into the building with ratchet straps, I guess, and put them together as if it was like fucking grapes on a vine, and then had the perfect attachment for the front-end loader, the hook, in order to actually carry away the bikes on it. Like, there was a lot more than I would have expected here. Like, Jesus Christ, I was half expecting the front-end loader to turn into a goddamn Decepticon committing the crime. This was a shocking revelation. And, of course, the subsequent chase afterwards is where everything went tits up. He clearly only planned the first part and not the second part. I don't know how he thought he could make some kind of inconspicuous getaway with a fucking rogue front-end loader with two motorbikes dangling off of it like truck nuts. Like, there was no world where that wouldn't tip off the authorities. And this is not exactly the optimal getaway vehicle. So you can see the vehicle's not really zooming around too quickly and the bikes are banging against each other. I also couldn't help but giggle at the officer telling him to put it down like it's a child who's got a cookie he wasn't supposed to have before eating his vegetables. Like, brother, this man stole a front-end loader. You think he's just going to give up that easily? No. He is committed to this for the long haul.
Okay, run over the bikes. Everybody stay well clear of this tractor.
Oh, he already dropped them, but oh boy. Oh boy. This vehicle's not fast enough for this kind of engagement. And he shed the entire front battering ram. Oh god. I don't know how he gets out of this one. Unless his friend stole a helicopter and then gets like a giant magnet to airlift him out. I don't think there's any way he actually gets out of this situation though. Oh! Oh! He's ripping some gnarly maneuvers. This is a very interesting chase. We left the roads and now we're in God's country. Oh my god. Wait, the officer's on the tracks too. Wait, this officer action here is about it. This man's like, it's finally my chance. I didn't think I'd ever get to do this. We're gonna need a good Samaritan to pull him over in like an equally strong front loader. Fight fire with fire.
In the bush. Got all his clothing in the creek.
Oh boy. We're on foot now. He's naked.
Hands in the air now! Good boy, mate, good boy!
He tried to throw off the dog's scent by getting nude. But that was a pretty cool chase. That was one of the more interesting ones I've seen in a while. Should have found a skunk and got sprayed. Your brain is huge. That's such a good idea. Yeah, he could have hidden his scent if he had just subjected himself to the skunk smell. But then he still would have needed to find a really good hiding place where they wouldn't find him. Instead of throwing your clothes away, just dress up as a deer. I don't know. If you're going to try and disguise yourself, I think you actually have a better chance of disguising yourself as a cop. Like, imagine he gets out of the front loader, runs into the forest, and he has, like, a cop uniform waiting for him, complete with, like, flashlight and everything, and service pistol, and he's, like, just looking around and just talking with the boys. Like, you'd probably get further with that approach. They finally caught him, but this man was operating on, like, demon mode here. He hatched a nefarious plot with the front-end loader, and he tried to see it through, but he didn't quite have what it takes. I still can't believe that he had the chutzpah to steal a front-end loader, get the proper, like, hook attachment for it, get the ratchet straps, and set up the motorbikes in a way that they can be lifted out with the front-end loader and hook. But he didn't plan the most obvious part, which would be, how the fuck do you get away? He had no plan for that. All he did was start just driving down public roads and then was, like, shocked that the cops somehow got on his tail. I don't understand. And this is, like, as I mentioned in the very beginning, this feels like it's being more common, with stealing things like excavators and forklifts and all that to commit wild crime. Like, it feels like it's being more common, but again, this could just be an example of the frequency illusion. I'm not sure yet. But anyway, it's always wild when that happens. Jinkies. It is always such an adventure to watch that. But anyway, yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I don't like talking about Twitter. I want to make that very clear. Even just saying the word Twitter burns my mouth leaving it. It feels awful, like I'm gargling sewage. But I just can't resist. The platform has become a factory of goofs. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but instead of producing candy, it produces the weirdest ideas ever. How can I resist pure, refined silliness like Twitter's decision-making process? Every time I swear I'm done talking about Twitter, they announce something that drags me back in. I'm like a drug addict that just keeps falling off the wagon again. They just keep putting the heroin in my veins. But honestly, laughing at Twitter has become a harder drug than anything currently out there. It's baffling. So, I'm sure all of you saw by now, Elon Musk has announced that Twitter is being rebranded as X. Just X. It's not short for anything, it's not part of anything, it's just the single letter, X. And I swear to God, Elon Musk has been more obsessed with the letter X than a pirate looking at a treasure map, because for at least 2 decades now, he's had that on his brain. Apparently, the original name he wanted for PayPal was X.com. And he has squatted on that, looking at it as some kind of nugget of genius for over 2 decades, and he has dusted it off. And right now, X.com currently redirects to Twitter. So I'm guessing that's going to be the new domain, since he recently did buy it back. Now, obviously, X.com looks like a porn site, but I guess that doesn't matter to him because X is just super cool in his eyes, which I think proves that he has to be one of the most uncool people on the planet. Being obsessed with the letter X is like something a 12-year-old on Xbox Live when choosing their gamer tag does. But I will say, in his other company, SpaceX, the X looks good because it's part of something. It's not just X on its own, it is part of something else. So it actually looks cool. I think SpaceX is a great name. And not only that, he even named his own baby X. Well, at least part of his name is X. It's X and then a random captcha here. I think it's supposed to be like a plane or something, I already forgot. But it's very clear Elon Musk loves the letter X, more so than Xander Cage in the Triple X movies. Like, this is wild. Not only because, obviously, it's very wacky, it's very, very wacky. Like, the dial went from silly all the way to wacky and then kept going, teetering all the way on bonkers territory with this decision. Because Twitter is one of the most recognizable brand names on the planet. One of the most recognizable brands ever, really, probably. And now Elon Musk has executed the bird, getting rid of the bird. It is transitioning over to X now. Here's what the logo looks like. I think it very much looks like something out of the Call of Duty game battle scene from way back in the day. It looks like one of those really quickly put together emblems. But this is the future here. The bird has been put down. Like Elmer Fudd, but instead of hunting rabbits, he was hunting birds here. It's just so weird, because this is going to be the worst SEO ever, X. Like, searching up X is just going to be fucking awful trying to get to where you want to go. It's also just a horrible name in general that just sounds super lame and embarrassing. And it's even weirder considering how Twitter had spawned its own terminology for when you send out short sentences on the platform. They're tweets. They're retweets when you post them back on your page from someone else's page. When you post videos on Twitter, you reference them as Twitter videos. So what a lot of people have pointed out under this change, when you're referencing videos on X, you're going to call them X videos. And those of you who know, X videos is the biggest porn site in the world. So it's going to be real confusing real quick. And also, what's the new term going to be for when you tweet? You're sending in X. Or I'm going to re-X this. Or did you look at my X's. Which is just so fucking embarrassing to say. That's even worse than saying tweet and Twitter and retweet. It's the worst terminology imaginable, if that is the direction they go. I'm still not fully convinced that this is anything more than just a gag from Elon Musk. I feel like this is just one of his classic shitposty things where he thinks it's like enjoyable for some length of time and then he says, I'm done playing with this toy and forgets about it. I don't know if he's actually going to do this. It would be a really dumb decision too, because again, you bought one of the most recognizable brands ever, and now you're just completely changing the brand name and brand identity. What's the point? All of the hard work of brand building was done for you. You had the easiest part of the brand building process. It was already a juggernaut of a brand. Why are you going back to try and start over with a new brand and a much worse name and a much worse identity that people are already laughing at? It just doesn't make sense. So I feel like he probably won't actually go through with this if it is an idea he's toying around with. I feel like this is just going to be a short period thing that he's kicking around and maybe goofing a bit with. But I guess we'll see. He's made some inexplicably odd decisions with Twitter so far, so I guess it is possible. Clearly, I don't think this is going to kill Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. I don't think everyone's just going to stop using it because the name is shitty, but it's just such a weird thing to do. It doesn't make any sense. It's such a counterintuitive decision. This isn't going to help it become profitable, which I think is like the main goal right now since it bleeds so much money and is so fucking directionless. This is only going to set it back in that direction because now you're going to have to like repitch all of the major brands on why they should work with X, which again is going to be easily confused for pornography often, which is going to make it very hard to work with other brands, I would think. Let me give you a great example because I have a first-hand account of this. Our esports team is named Moist. That's a bit of an odd word. That's a bit of a yucky word, but that's not even like something that can be conflated to porn easily. It's just one of those words that makes you feel a little icky. It's just one of those words that makes you raise an eyebrow. And just because of that, there have been many brands that don't really want to work with us just because of the name, and solely because of the name. Imagine now with X, a brand name that if you make one typo immediately takes you to porn, is extremely hard to find through just search engine optimization. It's just going to be a hard thing to get across. Brands are probably going to be a little apprehensive about it, I would think. Assuming, of course, the logic carries over and remains consistent, I think X is a significantly harder to sell name than Moist. But that's just me, and of course that's not exactly the most unbiased judgment there. I've definitely got a horse in this race, but it does seem like X is a much worse name for brands to work with. Just going off of basic common sense here. Now, to me, it's still not entirely clear if he's truly committed to removing Twitter and the bird from everything on the platform and really just diving in deep, cannonballing into the X pool and rebranding fully to that entirely. But according to this article, and according to a Threads post from platformer managing editor Zoe Schaefer, according to her, she says that Twitter's business was already renamed X Corp, and that he said that their email last night would be the last time he emails them from that company address. It would now be fully X Corp. I didn't know that he had renamed Twitter business on the inside to X Corp. That is so fucking lame. Like, if you're going to do this, just choose a cool name. Like, it really does feel like I'm back on Xbox Live when I was 11 years old going by the name Fast Fighter and playing with my friends that had X's in their names everywhere because they thought it was the coolest shit ever. How the fuck is this an adult man who is this obsessed with just the letter X? I don't get it. If you're going to go through all of these hoops and rebrand Twitter, whatever, choose a cooler name. Like, just choose something that sounds cool or is just better overall. X is so embarrassing. Going on Twitter right now is already shameful enough, and this is just going to make it be even more miserable. Having to say that you went on X and read a couple of X's or saw the videos posted on X or whatever. It's just, it's so dumb. Yeah, I just had to talk about it. I couldn't resist. It's just so weird. It's such a weird decision. That's really about it. See ya. This is an embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain-melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20, and then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From
Would
who?
you? From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
So
really.
rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, I'm just, even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is. I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to like kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is, it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick into the relationship.
People are just.
See,
I mean, look, people nowadays
are
just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, oh, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special, it's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, it's the most... There is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. My husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, all of the abuse was worth it and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality. That you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times. Okay. And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this abused? Hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool. Okay. Yeah. I get like that one
No, but I'm
minute
asking for
situation.
anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay,
endure.
I'll tell
Would
you
they
what.
give
I'll,
up
I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I
I don't. That's.
will tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households, and it lasted for periods of time, and it was a phase, and they endured through it, and they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like, that's where... This was a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child.
I'm not saying, like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by a husband.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even if it's a small extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you should stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point. When there's not, like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
terrible.
Listen,
it's terrible. Look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really rare, but you immediately had a visceral reaction to that, right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion that's so incredibly rare. But then when it's
I
like,
mean, we're
could you
talking
have-
about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating
have to be
his
getting
wife
drunk,
occasionally versus like.
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse. So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
But well, okay, so let me ask you guys. In the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's also a distinction drawn between.
If a woman's beating a dude,
legal-
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru? How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78%.
80%.
78.
80%.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask-
extreme.
can
I
ask
agree with that.
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think
But wasn't it
Jesus, hold
illegal?
on. Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said.
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you think that
permissible.
divorce is worse than physical abuse?
No, for the
Or
children,
cheating, sorry. You think that
Cheating
cheating
is
is worse than physical abuse?
for the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. If you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot, that harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about, like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it, or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
I think I'm not going to say this is worse. I mean, I already said that if a woman's getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
what if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now
it's less cut and dry. You're setting your child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm going to tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then also that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say. But she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse. But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say, like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent, because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so. Which is so fucking backwards, and that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. So I got 50 hearts, which means I'm starting at full power. I'm about to get nerfed, I guess. How did you set up your Switch capture card? Does a 2 male, 1 female end HDMI cord exist? I don't know if that exists or not, man. It's just, you just take 2 HDMI cords. That's it. You don't need, like, the Chimera or the Cerberus of HDMI. You're thinking of Hyrule Warriors? When Hyrule Warriors came out, Nintendo forgot time zones existed, so people that played it at midnight in Australia were getting banned from Twitch thinking they pirated it and we're streaming it. As far as I know, that hasn't happened with this game. PS2 graphics. That's the power of the Nintendo Switch, baby. I don't know what to tell you. The graphics on the Switch are never going to be anything to write home about. But it's all about art direction, which I think Breath of the Wild proved could still trump actual graphic fidelity. But yeah, I mean, the Switch can hardly play mobile games. Yeah. We know. We know. My first enemy! Got him nuts. You're welcome, Zelda. So clean. Is Link a mute?
Look like Hylians.
Kind of. He doesn't really talk, but he can make cool sounds like yeah.
This depiction certainly suggests.
But other than that, yeah, it's about all you'll get from him.
Heavens. The kingdom of Hyrule. This figure. He seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom.
Yeah, it's someone's life, it seems. It took someone's soul. I imagine that would be pretty important, at least to the person.
It shows the Demon King.
Oh, okay. Don't mind me, Zelda, just Spider-Manning my way down. You blew it. Now you've released the curse. The Demon King's coming back. Oh, Rupert's drop. No! You dirty bastard. It would be nice for just one Zelda game, Link to not be a lobotomite who actually can speak, so that way it'd be like, oh my god, a fucking talking hand. Get some, like, easier, quicker answers. That's called Forspoken 2. Don't bring that evil in here. Yeah! It is bold that he jumped without a plan. It's not like he knew while jumping he could just, like, fly or anything. So that is awfully adventurous. Oh, he's just really good at diving, I see. He can't, never mind, he can't fly or anything. He just is really got that diving technique mastered. What if I do attack you, though? Oh, now I just feel bad. Like a turtle into its shell. I took a lot of damage doing that jump attack into all of them. Okay, they've got, oh my god, they've got all the anti-air answers. Is that how that works? Nice! I'm a fucking genius. Wow. I guarantee it took those snot-nosed, glue-sniffing children fucking days to figure out how to make that steak medium well. Imagine the legendary Master Sword just breaks against this fucking normal-ass tree. I just wanted to shake it so the apples would fall. Am I overthinking things? I am. God damn, man. God, I'm nasty. Hello. Except, oh! Be careful with that. Man, I saw a clip today where someone said this looks like Goatsy, and now I can't unsee it. That actually just does look like it's gaping its ass. The streamer said that, and now I can't unsee it. I saw the clip. It really just does look like it's gaping its ass. That's crazy. Run it. Fucking wicked. It's incredible how deep my calculations go. I accounted for everything, such as the wind conditions blowing it over like that. Can I drop this on someone like a Looney Tunes thing, like an anvil? Okay, I didn't realize I stuck it to the other one. I'm trying to just stick it to the ground. Or not the ground, the log. There we go. You sick bastard. Now I've lost my sail! What the fuck? Where's my cooked steak? Now we're gonna really be hauling ass. Well, that's underwhelming. I thought with 2 sails I'd really be catching a crazy gust. Man, I'm not getting that parry timing. So if my shield was to break there, is it the rock or the whole shield that breaks? Probably the whole thing, right? Oh, I can't even attach rock to rock. I was gonna say, I wonder if you can do, like, double rock fusion. So if I was to put a rock on a rock and then try and fuse that, if that would work, but didn't really get the chance. Stop it. Oh. Outplayed, idiot. Okay. But now I don't get any of his materials, so he gets the last laugh. Wonder if you can cheese like a boss or something with that. Probably not. Attach one to an arrow to get a homing quality to the arrow. Holy shit. This'll be like an actual speedboat. I'm gonna keep it real close together so it'll be like a cigarette. Oh, there we go. Oh shit, we're off course. Oh, we're fixed. And that rusty... Whoa! That rusty broadsword does not have a whole lot of life to her. I shouldn't have tried. That did 2.5 hearts? Okay, I can't take any hits here. Holy fuck. I need to just stop going for parries. A flame emitter. Can I... Oh, I'm cooking up big brain weaponry. Can I put the flame emitter on the top of this minecart, then put this minecart on the front of my shield to make a flaming skateboard that's also jet powered? You can only put one part, sadly, but fire emitter on shields is pretty cool. Oh! So it won't fuse the entire thing. Damn. It would have been cool to make a fire-spitting skateboard. Here. Oh, this is like an actual boss. I don't have any, like, real weapons. This is gonna take forever. Could use that. Where's my, this is my homing arrow, right? Okay. Okay. I thought that was gonna go, like, right into its weak spot and fucking blast him. That was a piddly little spitball. What the fuck? That's cool. Just dismembering this poor guy. What if I just start throwing these off the edge? Does he get him back? He's like, oh god, please stop! Stop throwing it off the edge! Here, just hit me! Wait, can I throw him off the edge? Looks like he got it all back. Shame. That was cool. Let's go. I'm just trying to jump straight, not up there, please. God, stop. Okay, let's just make this easier. Stop rolling. There. Now I can just climb up the wood. Maybe. Assuming it'll let me up. What? There. Now just climb it. Oh, there's a, what? I don't know what this is. Some kind of weird fucking creature. Oh, it's the furry again. Never mind. Nice. Oh god! Wait, does it matter where I stand? Oh yeah, it absolutely does. Come on, make it, make it, make it. Clean. Yeah, I bet you could make like a plane if you did like a couple fans on it and then pushed it. You could probably make a plane. There we go. Oh, I found you! I wasn't even looking for you, you little pervert. But I'll take it. I just wanted to get up to the Temple of Time. Attaching a flamethrower to a boomerang looks sick. Oh, true. I didn't know there was boomerangs in this game. Attaching a flamethrower to anything is pretty cool, I bet. Right now I've only seen it on the minecart and my shield, but it's pretty cool. Did you see they found a dead body in the Arby's freezer? Well, it's not the first, and it definitely won't be the last. I fucking hate Nintendo. Yeah, it's not a hot take. I very much don't like Nintendo either, but what makes me even more angry is the fact that they make good games. I wish they just made dog shit. Everything about them is trash except for the games they make. Which is such a shame. This absolutely looks grabbable. Whoa! It's so fucking cool. Here, we'll do it up here. This is gonna be really fucking dumb. No! No! Oh god, Jesus! Yeah, kinda. So I'm trying to make a monster truck. Oh, wait, does this activate? Oh, it activates everything at once. Here we go! My monster truck is really cruising. This is so shameful. God, this is so embarrassing. I wasted so much too. Well, I'm gonna scare the fuck out of this Bokoblin. This is the last thing he expected today. As soon as I get some charge back. Alright, run it. Here, I'll even light him on fire. Get him with the drive-by flames. No, I lit. Oh, fuck! All that hard work. Oh, it's wood. Of course, it's flammable. God damn it. Oh wait, no, I absolutely lost a little bit. No, I 100% lost. Like actually, most of that. All I've got is the fans and a single wheel, so... Oh, wait, there's another spot over there. Hey, you know what? I'll still do this just like the pioneers used to. I'm gonna make a unicycle. Started the engine a little late. Okay. I'm gonna need to, like, brace it first, so... Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Just give me a second. I'll figure it out. Let's use this piece. Can I? This is probably not going to work, but I'm curious. Can I? Oh, I can rewind it. It does work. Okay. Just need you to come back. There you are. Let's ride! Alright, let's just go to the next objective. So on the glider, where I stand changes the physics of it. I wonder if that same thing applies to the rest of the game. So what if I was to do this? Put a little tail on it. This is so stupid. to try and blow air at it. Like the same, you know me, I know all about aerospace engineering. So what if I blow some air on it and try and flap it around a little bit? I don't know if there's a whole lot of elasticity to this, but if there is, by golly, I tell you, there might just be a chance. Run it! That's not wiggling at all. I thought maybe it'd fucking flap it around a little bit to generate some propulsion. Yeah, but here, Andrew, you see what I was thinking? Like, if I could have that, like, you know, be a little more loosey-goosey, blowing air at it, flapping it back and forth, it'd be like a bird, you know? I imagine you can just drop it on something and it'll kill it, right? But what if I made it a little more creative? So then... And then... Oh, wait, actually that'll be hype. Okay, now rewind. Bastard! Step forward. Did he hit it out of the air? Or does it just not work? He's so confused. Oh my god. This is the best engineering I've ever seen. You've got some nerve trying to burn my shit down. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, fuck! Lord, forgive me because I'm about to sin again. I have sworn time and time again that I would do my best to resist making fun of the platform formerly known as Twitter, but I can't help myself. They keep giving me little layups that I can't help but just finish at the rim on. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I just made a video making fun of the Twitter rebrand. It's now just called X, the letter X and nothing else, which, as I said, is very embarrassing because it sounds like something on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby from 2009 where every 12-year-old thought having X's in their name was cool, and I thought I had finally got it all out of my system. There's no more jokes left to make about this low-hanging fruit. Until just now, with breaking news, they released their new official tagline, and I couldn't believe it. My jaw was literally on the floor. I was more stunned by this tagline than I was with the ending to Inception when I first watched it. I shit you not. The report said that their tagline was "Blaze Your Glory." And I didn't believe them at first. I thought this was propaganda because surely no one is that uncool. What does this even mean? Blaze Your Glory. That sounds like a meaningless nothing burger that an anime protagonist would have shouted in a 2004 throwaway anime. I just can't believe someone could be this lame. I don't think evolution would allow for someone to be this uncool. We didn't evolve over the course of millions of years to reach a point where someone has made it to the apotheosis of cringe. I just don't believe we're there yet. Yet, all of the evidence points to the contrary. Elon Musk might legitimately be the lamest person to ever exist to think that this is cool. Blaze your glory. What does that even mean? It sounds like a sexual euphemism, like, oh, fuck. I'm up late, lotion on my hands, and I'm blazing my glory right now. I actually went to the App Store to check this for myself because I thought I was being lied to. I couldn't believe we existed in such a cursed dimension that would allow someone to think that this was cool. But it's true, it's real. That is the tagline for the platform formerly known as Twitter. It is "Blaze Your Glory." That is worse than those old Discord cringe messages that would pop up when you try and launch the program where it was like, calculating RAR meme threshold, need to construct additional pylons for optimal memeing, quick get to cover, Wumpus is a fire in his laser. Watch out, Springle just deleted all your base no longer belong to us. That old garbage, this is worse. Blaze Your Glory is like 50 times worse. I have legitimately been giggling about this for at least 10 minutes, which is why I'm making a whole video once again making fun of this platform, even though I have sworn that I would stop, like, control myself, the urge, but I can't fight it. It's like that scene in Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves, where he gets tied up by the two girls, and he's like, I didn't fuck you, you fucked me. You came into my house and you sucked my cock. You sucked my dick. It was free pizza. That's how I feel right now. This is free pizza. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how could I not make fun of this? My glory is blazing just thinking about this shit. It's so wild to me. And I really just can't get over his obsession with the letter X. He named one of their fucking children X. And then a couple of other letters here that he must have seen during like a Steam Guard check to make sure that you're not a robot. Like, I understand that it has some kind of connotation with some kind of fighter jet or something, but once again, it's probably chosen by Elon Musk just because the letter X is in it. And for fucking 20 years now, over 2 decades, he's wanted X.com. Like, he wanted that to be PayPal originally. They shot that down for obvious reason because very clearly it seems like a porn site. But now he's got fucking full reign, unthrottled, uncircumcised, and unhinged. So he's got X and he's letting it all rip. There is no one but yes men surrounding Elon Musk just saying, go wild, brother. And he is. The glory will not stop being set ablaze right now at the X headquarters. Just a few nights ago, they set up some kind of X sign, like a light beaming off of a sign to the building, like it was the goddamn bat signal, but for fucking cringe. It was just like the letter X on a building. It looked horrible. It was disruptive. It was awful. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of embarrassment. I really don't know how it's possible to be that uncool. Like, it's incomprehensible to me. I grew up as a fucking loser, a weirdo, for sure. But even I would know that this is so embarrassing. My cheeks would never stop being red. I would never show my face out of shame. I would legitimately be in a paper bag for the rest of my life. I wouldn't let people see my face if I was the guy that kept doing this shit with X and Blaze Your Glory. The shame would just be far too much to even put into words. I can't help but make fun of it. I really can't. It's begging for it. I think there is a chance Elon Musk has some kind of humiliation fetish. Like, the more people say that it's lame, the more he wants to be insulted for it, it feels like. This seems deliberate. This can't be accidental. No one is this accidentally uncool. It's a plague because it's infecting other people into being just as lame. There's a lot of people that will just defend anything Elon Musk does with the platform, and then get mad when people make fun of it. So it's not just him, he is infecting and spreading the lame virus. He's like the Axe body spray for online losers, where a lot of people will flock to him as like this group feeling of being like successful and cool, and like they're always going to battle for their leader Elon Musk, which makes no sense. Again, I don't really care about Twitter's success or its failure. I'm just laughing at the goofy decisions made along the way. So I'm just going to bring up one tweet here. It's not even this person in particular I have a problem with or anything. This is just the general attitude about how when I make fun of it, I'm just coping with the success of Twitter under the leadership of Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. If Twitter burns to the ground tomorrow, I don't care. If it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I don't care. I think the platform sucks. I'd prefer if it was in the dirt, buried 6 feet under. I think it's been a net negative for the entire world, but overall, its presence isn't something that disturbs me or makes me upset. I'm not coping with its success. I'm making fun of it. So even if it's 20 times more successful tomorrow, I will still make fun of it. You know what else is extremely successful? Selling soiled, used panties online to degenerates. I'll make fun of that too, but it is successful. It's very successful. A lot of women make a ton of money doing that. But just like X, Blaze Your Glory, it's something to laugh at because it's so fucking silly. It's so goofy. So no, this has nothing to do with jealousy over a platform's success or its failure or anything. It is just legitimately comical nonsense along the way that is something to point and laugh at as a spectacle and shoot some spitballs at. It's a circus, and the clowns are dancing, honking their nose and making me giggle. It's just not that deep. There's really nothing to psychoanalyze here. You don't need to be holding up Rorschachs to me in order to get down to the bottom of it. It's just super simple. So just stop being so upset when people make fun of some goofy shit like this. Keep your glory blazing, take a step back, and share in the laughs. It's just that simple. You're not on the board of directors or anything. You don't have any like actual investment into the company. So whether it's successful or it's not, it shouldn't matter to you. just have fun. Like, just enjoy the silly ride that we're all on here with watching all of these goofy things unfold in front of us. Maybe it'll end up making the platform 1,000 times more successful and becomes extremely profitable. And maybe, 10 years from now, Blaze Your Glory's on t-shirts. He's even got its own little mascot, like fucking Ultra Lord out of Jimmy Neutron, the Glory Blazer or something. Like, maybe it's the biggest thing in the world, but it will still always be a fucking goofy, uncool thing. Always worthy of being joked about. But anyway, I won't go on too much longer about it. That's really about it. May your glory be forever ablaze, my ex-friends. That's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Jedi Survivor. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines about how awful the game is due to performance problems. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to factor that into our advanced scientific calculations when rating this game because it would be ridiculous to overlook a $70 game shipping in the state that this one has. It's poorly optimized across all platforms, but most notably, it's horrendous on PC. Like 99% of people's computers can't run this game consistently at 60 frames, which is just an unforgivable sin. $70 for a game that doesn't even meet the baseline standard of AAA quality that you'd expect is laughable. Which is an absolute shame because the game itself is good, but I absolutely have to mention how awful the performance is because most people aren't even going to be able to enjoy the game. You're watching a slideshow sometimes, it's got so many problems, and I don't want to hear any of that mumbo-jumbo about how, well, Charles, don't you know they're planning on fixing the game and patching it right now? Old St. Nicholas at EA's got all his little elves, all his little helpers working on it tirelessly to fix the game for the gamers out there because they care. I say that's a goddamn load of dirty barnacles. This trend of push it out now, fix it later is garbage. I fucking hate it. And anyone who has that take of like, oh, it's so entitled to expect a game to work when you pay $70 for it, I'd say that take isn't worth a doggone set of donuts. So like, it's a bunch of baloney. The game, when you buy it, should work. It should be functional. It should be in a good state. That shouldn't be a hot take. So yes, the worst part of Jedi Survivor is the performance. Everything you've read is accurate for the majority of people who are going to be playing the game. I got lucky enough where my problems on PC were pretty minor. They were not game-breaking, but I recognize I got lucky. That's not going to be every player's experience, at least not until patches roll out. So I would say definitely wait on the game no matter what. But let me get into the game itself, because like I said, it's good. Now, Jedi Fallen Order, I liked a lot. I was blown away by how much I enjoyed the combat in particular, but it had flaws. It had a lot of jankiness to it. It was a bit wonky at times. Unfortunately, with Jedi Survivor, I feel like they didn't really polish that jankiness to it. Like, there's some hitboxes that still just go Insano style. Like, they just have a mind of their fucking own. There's a ghost in the machine, and that ghost wants to fuck you in the ass, because sometimes these hitboxes make no sense. It was a problem that existed in Fallen Order, and it's still here in Jedi Survivor. There's also a huge emphasis on just fighting a lot of local wildlife, which are the biggest culprits of the worst hitboxes in the game, so sometimes it begins to become a bit of a headache, but the gameplay itself is still really fun. It's not like a drastic improvement over Jedi Fallen Order, but I do recognize some quality of life improvements, and I really did enjoy it a lot. There's a lot of stances to go between. You have your standard single saber, you've got your double-ended saber, you've got dual wielding. I don't want to spoil too many other ones because I don't know how much has been revealed in trailers and stuff, but there's also two other wacky ones that are really fun. One of them, I will say one of them, I don't know if this is a minor spoiler, but be warned, there's a blaster stance where you get to use a lightsaber and a blaster, and that's the one that I kind of just mained for the entire game, and it never stopped being fun. There's a lot of versatility to the combat. The skill trees are pretty expansive, but unfortunately a lot of the skills I found to be really worthless. Like, they don't do a whole lot. I played this on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, so maybe that's it because everything's pretty spongy, but a lot of the abilities in the skill tree, the Force ones, they just weren't super useful. The animations are really long, so they lock you down for a while, so you just end up getting punished when you try and use them against a boss fight, or God forbid if you take a fucking stupid pill and try and use them in a horde of enemies, you just get blasted. It's just a lot of the force abilities didn't have a huge purpose for my playthrough, so I didn't find myself using them a lot. And I'm talking about force abilities for the saber stances. The other force abilities like force push, force pull, lift, slam, all of those were always useful and a lot of fun to toy around and experiment with. You could cheese a lot of things with a force pull if you upgraded it. But overall, I don't have any major complaints about the combat other than, of course, some jankiness and the feeling that they didn't really take a huge step forward with their combat from Jedi Fallen Order. Though I guess they didn't need to because it was just so much fun in the last one too. So I enjoyed it, but don't expect anything crazy from it if you played Jedi Fallen Order. You're getting a lot of what you're used to, which for a lot of people, like me, is fine. Now, luckily this game is a long game, so you're going to have plenty of time to have fun with the combat and toy around with finding some optimal strategies that suit your playstyle. It took me a long time going through it. I did a lot of the side content. I killed pretty much every legendary boss, and that's like a minor complaint I have. There's only 2 legendary bosses that aren't just recolors of normal enemies with a name. And that's Ogdo and the Rancor. Everything else is literally just the normal enemies that you encounter, but this time they have a name like Ugmog or something, but it's the exact same moveset, the exact same everything, they just have a name now. And their health bar isn't even that much bigger. So the legendary enemies, while a cool concept, was pretty underwhelming past Ogdo and the Rancor. And fuck Ogdo and fuck Spawn of Ogdo. I killed both of them. I even did the double Ogdo fight where you fight Spawn and Ogdo together. I fucking triumphed on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty, probably the only one in the world that did it, so I'm a real champion out there. Point is though, there's a lot of time to play around with the combat, though I do think the legendary bosses had a lot more potential than was realized here. And outside of that, the game's just massive. There's a whole lot to explore. I did a lot of exploring. There's challenges that you can do, like parkour challenges for skill points, as well as just upgrades. It's just a huge game. I was blown away by like the size of the worlds, like, and how much there was to do of it in there. There wasn't a ton of worlds to visit, which I think for a lot of people might be disappointing, but the worlds that you do get to visit are massive, with a lot to them. A lot of puzzles, a lot of parkour. The parkour is fun. The puzzles are fun, although the puzzles aren't exactly brain busters. The parkour always makes it enjoyable, and it's super smooth. There's also a lot of wacky, zany characters in this game that even offer fun little mini-games. Like, there's a whole Holo Tactics mini-game, which is a little strategy game within the game where you fight units against other NPCs, and the units that you can use for your squad are units that you scanned in the main game. So you'll kill a Rancor, for example, you'll scan it, and then you can use it in the game. Although I don't think you can use the Rancor, so bad example. But you kill enemies, you scan them, then you get their card to use in that minigame, which is cool. There's also a gardening minigame, which is cool. There's just a lot to do. I was really surprised by just how much depth there was. There's a lot of meat on the bones of this game. Now let's get to the narrative. I've been putting that off because I have such mixed feelings on it. I really like Jedi Fallen Order's story. I had a great time with the narrative. I thought they built up something special. In Jedi Survivor, I felt the same way. I actually thought they did a great job with the story. I was drawn in immediately. I really think a lot of the characters they introduce here, as well as like the big bad, was very cool and compelling. And I don't know if this is a spoiler, so just in case, another minor spoiler warning. It deals with the High Republic, and I always think that's such a cool setting to explore and a cool time period to explore for Star Wars, so the High Republic plays a crucial role in the narrative. However, this is where my feelings get mixed. The game really loses its footing in the final act, and not even the final act, really like the final 10%. It's really just right towards the end. They had great narrative beats throughout. I really thought they were fucking hitting a great stride. I was a little underwhelmed that the Empire was kind of absent for a lot of it. You were mainly dealing with raiders, but that's not a huge complaint. I thought overall they were doing a great job with the story right up until the end. It seemed like they had a great idea, and the idea itself for what happens at the end is great, but the motivation behind it and exactly why things are happening the way they are gets very silly, and you have to suspend disbelief and just accept, wow, this is happening because the characters are fucking stupid. Like, that's the narrative point. They're blinded by stupidity, and that's why what's happening right now is happening. Which just isn't very satisfying as a plot point, like, so it's because everyone's fucking dumb all of a sudden. Everyone's just a buffoon now. Got it. So that's why this final act is happening like this. So that was really disappointing because I don't think they stuck the landing, but I do like where the game leaves off, and I'm really excited to see them explore more in the future, because I'm pretty sure they plan this as a trilogy, so I'm really excited to see where everything picks up. But overall, there were so many great moments from the story. I can't be, like, mad about it. I do still think I walk away from this game with a very positive impression of the story, minus that very last bit towards the end of the game. And now just a little nitpick. Throughout my game, I put on a poncho after defeating Spawn of Ogdo, and that fucking thing would not stop glitching out. But not only that, so many times there was a ton of visual bugs and noise from like the characters. So like I'll be fighting two enemies and all of a sudden their cloaks will just start spiraling out of control and taking up my entire screen, fucking blinding me. Like all kinds of like wildness. So there, even outside of performance problems, there are just some like bugs that happen pretty often throughout the game, but not the biggest deal in the world to me. It's not something I get super upset about, but just something to make note of. And like the final boss fight, there was moments where I was just getting teleported around and like attacked in the void, which was clearly not supposed to happen. So there are just some bugs to be aware of. Overall though, one other thing I want to mention, the soundtrack fucking slaps. Absolutely fucking slaps. Star Wars soundtrack always goes hard though, but I just always like to make a special mention when it just pops off the way this game does. I just love the soundtrack. Now, plugging Jedi Survivor into the Moist meter, I'm unfortunately going to have to give it a 70%, and that's mainly because of the performance problems. In fact, 70 is even kind of high. I really can't stress enough how strongly I feel about how bad the business practice is of just shipping a game out knowing it's in a bad state where a lot of players won't be able to enjoy it. That shit makes me so upset. The performance issues hinder this game greatly. Without that, I'd probably give it like an 85%, pretty much exactly what I gave Fallen Order, because I really think both games are really good. I don't think this game was a massive step forward over Jedi Fallen Order, but it was still extremely enjoyable, and I had a great time with it, and it's just, once again, a shame that it shipped the way that it did. I'm confident they are going to fix those problems going forward, so I would say definitely hold off on buying this for a while until those patches are in place. And that's about it. As most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com. And per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Get this in slow-mo, you're going to see it go straight.
Get up.
Yeah! Get out of the state, Wookie.
I hate when people say that to me.
I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I'm going to come in. Or here. Oh! What's going on, Patriots? Today we're testing out stab vests from the cheapest Wish variants all the way to the top of the line. Got inspired because I saw that viral video of that guy like showing off basically that suit from John Wick in real life. I think it was PSS. He was on stage, guy kept stabbing him like 1,000 times, didn't penetrate. I was like, wow, that's magic. I wonder if all stab-proof vests are that strong. So we're testing it. We couldn't get PSS. It looks like they only sell to like actual fucking assassins or something. But we got
this, which is equivalent.
Yeah, we got the next best thing,
but we'll see. And then we've got our target dummy over there. Yeah, we're gonna stab them with everything from little pocket knife,
all the way up to
knives,
the CS:GO Marble Fade,
and a master sword,
and also this puppy.
And then to have like a real knife, we have a K-bar.
Yeah,
so the only like real thing. I really hate that you're doing that.
Just giving her a little test drive.
That's good. Here, yeah, let me give you a little test drive.
Yeah, give me a little test. Oh. See, that's pretty impressive.
No.
He didn't even flinch. That was crazy.
I actually have
really trusting the vest.
How much is the vest I'm wearing?
That one is the $125 one.
Gamble on $100.
No.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with our little. How much was this one?
This is $40 from Wish, right?
Yeah, this one was $40.
Which one do you want
I'm
me
gonna
to
test this first because I have a
All
sneaking
right.
suspicion this
We're
is
gonna
going straight
start
through.
with the little one. Okay.
This is going
I
right
think
through like
after
butter.
the first test, we just don't even bother with the little one.
Get this in slow-mo, you're gonna see it go straight through.
Can I go in?
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Here, I can keep it going too, I think.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's just like actually straight through. You wouldn't be able to prevent a knife assault from a Smurf, I guess. This is actually worthless.
Well, maybe you're just getting
Should we wait? Should we do a control test where there's no vest and you see what it's like to just go into the actual bag?
Yeah, but
Well, he did get.
Oh wait, you're
I'm
actually just all the
straight
way
through. With this. Chelsea, is this advertised as stab proof?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you pull up the...
Here, I'll pull up the...
Is this the wrong side?
Let's do a real knife.
Yeah, I understand.
Here.
What the
Ready? We're gonna do cut.
Okay.
There's a little cut there. That's in the bag, for sure, in the bag.
That is absolutely in the bag. This actually seems like it's flimsier than flesh.
Yeah, that's...
It accepts the blade more than your skin would.
It wants to be stabbed.
Yeah, it's like a stab magnet. Oh my god. The newest U.S. Army military tactical vest, anti-stab, hard self-defense clothing, bulletproof security equipment, MIN, tactical vest, bulletproof vest, and mountaineering vest. That's this line. Oh my god. They're killing our soldiers with these. This is their latest and greatest.
That's what, $40.
And they advertise bulletproof. I got through it with this. I actually don't think this will get super.
That's not really sharp at the point anymore.
Yeah.
I like that you said anymore, like we didn't dent that out of the
Well, that's what
box.
I meant. It's not sharp anymore because you dented it the first time you picked it up.
Hey, you sounded like one.
Yeah.
Our real test, I guess, is just the K-bar every time. Okay.
Hold on. Let me,
Oh, he's coming in with the kitchen knife.
This is gonna be like actually a knife sharpener. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't recommend getting your safety equipment from Wish. I don't think.
Yeah.
So this one is a cut-resistant shirt, kind of like the gloves you would wear to like cook. So this will, I see no way this stops a stab.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
How much is this one, Chelsea?
This one was $84 on Amazon.
This is 84.
It's just a shirt. It feels like just a shirt.
What? 5. Wow.
Out of how many levels though?
100.
How many levels are there? Do you know?
I have no idea how many levels. But yeah, it says like it's level 5 stab proof, slice resistant. Hold on, where did it just go?
Show the camera.
It's not
before
like
you do it.
chainmail or
Yeah,
anything.
this is just two. We're giving it extra too. It's
Yeah, 'cause
normally
there's
just
two.
one layer.
Yeah, it is just one layer usually. I mean.
Wait, hang on. Wait.
Oh. The way it just glides off.
All
there.
right. Slash resistant.
Okay.
Just leave that in.
Maybe level 5 is up to age 5.
This is a level 5 K-bar.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll slash. It's slash resistant. I'll give it that. And it's dead. Fully dead.
This has to be a level 1 blade. Like, this has to win against this. Surely, no
This is
shot.
like World of Warcraft weaponry.
Oh, we just stopped it.
No.
Yeah.
Does that one feel more sturdy? Well, you gave yourself a little test.
Yeah,
so.
no, this one, I actually think will stop most of it, not all of it.
So we'll start with the small knife again on this one, because I have hopes that this can stop the small knife.
It will.
Oh yeah, there's a little something in there. It's like gel almost. Mine's like a metal plate.
Yeah, this one's more, I think it's, yeah, it does kind of feel like a really big piece of like styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this just cut that so easily.
Cut or stab?
No, like I can.
So it's just the fabric.
It's like a
See-
nice
see if
knife
you
through
go
butter.
through.
Yeah. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm not killing anyone today with this. Not if you're wearing this puppy. Oh. All right.
To pass the level 1 knife.
This is the first vest to pass
Yeah.
the 1/4-inch blade. Big slash. Uh-oh.
Did it stop it?
No, it stopped. I think. Yeah, it feels stopped.
You're not putting your elbow grease in it. Like you really want to kill this guy. He said, get out of the state, Wokey. And you're like, no sir.
Well, I hate when people say that to me.
Okay, well that one got through.
He's dead.
Did he go all the way through?
I mean, that's not fair though. He called me a Wokey, so he was never gonna live.
Okay, I'm crawling through the jungle. I see him. I can't quite hit him like this. I gotta come in.
Maybe stab him.
Oh!
I put a lot behind that too.
You're not a blue-blooded American.
What'd you say to me?
No.
I don't know. Maybe you just found like the one
Maybe I did.
small
Wait.
weakness in there.
Where did you go in? Was it like over here?
You went in right here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in
okay.
your area.
Yeah.
Call me a Wokey again. It really gets my
Hey,
blood pumping.
blue hair.
Whoa! I hate blue hairs.
You're off to the side again, Matt. You're in the sensitive spot.
Where do you want me to stab him? I found the
Stab-
weak point.
Stab him right here.
Yeah, you can't stab them
here?
in the right spot.
All
It's
right.
got to be in the most protected area.
Oh, you're right.
That's a stronger spot.
Wait. Call me a Wokey.
Oh, this. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to like.
Oh, you immediately cut into it.
That's okay. It's just the fabric.
It's just fabric.
It's not slice proof, is it? It's just stab proof.
Well, nothing can.
The plate might be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
can really be stabbed. Wow, I'm really kind of getting.
Yeah, you're like really wrecking that bad boy.
I'm filleting it. You see that knife work?
It honestly looks cooler.
Okay.
All right. Oh. Oh.
I didn't get it straight enough in there though, so let's.
Look, it's taunting you. Angle of azimuth. That's pretty good.
That's actually very good. Here, you try.
All right. I got a little more in that time.
Yeah, it looked
but
like
not
you did.
bad. I don't think that went through. Maybe it did.
I don't.
That's
think
pretty
so.
good.
I don't think it did it?
Yeah, should we drop it to the floor and let Charlie mount it?
Well, I don't. Oh wow.
Go
don't
ahead.
think that's
Charlie, get on him.
Okay.
Fuck him up.
All right. Get out of my house, burglar. You won't find what you're looking for here. Oh! That was scary.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's smart.
Tag out. Tag out.
It's Matt's turn. I think you might have got through it that time.
I'm in, baby.
Somehow my kitchen knife didn't work. my time and stable wasn't good enough.
Oh. The good news is nobody has to be worried about getting attacked by Charlie.
Yeah, I'm like a
He like crawls on top and he'll just kind of like sit there for a second.
You'd be asleep and you'd be like, "What's happening?" You'd like slowly be like, "I'm going to sleep."
Yeah, I'm just like afraid now. It blew up my other knife.
This should be far stronger.
Well, that's what we said about the marble fade.
That's not what we
That's
said.
not-
about
That's
that.
like a $4 Walmart knife.
I just want to give it one good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one.
Like to really send him to the shadow realm.
Wow.
Ooh, that one kind of got in there. Yeah.
Could just be a mugging. But yeah, like look at that. That's good.
That is good.
Wow.
That was 5 minutes showing it's great. You
That
wanna
was
try?
good, yeah.
I don't. I'm good. I've seen enough.
It seems like if you are worried about a stabbing, you need to start spinning 400 plus.
Yeah, that's where it gets good. 400 and up, you're safe.
Anything under 400 is probably not going to do too much for you, I don't
We
think.
should do this with the real high end, like can you break a K bar on like $1,000?
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but PSS wouldn't sell to us.
Maybe now, once they see this video, maybe they'll send us one to test.
Oh, true, yeah.
So if you're watching,
We're the
give us
experts
one.
now.
Yeah. Any last words?
Okay, cool. Huh?
Any last words?
No, just I think it's about time we stop stabbing each other. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Oppenheimer. I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I am a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. He's among my favorite directors ever. And I think he absolutely crushed this one. I just want to dive in right away and just start going gushing grannies over this one because it's really, really good. But I want to get it off rip here that I don't think this is a movie that everyone's going to like. I can already tell there's going to be quite a few people that'll go into this movie expecting it to be about the bomb, and everything is about the bomb. And that's not exactly what the movie is. It is very clearly about Oppenheimer, as the title would suggest. But Oppenheimer, at least in like the mainstream consciousness, I feel like always gets overshadowed by the Manhattan Project and the bomb. And in this movie, he doesn't. And I really appreciate that. It is really about Oppenheimer and everything he went through, at least everything that could fit in a 3-hour movie. And by the way, this movie doesn't feel like 3 hours. It fucking flew by. Like, I wanted more. I was still salivating for more. Like, the entire last half of this movie, I wanted to be another entire movie. Like, everything here I thought fit really well. But I completely understand that this movie's not going to be a one-size-fits-all butt plug that's going to leave everybody satisfied, because it very much is a movie that focuses on the main character, Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, who fucking crushes it in the role, and it's mainly talking. It's mainly the relationships Oppenheimer had with the incredibly stacked supporting cast here, by the way. The cast in this film is unreal. There are so many big names tied to this project from out of fucking nowhere, and some of them don't even play a big role. Like, I don't even think Robert Downey Jr. had more than maybe like 15 minutes of screen time, and yet he was a scene stealer every time he was here. Everyone went all in on their performances. It was fantastic. But again, don't go into this movie expecting some kind of explosion porn or anything like that. It is a incredibly well written and extremely well acted piece, all about the very eventful, complicated life of Oppenheimer. And it is beautiful. Now, I went into this film with very limited knowledge of Oppenheimer. Like most people, I only really know him as the father of the atomic bomb and the famous quote, "Now I am become death," which isn't his quote. He was quoting something else when talking about the atomic bomb and then crying about it, recognizing the gravity of his creation and having to live with the sin of his achievement. It's a movie that tackles a very complicated person. This isn't some made-up character like a fictional mad scientist, fucking Dr. Evil threatening to destroy the world with sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. This is a real person who helped create the most deadly weapon ever invented, and it was used and led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. And it follows this character before the Manhattan Project, during and after, and dealing with the subsequent trauma from the Manhattan Project post-atomic bombing. And the movie even transitions into like a pseudo-courtroom drama, because Oppenheimer didn't exactly face trial, but he did face something very comparable, and the movie is really, really good at delivering that courtroom drama experience as well. I don't want to get into spoilers, but that's kind of a fucking weird thing to say, considering this is a real story about a real person. I mean, read a book, I guess, like Google his name and look at the Wikipedia, but I'll still refrain from just going too hard about the specifics of the film. But I will say that the entire section during like the examination of friends and family of Oppenheimer, as well as people that opposed him, I thought was done extremely well. The movie is just, I think, fantastic across the board. But I do have a couple of minor complaints here, and one of them's actually become a little bit of a meme with Christopher Nolan over the last few years here. It's the audio mixing. I've seen a lot of people patting Nolan on the ass for this one, saying that he really did a great job with the audio mixing this time around, because a lot of people have noticed that oftentimes shit gets a little wacky in that department. They set the dial from goofy all the way to silly when it comes to audio mixing on some Nolan films, and people have pointed it out. And this time around, they're saying this was, like, much better. But I do have to disagree to a certain extent. I do think it's much better. But in the beginning of the film, and really only in the beginning of the film, actually, there are multiple instances where the soundtrack, the score, and make no mistake, it is fantastic. I think they did an incredible job with the score here. I think the music is absolutely outstanding, a beautiful compliment to the film. But there is multiple instances in the beginning where the soundtrack will swell, reach some kind of crescendo, and drown out everything else around it. And you can't make out what the fuck the characters are saying. They sound like Charlie Brown's parents behind the music. And not just with the score. There's a couple of other scenes in the beginning where there's other sound effects going on, and you still can't really make out what characters are saying to each other. And I know it's not just me. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not just me. I understand I'm about to turn 29, so I'm getting up there in age, and, you know, it's not just my ears getting old. It's something other people experience too. I talked to Jackson after I watched it, who said the same thing about the beginning of the film, and as I say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding was very viscous. The people in front of me and to the left a little bit, I saw twice in the first like 30, 45 minutes, lean over, and I heard them ask what they said, because they weren't exactly being quiet about it. I saw it in IMAX, which was a great experience, by the way. It was absolutely fucking packed. We were shoulder to shoulder, and our IMAX theater has the seats basically on top of each other, which I don't know if that's standard or not. I've only seen 2 movies in IMAX before this, but since we were so close, I could see and hear that, which made me feel a lot better knowing it's not just me that was struggling to hear things in the beginning of the film. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big complaint. It only was like a little bit in the beginning. But I did want to at least mention that. The audio mixing is getting a lot of praise right now, and I do think overall it is a huge improvement. But in the beginning, I do think it's not perfect or anything. Which is fine, because pretty much everything else is. I fucking loved this movie, honestly. I think it is just an extraordinary film. I will mention one other thing, and this isn't a complaint by any means, but I do want to at least put it out there. There are so many characters in here, and they're all really interesting. But since there are so many characters, it's a lot of names. So by like the midpoint of the team getting together at the Manhattan Project, like assembling the fucking Avengers of scientists, there were so many names being tossed around, I legitimately didn't know who the fuck was being discussed half the time. It wasn't until I saw their face where I was like, oh yeah, that guy. And then I'd be like, oh, it's good to see you. And then he'd go do his assigned role. And there's just a ton of characters in here that have a lot to do, but they mainly tell you instead of show you. I would have liked them to show a little bit more, but I don't think that's a huge issue because it's already a 3-hour film. If they showed you more of what they were saying, this movie would be pushing like 8 hours. Like, there's just a big story to tell, and they did the best they could, and I think they did an incredible job with it. But I think it might be a little confusing for people because they introduced so many characters so rapidly. It's very fast-paced. The movie moves at like an absolutely cutthroat pace, which I appreciate. Not that I mind slow burn movies, but I actually was really surprised to see just how quickly this movie was moving through things, and I never really felt like lost. Obviously, I'm not a fucking scientist, you know, I'm not out there with a 180 IQ or anything, so a lot of like the math and science discussions that were happening and some of the breakthroughs were a little lost on me, but I don't think there's anything they could have done differently there. It's not a big deal. I didn't expect them to hold my hand through all of that and give me some kind of bachelor's degree in fucking physics or anything by the end of the film. But I do think that since it moves so quickly with so much being introduced so rapidly, I think there are a couple moments where you can get a little lost in the sauce and maybe a little bit in the dark on exactly what's happening in the overall narrative, but really not for long. I think it does an incredible job of keeping everyone in the loop on exactly what's going on, what Oppenheimer's experiencing, what other characters are experiencing, what the goal is, what's happening. I think it really does a good job overall. I think it's just a really great film. So plugging Oppenheimer into the moist meter, I'm giving this one a big crisp 90%. I do really think this movie is extraordinary. I think it is a very great film. Another Nolan hit. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. The title's not clickbait. There was a new policy on Twitch that was announced today that will legitimately destroy the platform, with the majority of streamers choosing to go elsewhere if it goes into effect. Now, this was announced like 3 or 4 hours ago, but I decided to wait a little bit to see what Twitch would respond with, because the backlash has been considerable. Everyone is rightfully furious about this, and I just kind of wanted to let it all simmer, let Twitch kind of marinate in this witch's cauldron here, and see how they would respond to all of it. So I went and played basketball, which is why I'm very sweaty right now, and I've just got home, and it turns out they did respond. I expected them to respond with something like, "Our sincerest apologies. Earlier this afternoon, we were coming down with a severe case of big fucking idiot disease. Turns out one of our employees replaced our water with plutonium and stupid juice, so we had radioactive brain rot when we came up with this idea. We're scrapping it. We're sorry." That's what I expected. But they went in a different direction. They went with a very pathetic attempt to save face and backpedal. So we're just going to go over this whole situation from top to bottom here. It was revealed today that Twitch has put sponsored content and branded content in their crosshairs to try and fucking slap. So formats permitted with the new guidelines on branded content on Twitch are logos on stream, so branded overlays are limited to 3% of screen size at most. So any branded overlays can only be 3% of screen size. That means, like, if you have a G Fuel sponsorship or something, you can only have like G Fuel in the 3% of your screen area. You can no longer have burned in video ads, meaning you can't play like your own ads during it or ads of another brand that's working with you. You also can't have display ads, so like banner ads, which is a big one because a lot of sponsored game streams require banner ads, which completely removes that, which is a huge hit to most streamers. We'll get into the specifics in a moment. And then you can't have audio ads played during streams. Now they clarify what is allowed, which is branded panels on the channel page or showcasing products in the stream background or links to other sites that promote things, discussing, endorsing, or unboxing products, and playing sponsored games. The last one's a little silly considering that when you play sponsored games, part of that package almost always includes at least one of the things that is now forbidden with the new policy changes they're toying around with. Now all of these are huge changes. A lot of streamers have talked about this. I've talked about this. The vast majority of revenue a streamer generates is through sponsorships, whether it's sponsored game deals for like X amount of hours streaming a game, or just ancillary partnerships with other brands that you will promote during your stream. That's where the majority of streamers' revenue comes from. Like almost all of the top 500 streamers, that is their biggest driver of revenue. Subs and donations are a small part compared to sponsorships. So Twitch targeting that is like the only decision they could make that legitimately would drive all of their top 500 streamers elsewhere if they can no longer pursue partnerships comfortably on the platform. This is a platform destroying moment. This is up there with Tumblr banning porn, or that day that OnlyFans decided they were going to ban porn. It is it's Armageddon for the platform. This would sink Twitch, without exaggeration. Let's talk about some more specific examples. Tournaments, video game tournaments, or even just any general events could no longer function on Twitch because for those tournaments to exist, they have sponsors. And as part of those sponsorship packages, the events, like a Smash event or a Valorant event, are obligated to play those sponsored ads during the event, which has now entered Santa Claus's naughty list here on Twitch. It's illegal. You're going to the fucking slammer, you're going to jail if you play a sponsored ad during your stream from these policy changes. So let's take, for example, Valorant. Valorant has an eBay deal. So during intermission in between games and Valorant broadcasts, they play eBay ads. Not anymore. Not anymore, Buster. You can't do that shit, you outlaw. Listen here, Bubba. No more of that shit. Now, there's something very interesting to note here is that YouTube actually has a similar policy that a lot of people are bringing up to compare the two right now. But Twitch's enforcement and the way that they spoke about it seems very different than the enforcement of YouTube. And from everything I've read, YouTube doesn't really enforce this policy even at all to begin with. It's just kind of there as a blanket in case things get exploited or misused. But either way, there is something comparable on YouTube, but not nearly as egregious or as frightening as what Twitch is proposing. Now, when this policy change first got announced, we immediately tried reaching out to as many people as possible for some clarity because the way that it reads seems like it's going to have a massively detrimental impact on our esports org, Moist Esports, thanks to the way we do our watch parties. And from all the information we've gathered, it seems like we're in some fucking hot water there, which is not good. Opera GX sponsors our esports team, and as part of that sponsorship deal, during our watch parties when we're cheering on our teams, we play our own custom Opera GX ads that we made ourselves with green screen, like where I'm a pirate or a fisherman, those kind of really goofy over-the-top ads, we play those. But now that whole concept is more forbidden than human transmutation in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. We can't do that anymore, which is a huge hit to our esports org, since Opera GX pays us under the expectation that we're also going to be doing those ads during our watch parties, which we can't do anymore. We also have a banner ad for Opera GX during the watch parties, which we can't use anymore. So the main two things Opera GX is sponsoring our esports org for is been banished to the fucking Shadow Realm. So what are they paying us for if we're to continue doing watch parties on Twitch? And it's entirely out of our control. It's not like we're choosing not to fulfill our obligations with Opera GX. Twitch just wouldn't allow us to, or else my channel would get banned on Twitch for doing so, I imagine. Now, Opera GX has been an extraordinary partner. I don't think they'd actually drop us for it, but they would have every reason to, because they wouldn't be able to get what they were paying for with our esports org and our watch parties anymore because Twitch isn't allowing it in its current state, at least not as it stands from their first pass of this policy. It's just so fucked up. Now, it's not just, our esports org or, top streamers or anything like that. It's any streamer that would pursue sponsorships, which is a lot of them. Big and small streamers, all of them alike, do rely on sponsorships. And this hits everybody equally. It fucks everyone in the face all the same. It is an extremely greedy and corrupt, degenerate decision from Twitch. It is fucking disgusting. It's definitely worth mentioning that I have seen some arguments being made where Twitch might follow YouTube's example here and won't enforce it strictly. Like they might just reserve this policy for bad actors only. And I guess that is entirely possible, but there's just no way of knowing. We just have to wait and see how it all plays out. But there's very clear ways this could be implemented that hurts every single person who uses the platform. And personally, I feel the reason why they're even making this policy update in the first place isn't necessarily to follow suit with YouTube or something as like a fallback protocol in case there's bad actors misusing branded content somewhere. I feel the reason they're doing it is to try and push all their streamers to do everything through Twitch. Do all of their sponsorships through their sponsorship programs. That way they can get a cut of everything. That's how I interpret all this. That's how I feel the motivation behind it is misguided, it's mismanaged, it's completely lost, it's geriatric, it's run by octogenarians, it's out of touch, and it is desperate. It is desperately trying to get its grubby little fingers, just plant these little piggies in each pie that happens on their platform. And that comes right out of the streamer's income. We've already seen them do that with the sub revenue where they're dropping everyone to 50-50 sub revenue forever, non-negotiable. And now they're doing it for sponsorships because on Twitch, all streamers, a lot of them are doing sponsorships. And when they do, Twitch sees nothing from it. They don't get any portion of sponsorships done by streamers on their platform, and that makes them furious. They got steam coming out of their ears. So this is their attempt to try and force streamers to comply with Twitch's ad incentive program or their branded content program, such as like the Twitch Bounty Board. The Twitch Bounty Board works kind of like a sponsorship where companies have approached Twitch to do like sponsored game deals and streamers can go into their bounty board, click and see what's there, and then choose to take a deal where they're getting paid X amount of dollars for X amount of hours. And if they do that, Twitch gets a large portion of that income. To me, it just seems like the direction Twitch is going is do everything through us or else. It's only been 2 months since they made this announcement where they're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands through their sponsored streaming network that they're creating. So it just seems like since Twitch offers this program, it seems like this policy change was supposed to scare streamers away from partnering with brands outside of Twitch's ecosystem here, because Twitch doesn't make any money if you get a brand deal outside of this program, whereas if you use Twitch here for their sponsored streams, Twitch makes money from it. Twitch is really trying to monopolize streamers' income, and this is something Mr. Beast just mentioned on Twitter as well. Twitch just wants to make sure that if any money is generated on their platform, they get a piece of that pie. They want that cake. They're gluttonous, and they're willing to sink as low as humanly possible to get it. It's sickening. This doesn't just affect individual streamers. Like I mentioned, it affects anyone that wants to do events on their platform as well. So let's do another example. Smash tournaments. Smash tournaments rely entirely on sponsorship revenue, like a Papa John's ad or something like that. All of it. All of their money comes from sponsorships, which means banner ads, large screen built-in ads during broadcasts, and even just full commercials during their broadcasts during intermissions. All of those things are no longer allowed if this policy goes through as written. That ruins every single gaming event that happens on Twitch right now, and generally just every single event ever. So like a music festival. Music festival is another great example. Music festivals rely heavily on sponsors too. If you watch a music festival that sometimes get broadcast on Twitch, you'll notice they have their own built-in ads as well that they'll play sometimes, depending on which one you're watching. That's no longer allowed either. So should this policy be pushed through the gates of fucking Mordor here and make it to the platform, every single event organizer is going to leave Twitch because they legitimately will not be able to run on Twitch anymore if they can't play ads from their sponsors. And sponsors aren't going to give money to people or events if they can't have their brand be showcased, like with a banner ad or a normal commercial. If they can't get anything out of it, why the fuck would any of these brands sponsor anything on the platform? It's not going to happen. So all of the event organizers are probably going to go to places like Kick or YouTube, and I imagine most of the streamers will be going to other platforms as well, at least part-time. They won't fully invest in Twitch anymore because it's not safe or reliable to do so. Again, Twitch themselves have said, like, most streamers are getting most of their money through sponsorships, and now Twitch is hitting sponsorships. Like, they're reducing their ability to make money through sponsorships, like directly impacting them, even after recognizing how important that is to the ecosystem. So most streamers, there will be a mass exodus, I imagine. A lot of streamers have already said that they're going to do that on Twitter in response to this. So streamers are going to go to other platforms so that way they can continue to have these sponsorship opportunities. Like, Twitch is really on the deathbed here. This policy change is the end of the platform if it goes through. Now, I've said this, I've been very open about it. When my Twitch contract ends, and I am doing my best to try and end it early, when it ends, I will be going to other platforms to stream, just to test them all out. I'll still be streaming on Twitch occasionally, but we can't even do our watch parties there anymore, which is a big thing that I love to do. So I would like to try streaming on YouTube, for example, which is why I turned on memberships on YouTube here, just in case. So it's one of those things where this is something that will destroy the platform. And Twitch must have recognized that because they did put out a follow-up statement about an hour ago here. And I think it's trash. I think it is a terrible response. Today's branded content policy update was overly broad. This created confusion and frustration, and we apologize for that. We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers earn revenue. We wanted to clarify our existing ads policy that was intended to prohibit third-party and networks from selling burned-in video and display ads on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. We missed the mark with the policy language and will rewrite the guidelines to be clearer. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll notify the community once we've updated the language. What a load of horseradish. This is some sour fucking mustard here. Basically just saying, we're sorry you misunderstood us. Yeah, we must have used too many big words for your simpleton minds, and it led to too much confusion, so we're sorry for that. We'll make sure to dumb it down into layman's terms going forward. Well, that's just not the case. It's not like you put out a broad statement that had a lot of misinterpretation or misconstruing of the information. You laid out pictures Like, you literally made it as simple and specific as possible, down to exact percentages of how much it could take up on screen. 3%. That's not broad. Like, you specifically laid it all out with fucking pictures. Like, I don't know why they're trying to play this angle that it was just too broad and confusing and people misunderstood it. You made it clear what your intention was. I don't think there was any misunderstanding here. This is just a really sad attempt to try and save face, like, oh, no, we didn't mean what you guys are saying. No, we meant something totally different. Brother, you laid out a picture book of the new policy changes. Like, it doesn't get more clear than that. Now, again, this is just very obvious backpedaling here, but at least just own it. Just be like, hey, guys, look, we fucked up. We're lost. We don't know what we're doing at Twitch, guys. Look, everything's on fire over here. Employees are getting let go left and right. Our CEO's 96 years old. He's a fucking fossil. Like, we just don't know what's going on. You know, we can't steer the ship correctly, so we fucked up with this idea. We're just desperately trying to get a couple more doubloons out of the platform and don't know how. Like, at least that would have been honest. As opposed to going down this path where it's like, sorry, it was confusing and you guys didn't understand us. And then the ultimate cherry on top of the shit cake is they still, in their response, don't explain what they're doing. They're still not explaining what the new policy is doing. They're just saying, okay, we'll rewrite it. Okay, but so what did we get wrong? What did we misunderstand then? The only thing they add even a little bit of clarity to is that it's supposed to target third-party ad networks. Like, I suppose there's some companies that have programs that will pump branded content onto some streams, and it kind of competes with Twitch's own built-in display ads. It's something I've never heard of and had to do some serious digging to find, because it's not exactly a prevalent issue on the platform from everything I'm reading, but there are a couple of companies that will pump their own ads onto streamers' streams, like burn in ads onto their streams. And when those pop up during a stream, that makes money for that third-party company, not Twitch, and sometimes the streamer gets a kickback from that as well, but it's not like a true sponsorship partnership deal. It's like a ad network basically having their own display ads on Twitch without it being Twitch display ads, if that makes any sense. It's very niche. Like, if that truly was what they are trying to target, this is a very overblown response and exaggerated reaction to it. They went nuclear on it with this whole song and dance they've made out of it. It's very clear Twitch wants to facilitate every sponsorship deal through their platform so they get a cut of it. They've announced like the ad incentive program, as well as they even have their own new branded content program to get sponsorships through them, and they get a portion of all of that. So they want to make sure that streamers are kind of coerced into using those programs, so that way Twitch can get more money out of them, as opposed to having their own agents, their own managers, or their own connections to these brands to work directly with them, where Twitch doesn't see any money from those sponsorships. It's very clear why they want to do this. It's just a fucked up thing to do. And it ruins the whole platform by trying to implement this policy, because no one's going to stay there. There's competition. Twitch isn't the only platform for streaming. You can go elsewhere, and many streamers will, and are, actively. Even with a full walk back here, and they, like, completely just eat shit publicly and say, like, look, we're not going down this path anymore. Everything's going to stay the same. You can still do sponsorships, no problem. Even if they do that, the trust is gone. Most streamers are still going to look elsewhere because Twitch has shown their hand. They've shown their whole ass here. Twitch is more than comfortable not only taking money away from streamers' sub revenue, but just taking money away from streamers in general across the board, even on things they have no part in, which is sponsorships. Like, if a creator gets their own sponsorship, they should have full reign, full rights to do whatever they want with it when streaming. Twitch shouldn't be getting a cut of sponsorship deals that you yourself are getting, or your manager or team or whatever is getting. That is outrageous. That is such a fucking overreach, and it's disgusting. The greed has single-handedly destroyed Twitch. I don't know how it bounces back. Like, the reputation is beyond ruined. And like I mentioned, even if a full walk back on everything here takes place, I still see a ton of streamers streaming elsewhere. Maybe not full-time, but they'll dip their toes into plenty of other platforms just to try them out, because it's not safe to commit fully to being on Twitch. There's no reason to be exclusive on Twitch anymore. That's just not something most people will want to do going forward, I bet. So yeah, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So, yep. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, you know, the number one selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. And now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below, or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports, because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k, a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit, to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave. We will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. The Bumblefuck Scoremasters. The last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually. But with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between $20 to $35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from OWL and CDL, as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in, roughly, for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the OWL teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one. And then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. They should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that, too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game between 2016 and 2017. Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does it mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nade Shot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile, wait for alts, coordinate alts, and not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people, so I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now, that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now, I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every fucking AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? Fucking the Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but fuck, stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn fucking a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the fuck does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. A villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice. It's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have like sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a fucking monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and give a ton of fan service and I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every fucking character has. It's a plague that's swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so fucking charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for a couple of rare instances where they used humor, more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of slapstick shit that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So I do think the humor was better here, though even still it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of like when he was almost done writing this fucking movie. So then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock just, he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's like he's just like another useless, stupid bounty hunter. Like he's kind of dumb. Like he's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful, and he'll show up for like little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe like 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought, like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more, but I'll just say, like, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I like that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. Like, he has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming. So when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly. That's not to say, like, the action in this movie's bad. Like, there's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway. And it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. Like, they have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so fucking many of them, so they have to split up as well. Like, there's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies. It doesn't do anything new for Marvel. But it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Aeus, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Aeus is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Aeus' trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah.
Look, I got a little pea brain. The storage is almost filled up. I can't keep letting things take up space.
No, I get you. The RAM's almost full.
Yes, exactly.
See, they even break it down for you super easily with just keywords there.
See, that's what I need.
Come on!
What do you mean, come on? I can't fucking fly up there. Oh no, they're gonna die right in front of us. Called it.
We can make it. Shot.
Oh no. I'm watching on your screen.
Well, they didn't have like some kind of big emotional death moment, so they're probably not actually dead.
How could they have lived through that?
Teleportation magic.
That's fair. We don't know what's possible in this world.
Yeah.
I think you're shooting everything.
Yeah, I'm using like 5 different little magic abilities here at once, I think. Like the avatar state. This is probably like an alt if you build it up.
I love video game worlds, or like just new worlds.
Like IPs.
Yeah, just like how that just panned out and shows you like the bigger world here and everything. There's just something so exciting about seeing a new world.
Yeah, I feel that.
See, this is us. I feel it.
Green seems to be strongest for single target damage. Blue seems to be weakest. There. Yeah, I think if you just had like a lot of green, like if you can level up green, you'd be much better off. I also totally forgot to use like my new ability, which probably would have been helpful. Big thanks to Immortals of Avium for sponsoring the video. In Immortals of Avium, you play as Jack, an elite battle mage who can wield force, chaos, and life magic. It's a magic first-person shooter game with a lot of depth and progression. There's over 25 different spells and 80 talents that you could mix and match in a really fluid, fun, fast-paced FPS experience. So you can always approach combat in different ways thanks to the versatility of all of the spells and the way you use them, as well as the talents that you can mix in there. It's got a beautiful world to explore and unravel the mysteries of, and it's just an exciting new IP. So it's out right now. If you want to get started with Immortals of Avium, you can click the link in the description below. Thanks again to Immortals of Avium. These feel like huge bonuses, plus 24% damage. That sounds massive.
That does.
No. You're talking about the main lady?
Yeah.
Kirkin, I believe.
Yeah, there's probably no shot she's won.
Christ. Oh my god. The archers do so much damage so quickly. Oh, okay, didn't expect that.
Oh, I got the cinder ring. It's too good.
Man, I am just annihilating this boss right now. He's hit me a single time. Granted, it almost one-shot me, but even still. Well, that was easy. I'm telling you, green magic is busted.
I defeated the dragon.
My new red actually one-shots everything. This is not the legendary one. This is the one that you get for the dragon. So if you went in on red, this would be really good for you.
Cool. I just got it. Is it frag fire?
Frag fire, yeah.
Cool.
This one's my legendary, though. Oh, that was just fucking rude. This man just came over here and turned the bridge into a noodle so I can't get across.
Classic noodle magic.
Yeah, a noodle sorcerer.
You threw that out so nonchalantly.
Maybe a different angle.
I thought I could land on these boxes and jump across. It looks like I should be able to, but it's not letting me. I didn't realize there were puzzles in this.
You're not at a puzzle, Matt. All you need to do is time your double jump better and then dash.
I forgot I could dash in this game!
Oh, you absolute buffoon.
Alright, I made it.
Say what now?
On the one hand, nightmares brought about by a cranky magical gestalt conscious state.
That's okay. Ignore me. School.
Why is she so mean?
Isn't she great?
Well, fuck you too then.
Oh. Maybe she was just having a bad day.
Everyone's so mean to him. Well, I guess one person is.
That's a big difference. Everybody's so mean. Well, just this literal one person.
Actually, it was just, yeah, everyone's really treated him like a messiah, actually.
Yeah.
Except for her.
The, like, head of the order was like, hey, good work.
But everyone should be super nice to him, honestly. That whole spread love, positivity, just kind of movement.
I'm with you.
Oh my god, okay.
Damn.
So those, okay. There's some enemies that are only vulnerable to the certain colors. So this one's only blue, I see. Oh, that's so fucked. Unlucky.
What happened?
He survived. I was just gonna yank him off the edge, but he survived. There we go. No way! Okay, there we go. Man, those, like, dogs, they are really going a little wacky. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This guy got very confused when I hit him with that. Where can I see my Dominion mana? Oh, bottom right.
They're waiting for your answer.
There's only one thing to say in a time like this, General.
Hey, so I don't recognize any of these.
That's because they all were driven to extinction by the Everwar.
Oh, we lost deer in the Everwar?
Since we first learned to use magic, we've waged war over.
Do you think the deer were just okay?
It isn't meant.
I don't know why you'd kill them.
And so unchecked and for so
They're on the side.
the natural world suffers.
The deer?
Yeah, like if you drop a bomb, you can't sculpt it around deer.
Yeah, but they're not dropping bombs. They're using magic. Like, from their hands. They can absolutely control who that hits.
Have you seen the hand lasers? You don't think any deer have jumped in the way of that a few times?
Yeah, I'm sure they have, but not enough to be driven to extinction from it.
Oh,
You'd have
I
to
didn't
target
realize
them.
they were extinct. I was missing key points.
Oh, yeah, no, they're extinct now.
I thought you meant like a few deer died. That's
No.
To be more precise.
You know what? I'm changing my mission. Instead of no more names, I'm saying bring back deer.
Yeah, we're bringing back animals. Apparently dogs and parrots are also extinct.
And no one's ever discovered how to actually.
Is this even a world worth saving?
Of course he does.
Damn. You get a nice room as an immortal.
Yeah, you do.
Then why the hell are we fighting?
Oh wow, that poor guy. One guy just dropped in, like from space, and I insta-killed him and he screamed.
I'm a little behind you.
All good, I just made it to the pale forest. It's pale because it's afraid of me.
Oh no.
I'm about to commit my first cold-blooded murder, I think.
Why are you committing murder?
Well, he deserved it, he choked me.
Oh. Isn't that just fighting back?
No, he ambushed me after I killed a few of his friends. It was actually pretty selfish and fucked up from him.
That's what I mean, you're fighting back.
Yeah, mine would be self-defense
Yeah.
justifiable in court. His was premeditated, second degree.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Boss fight, the green Magnus.
Oh. Now I gotta catch up.
I wonder who's the better green. It's looking like me, if you can believe that. It's... Wow, this poor guy.
What?
Oh my god.
Are you just deleting him?
I absolutely vaporized him.
Oh, he's already dead.
He's dead, yeah.
Wow.
Maybe I should have gone green.
Green's very strong, and I'm always healing off of it, which is cool. Who's still shooting at me? I killed your boss. Go home.
No way. Fire first, which is the hardest to start, but it pays off late game.
Yeah.
I'm a late game kind of guy.
You're a late bloomer.
Not what I meant.
Man, there's a lot of bad boys in here. But I'm still cooking them.
Oh boy.
Me and my rock.
They're minerals.
Who's left? I'm getting blasted. Oh, I totally forgot to use my disintegration I'm using now. On just one guy who just had the worst time of his life.
Poor guy.
Oh, this is looking like a boss fight. I'm about to fight the Nickelodeon Slime Time Demon. Alright, Buster.
Show yourself, font of yon cow.
My name's Charlie.
I draw you forth through the Pyrothradak.
Oh, you're not talking to me,
the
of course.
Binding Stone.
Imagine he just addresses me, the player, directly. Not even Jack.
Dang it. Don't turn your back on me! Send him to his family.
Oh, my little rock guy is gonna fuck you up. I do so much damage. Green is just super strong. Okay, this probably has to be blue. Nope, that's not blue. That's still not blue. There it is. Okay. And I come in here with the green. Yep. Absolutely annihilating. Alright, that had to be phase 1. This better be a 4-phase fight, otherwise Green's just gonna shred her in 30 seconds. My rock! No! Ah, it's like that scene in Naruto with Pain. Ugh. This hurts me more than it hurts you, buddy. Wow. That's a lot. Huge DPS. Oh wait, I'm almost dead. There we go. Easy, Green. Cooked him. Put him in the pot, put him on the stove, and absolutely boiled him.
You are broken and you are bound.
Wow. Speedrun. Well then, he's still no match for my green. Oh, Jesus.
What are you doing?
It's like a black hole. We're getting sucked in.
Jack!
Never mind, just a weird dream. A wet one. Hey, welcome back to the only news broadcast giving you smiles, only reporting on the good positive stuff. Joined again by Special Butterfly Matt Phillips, our Chief Smile Officer.
That's me. It's great to be here, coming to fight your sadness and depression one story at a time.
Amen, brother.
Today we're bringing you one of the craziest, happiest stories of the entire show's existence so far. 4 young siblings were found alive in the jungle after a plane crash where they stayed for 40 days, and they were found okay. They had some bug bites, but they were all right. The oldest sibling, Leslie, is 13, and after the crash, she grabbed camping supplies and some food from the wreckage, took the other siblings, and they stayed by a river for 40 days, and their grandmother worked with rescue teams to fly helicopters with large speakers to play a message telling them and urging them to stay in place. After they were found, they said they heard the messages, they listened to them, and that was ultimately one of the reasons they were found. And their father said it was a work of God.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen this already, but it really is just a nuts story, like if you look into it.
Just reading the headlines, I immediately pictured like Rugrats in Paris, how they go on like those wild adventures together and do like the craziest things at such a young age. But this is like real life.
Right, it's real life. And
it's not Rugrats.
It is not, and they're not in Paris. They're in the Amazon jungle.
That is true. That is very different.
I'm gonna guess they were more afraid than the fun adventures the Rugrats had, but either way, we're very happy that they were found alive and well and now are back home safely.
And like I said, I wouldn't have survived.
You would not. Remind us where the sun sets and rises?
On the west.
Both. On the west.
Oh, yeah, always on the west. Rises in the east and sets on the west. Unless it's out of my vision, then God only knows where it is.
With risk of going on too long, what would you do with that information if you were in the woods or in the jungle?
To take a page out of Lou Pickle's book from Rugrats, he said, you always got to follow the North Star. So I'd wait till night and I'd look for a star that seems about right.
You'd say the sun was there, that's west, so I'm going north.
Well, I just look at the stars.
All right. You wouldn't believe it, but I got some more amazing news. A little birdie came and told me that we're almost sold out of the hoppy coats on moistglobal.com. So if you want good news, you got to go get one now so you don't miss out on the opportunity. So go to moistglobal.com to get a hoppy coat and other fun things.
Yeah, that is great news.
Great news.
Great stuff. This next story is a little local good news for all of the Tampa enthusiasts out there. At a Rays game recently, there was a spectator who underwent a medical emergency. And while getting assistance from another patron, a CPR-trained fan named Jani Morales noticed that the situation was more dire than it appeared to be. The man was completely blue in the face, perspiring, and having a hard time walking. So eventually, Jani Morales instructed that they lay the man down and started performing CPR on him until paramedics arrived, at which case they took over and everything played out okay, but the paramedics said that if CPR wasn't performed, the outcome would have been very different. So Jani Morales saved his life.
She's a hero.
She is a hero.
And also, crazy thing that I didn't see, that you don't see in most cases, is she performed CPR and actually got his pulse back.
Yeah.
So I definitely think the paramedics right, it would have been real bad if she was not there.
Yeah, I think that wouldn't have gone very well. So quick thinking and the right person in the right place to save that man's life.
So more great news. We have a new Rubik's Cube world record for the 3x3 cube. It was set by Max Park, a 21-year-old California native. You may recognize his name because he also holds the Guinness World Record for the 4x4x4, the 5x5x5, the 6x6x6, and if that's not enough, the 7x7x7. That one is only 1:35. So he set the new world record. The previous one for the 3x3 was 3.47 seconds, and the new one is 3.13 seconds. So to show you how impressive that is, we're going to let our own Chuck You Betcha try to solve the cube in the same amount of time.
Well, yep.
Have you been practicing?
Well, I've got my notations up here. So first we have to get the white cross.
And one other thing, just to give you a tip, his motto, Park's motto, is don't think, just solve.
Yep. Time's up. Wait, hold on. I'm close.
Wait, hold it up so we can start a timer. I'll say go.
Yeah, you can start that timer.
All right, go.
Time's up.
And yeah, you failed. We'll see if he can actually solve it.
I can solve it.
We're just gonna have to really fast forward through this one.
Is he cheating that he's just looking at how to solve a cube while
brother, I'm not
He's
gonna
already
solve
lost.
this without the algorithm here. What do you mean?
Max Park is going to be so pissed that his world record was beaten while Charlie looked up the instructions.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Get the Council of Rubik's Elders to imprison me for cheating here?
Great job again to Max. You crushed it. We'll play the video for you, but it was really cool.
We've got another beautiful story of a hero stepping up to the plate. During a structural fire that occurred in Peru, a young Colombian man named Sebastian Arias went into the burning building in order to rescue 25 puppies from certain death. There's even a video showcasing a little bit of the rescue here. A recycling warehouse went up in flames. It required 11 fire trucks to finally put it out, and Sebastian charged in there and saved 25 puppies. I like that there's people cheering.
I was going to say they're
cheering.
Right. They don't want to help, but they're going to cheer him on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard thing to do.
It honestly is.
Run into a burning building like that.
Not only that, he's on the roof of a burning building. And they're all down there catching the puppies. So
yeah, they're all still helping.
Yeah, it's needed. That's wild. Wow.
Beautiful. When asked about it, Sebastian said, "I saw the dog that was up in the corner, and I have this beautiful little animal. I wouldn't want my dog to burn to death. Hearing his cries, his moans, I wouldn't want my dog to die like that. I love them." And he eventually went in there to save them.
Yeah, as a fellow pet owner, this one hits close to home.
Yeah, you love to see that.
That's incredible.
Also, that's a lot of puppies to be in one location.
That is a lot of puppies.
Yeah.
Like so many puppies in one recycling warehouse.
That is a shocking amount of puppies there.
Well, this might not be the first time you've heard the word virgin and crocs in the same sentence. It is definitely the first for this case. A crocodile in captivity in Costa Rica named Coquita gave virgin birth, or had a virgin birth. It is a trait known as parthenogenesis. It's shared with things like birds, lizards, and pit vipers, and now crocodiles. And it's thought to be passed on from their far distant relatives of dinosaurs. Essentially, it is a bad way to reproduce. The scientists said it's essentially inbreeding, which I'd love to discuss. If somebody just has a baby, is it inbreeding?
It's like as big of an inbreeding situation as you can have, since there's no other DNA. It's just your DNA again, but worse.
I guess that's
It's
true.
like when you make a copy of a copy. Like if you keep
Right.
re-uploading the same YouTube video like a million times, it starts to get all like pixelated and shit.
Yeah, and it just gets worse and worse the further you go, which I believe is what that word was supposed to say. Where it's weak. It's you don't want to do this, and humans and other mammals cannot do this because you need the genes to be switched and all that mumbo jumbo, where the crocodiles do not in this case. So, like Mary, we had a virgin birth.
But what about like budding, like
Budding?
sponges?
Mm.
Because sponges reproduce like that, right? Sea sponges, or at least if
So
SpongeBob is accurate.
Were they?
Yeah.
That one?
Like
What is that?
asexual, isn't it?
Mitosis or whatever? Where they're like splitting off like that? I oddly enough had this conversation yesterday with Caleb about orcs. They do that too.
Orcs bud.
Yeah, they're budding. They're butters.
So are they also like highly inbred then?
So that's why I'm so curious, because clearly crocodiles aren't supposed to do this. That's why it's only ever been recorded once, whereas sponges only do that.
I also don't know if they only do that.
I'm gonna step in and say I don't have nearly enough information to provide intelligent input on this conversation.
Well, we're not here for intelligent input.
Yeah. All right, you know what? You want my input? I think all sponges are inbred. You heard it here first.
All right, take that, idiots, I guess.
Yeah.
And we're bringing back a segment from yesteryear. It's Chelsea's Critter Corner extravaganza. She
That's
went
the
to
name.
a reptile convention. So we have footage of her at Repticon.
Thanks, guys. I'm here today at the 2020.
Wow, look at those things.
Those things were crazy, and the weird thing is that Chelsea just looks natural doing it.
Yep,
So,
she looked at home.
yeah, I appreciate you going out there and doing that for us, Chelsea. Great work with those things you just showed us.
Thank you very much. It's time to tell you the future. We're choosing the Powerball numbers again that will be the winners this week at the next draw. Doing it in the only scientific method we know how to use.
Pong.
Sports.
Sports.
What's going on, Matt?
We're back to give you next week's Powerball numbers so you can win millions of dollars a second time. Take it away, Chuck.
Oh.
That's actually the one I was looking for.
Hey, go for a bounce, baby.
Give up on the bounce.
That's a good idea. All right, one more.
All right, heating up.
Your left 3%. Perfect.
Thanks for calculations. After putting it in the hands of fate, we have chosen the winning Powerball numbers this week. Your winning numbers are 15, 26, 32, 44, 68.
Oh, and the Powerball number.
Powerball number 16.
16.
Wow.
Was that the anti-cheat you showed them? So no tricks up your sleeves?
Yeah.
I can't wait to be rich again.
I know.
So.
We were just barely off last time. We got no numbers right, but that's because we miscalculated.
Yeah, the magnetic shift was happening, but it's...
Yeah, the solstice and all that. This time, everything's appropriately calibrated.
Yep.
And it should work this time.
As close to guaranteed as we can legally say.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, great work.
Yep, good news,
Yeah,
everyone.
that's good news. We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody. Yeah, I got my angry face on, because I'm not a happy camper. I am not in a good mood. Last night, I was playing Final Fantasy XVI, and unfortunately, I had to engage in the cringe that is the human body where I needed to relieve myself of some waste, so I went to the bathroom, and per usual, when sitting on the porcelain throne, I do kind of doom scroll Twitter. And I saw something that actually got under my skin. I damn near let the demon out. What I saw on Twitter was far stinkier than whatever I was putting into that godforsaken toilet bowl. It was a take so incomprehensibly stupid that I couldn't believe what I was reading, nor the support for the take. And it's about the game I was playing last night, Final Fantasy XVI, a game I've been very excited about. And before we get into it, it has nothing to do with like not liking the game versus liking the game. People are always more than welcome to like things I don't like or not like things that I do like. But this was something I've never quite seen before. And I gotta really rant about it. So I'm coming to your table and I'm bringing the wine directly to your glass because this is something special. I feel like I need to go back to saying this because the internet's become such a rambunctious place, but obviously don't harass or be an asshole to anyone in this situation about the takes or anything like that. This is the tweet. It says, story, terrible, the combat, press the same button 30 times. Totally fine to not like the story, not your cup of tea, you want to wipe your ass with the narrative, no big deal. But that second part, press the same button 30 times, and then linking a video of somebody doing just that, is so outrageously fucking brain dead. Like, this is an actual take that I would read from like an AI-generated script on how to make people mad by lying. This single tweet has convinced me that game journalism is dead. It's buried and it's not coming back. It can't be saved. No Phoenix Down potion is going to save game journalism. It's done from this one tweet alone. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video just so you can see what the tweet's referring to with the combat, and then I'll explain why it's just outright wrong. It's not even just a load of baloney, it's the whole goddamn baloney factory. The amount of dirty barnacles here wouldn't even fit in the entirety of the ocean. It is ridiculous. It's beyond wrong and misleading. And I can't wait to explain it because the truth is going to blow your mind if you're not familiar with the game. So, here's the clip.
You're going to regret that, boy.
You might be wondering what kind of sorcery is at play here that allows him to do all of these moves and fight this boss, dodge, parry, all from just a single button press. You know, he's got the bumpers up while playing bowling. What is this Weenie Hut Jr. shit? Is the game really this easy? Is the combat that mindless? The answer is no. The game has incredible accessibility tools, and one of them is a set of items that will literally do the combat for you for players that either can't or aren't skilled enough to engage in the combat to beat the bosses. The game provides you with basically an easy mode. By equipping these items, you can, from a single button press, do pretty much all of the combat if you want it to. It's an easy mode accessibility item that he's using here, and then making a big hoopla about like, oh, the game's too fucking easy. This is so stupid. Oh my god, this is such a ridiculously awful combat. I can't believe people like this game. Now, to be clear, the guy in the video is not the one who made the tweet. But the guy in the video still also called the game mediocre, and I believe criticized it for the combat. I don't know if he just didn't know that the items he equipped was literally hand-holding easy mode, or if he's just doing this to farm some clickbait hate watchers. I don't really know. Because you can just look at the top left of the screen and you can see that he has them equipped, or you can just look at what he's doing and recognize that when you play the game without those items, the game doesn't function that way. The game has an extremely deep and satisfying combat system that I really like. It's a complete overhaul from everything in the Final Fantasy franchise ever. It feels more akin to like Devil May Cry. It's great. It is not a single button press forever, ad nauseum, rinse and repeat and kill everything. That is literally for story-only mode players that just want to fucking tear ass through the combat so they can get to the narrative. Or just enjoy the flashy combat in a way that they wouldn't be able to without the easy mode. It is literally just in the game to help players get through things that they aren't good enough to do without. And it's used as a negative talking point against it now, because people that aren't familiar with Final Fantasy are seeing this and thinking that the game is just button mashing square forever, and that's it. Which infuriates me, because this is one of the more satisfying combat systems I've experienced in a while. I've been loving it. It feels fucking great. And now there's a ton of people on Twitter that have seen this, and a couple of other clips like it, and are under the impression, the false impression, that this is the combat. You just keep pressing a button, not knowing that they're using easy mode items. It's so fucking frustrating. We've fully sailed into Stupid Town now, and took a side trip through Doofusville. Imagine shitting on a game because it's too easy when you yourself have turned on easy mode. That is bafflingly silly. That is such a wild concept. Like, I couldn't even help but get angry. Because I couldn't tell anymore if people are just actually getting dumber, or if this was all a calculated outrage piece. Like, the game is very explicitly clear with what these items do. They are hand holders. The items play the game for you. They parry for you, dodge for you, everything. Attack for you. It tells you all of this, so I don't know how anyone could read that and be like, oh, okay. I'll put it on, I guess, for my build. No, you have just turned on easy mode. Thus, you no longer have the right to say the game is too easy. It is playing itself for you. You are in an interactive movie at that point, which is fine for players that want that experience, but you can't hold it against them when you have chosen to take that experience. If you didn't want the game to be easy, take off those items. It's that simple. It's just really upsetting that now there's a lot of people whose first exposure to the Final Fantasy combat system are these clips, and these people complaining about, like, just pressing the same button forever. When that's just not the case, and it's so easily and quickly disproven. Again, I can't express enough my confusion on whether or not this was done on purpose, like, I'm gonna make the game look really fucking stupid with just one button press while eating a sandwich, or if they just genuinely didn't know that what they put on there was the accessibility easy mode tools. I don't know, but either way, it had a really sad effect on people's perception of the game, thinking that it's only one button press, when it's super far from that. So, I mean, if it was supposed to be just making people upset, it definitely worked. It really grinded my ass grease in a big way. So, yeah, I just had to rant about this a little bit, because I couldn't believe the, conundrum unfolding on Twitter about this, or that people had actually believed it. But then the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If you haven't seen the game and you see a guy eating a sandwich pressing a button, you're probably going to be questioning, like, how is that possible? Because not a lot of games have accessibility easy mode tools like this. I think it's an overall good thing for players that, again, can't or just really don't want to put a lot of time into the combat system. So it gives them a way of enjoying the game in a casual way. I think it's a good thing overall, and it sucks that it's now being used as a big negative talking point against the product when they didn't have to do it in the first place and most games don't. But anyway, that's kind of like the whole scope of the situation here. So if you saw these clips and were like, damn, this game looks like, for babies, just one button press, this shit is trash. Hopefully this helped clear up all of that confusion there. So anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya.